Destiny ignites in Dragon Nation's Linhai City. Monstrous hordes from shattered dimensions violently crashed into our fragile reality. Humanity was violently pushed to extinction's absolute brink. Yet, in that breathless, blood-soaked moment of despair, glowing stigmas miraculously manifested on everyone's trembling palms. These divine crests ignited hidden potential, unlocking legendary classes. In an instant, the glorious era of global awakenings finally erupted. Exactly 1 century ago, Dragon Nation birthed a true legend, an absolute powerhouse wielding a mythical tier class. He was Asura, the undisputed apex predator. Within just 10 short years, he shattered every single historic record in existence. Not only that, he stood supreme as the very first champion to completely conquer the dreaded 7th realm. However, when 7 apocalyptic rank 9 behemoths descended, Asura, a godlike warrior wielding the power of 8 job advancements, stood alone before the terrifying rift. He traded his own magnificent life to secure Dragon Nation's eternal peace. Perhaps recognizing his monumental sacrifice exactly 1 century post-mortem, heaven granted Asura a miraculous rebirth. He awakened inside the fragile body of a desperate young man, sharing his exact legendary name Truong Viet, a shattered WS and that example, soul who had just embraced death. As the previous owner's tragic memories violently flooded his mind, Truong Viet rapidly absorbed the grim reality. His eyes widened in absolute shock. A full century had passed, reincarnating into a pathetic Beast Tamer, sharing his identity. What a staggeringly cruel joke. This weak class relied completely and utterly on summoned creatures to survive brutal battles. Beyond grinding personal levels, one must brutally drain resources into pets. Legends say cultivating a supreme Beast Tamer demands literal mountains of bottomless wealth. Thus, for absolute commoners, awakening this path is a devastating curse. On one side stood the pathetic, broken Truong Viet, who cowardly ended it all. On the other side stands me, formerly Dragon Nation's undisputed supreme god of war, Asura. Since I have hijacked this vessel and grasped a miraculous second life, I shall violently crush your pathetic regrets. Ruthlessly stepping into this brutal world where the strong devour the weak and absolutely conquer everything. Consider this my glorious repayment. Smirking fiercely, Truong Viet turned away without a single ounce of hesitation. He boldly marched straight through the shimmering dimensional portal. Instantly, a chaotic storm of mechanical system notifications blasted through his mind. Welcome back, user Asura. The divine system confirms your incredible offline duration of 36,552 long days. Your last recorded logout was within Realm 17. Passive idle farming rewards are now calculating at an insane 70 points per second. Your grand total equals 221,066,496,000 pure energy points. Congratulations on slaughtering 7 apocalyptic rank, 9 beasts during the primal invasion. You unlocked the myth achievement, Peerless Otherworld. You are awarded the supreme mythical artifact, Supreme Divine Oracle. This god-tier relic now activates automatically. Unbelievable. You have secured an eternal heaven-defying buff. All energy gained, whether active or idle, multiplies 10,000 times. Consequently, you absorb an explosive 99 times your remaining idle points. This equals a mind-shattering 2 quadrillion, 200, 10 trillion, 400, 43 billion, 893 million, 504,000 raw energy points. That astronomical fortune literally paralyzed Truong Viet. The initial realm-clearing bounty was so colossally massive, it defied all human logic. The system's cold voice echoed. You may fully reset your class. Please choose one of the 7 core mythical advancements below. Knight Undead Death, Knight Swordsman, Shadow Swordsman, Assassin Shadow, Reaper Priest, Holy Priest Mage, Inferno Fire Mage. Archer Nether Hunter Beast Tamer Necromancer Truong Viet narrowed his eyes. In his past life, he awakened an epic tier warrior. Yet the most terrifyingly overpowered core class here is actually the Beast Tamer, due entirely to the soul, crushing energy costs for master, and summons its progression remains impossible. Now reborn with a century of infinite idle wealth, the Necromancer is my undeniable destiny. Congratulations on awakening the 4th mythical core class of this dimension, the terrifying Necromancer. As the ultimate evolution of Beast Tamer, this dark path dominates the magical arts. This is a supreme, mythical profession. The passive skill Soul Harvest grants a 1% God-given chance upon slaughtering foes to forcefully rip out their souls, binding them as eternal pets. These bound spirits are untradeable, serving only their absolute master, or acting as bloody sacrificial fodder for stronger summons to devour. The god-tier undead evolution lets familiars cannibalize same-rank monsters to infinitely mutate up to myth rank. Loyalty locks at infinity, and leveling experience brutally plummets by 50%. Feeling an apocalyptic mana, storm surged through his veins. Truong Viet marveled at the monstrous initial 100 star growth, truly worthy of myth tier. While pathetic, ordinary tamers frantically bleed to increase their pet's frail quality, the necromancer effortlessly enslaves souls and endlessly evolves them. Absolute supremacy. In my past life, wielding a mere epic class, I violently conquered 70 realms in 10 years, reigning supreme over Dragon Nation. Now launching directly from the mythical apex, I shall utterly obliterate the final dimension and ascend as the universe's absolute god. Burning with unstoppable world, conquering ambition, Truong Viet confidently marched into the beginner realm, source of nightmares. Instantly, the divine system materialized his protected safe zone. Welcome to Doomsday Town. System warning: all combat is strictly forbidden inside the safe zone. Will you keep the ID Tula? Please confirm or change it. He smirked. This life I will absolutely eclipse Tula. The ultimate number beyond limits is simply 0. With that conviction, Truong Viet discarded his past and forged a new name. Ling, meaning absolute 0. All around him, bewildered novices were spawning into this new reality for the very first time. Utterly disoriented, the crowd whispered in awe. It felt too real. Where were the promised bloodthirsty monsters? A veteran scoffed. Fools, this is just the sanctuary. The real nightmares are waiting outside these walls. Suddenly, a glowing interface flashed. The first world's inaugural quest had officially commenced, now available on the system log. Panic ensued as players desperately scrambled to form survival parties. Yet Truong Viet stood unbothered, meticulously analyzing the quest board. First world, the origin of nightmares. When shadows fall, subterranean demons awaken from their slumber, threatening to annihilate this final realm. Survivors must shatter the eternal night and overcome this apocalyptic doom. Objective 1. Slaughter exactly 1,000 beasts. Objective 2. Harvest 10 silver coins from corpses or rival players. Success unlocks the dreaded boss raid. Annihilate the Guardian to ascend to the second world. Noting the mechanics remained perfectly identical to his past, Truong Viet headed out to secure vital gear before the slaughter began. A quick sweep of the beginner market left him utterly underwhelmed. The basic merchant only peddled the same pathetic starter trash. The peak grade was a miserable 1 star. Sensing a wealthy prey, the greedy merchant leaned in, promising top-tier weapons, but only for a hefty premium. Remaining silent, Truong Viet slammed a heavy pouch of 100 silver onto the counter. He demanded a simple 1-star staff. The merchant eagerly complied. Meanwhile, the surrounding newbies watched this transaction in sheer disbelief. Someone finally gasped out loud. "Are you crazy? The entire tutorial fund is exactly 100 coins. You just blew everything. Plus, a trash 1-star weapon barely boosts any damage. You should have bought a complete armor set for basic survival." Offering a calm nod of gratitude, Truong Viet vanished into the crowd. The onlookers kept mocking him, gossiping about attribute refinement. It increases damage. But someone scoffed, explaining that attribute refinement drains energy, the absolute rarest resource available. We barely have enough to level up. Who squanders it on a garbage 1-star staff? Absolute fools. Another mocked loudly. Venturing out with 0 defense is begging for death. In this brutal realm, savings dictate your survival odds. Hearing their distant jeers, Truong Viet smirked. For mediocre players, blowing fortune on a low-rank item is definitely suicidal. Their monster hunting yields pitiful energy drops. Nobody in their right mind refines garbage-tier starting gear. But tragically for my enemies, endless energy is my greatest asset. Truong Viet instantly channeled his power, forging the crude staff. Following 132 brutal enhancements and burning through 985 pure energy points, the weapon miraculously evolved into the legendary Vanguard Flame Staff. This elite artifact is strictly for mages and beast tamers. It grants 26 magic damage and boosts intelligence by 2. Its passive ignition scorches targets in agonizing flames for 3 seconds, draining 20 health points instantly per second. Forged from an infernal abyss, this legendary catalyst can reduce entire legions to ash. Truong Viet finally nodded, a wicked grin forming. The prelude was officially over. Now it was time for the real massacre. Moments later, just beyond the barrier, a desperate squad was fighting a losing battle against colossal, bloodthirsty mutated rats. Despite unleashing their strongest sword arts, the monstrous beasts merely flinched. Their massive health bars had barely dropped a single fraction. The rookie swordsman drained of color. These are supposed to be tutorial mobs. With such insane durability, how do we survive? Worse yet, a single venomous bite meant guaranteed death for any awakened player. Suddenly, right at the brink of utter despair, a devastating fireball crashed from the heavens, vaporizing the foul monster in one absolute apocalyptic strike. The Vanguard Flamestaff's lethal ignition triggered target eradicated. Reward granted 2 pitiful experience points alongside a staggering 10,000 energy points. Factoring in his god-tier 10,000 times multiplier, Truong Viet smirked victoriously. Armed with his mythical class's overpowered base stats and maximally refined gear, a raid boss that demanded an entire squad was now mere cannon fodder to his single spells. The rescued squad stared at Truong Viet in absolute horror. What in the world was that godlike reality, shattering damage output? Look at that blinding golden aura. Is he a hidden master? But who dares burn precious energy maxing out a tutorial weapon? Regardless, he must be a top expert. But level 1 trash mobs yielded pathetically low experience for his grand ambitions. To maximize his gains, the only path was hunting monsters vastly above his current rank. Here in the first world, beyond those pathetic giant rats, lurked lethal venomous spiders at levels 3 to 4. Ferocious iron-armored scorpions dominated levels 5 to 7. Meanwhile, savage enchanted wild boars roamed levels 8 to 9, and reigning supreme was the level 10 frenzied wild boar king. For now, it was time to butcher everything from level 3 onwards. The desolate factory ruins held the perfect prey. Before leaving, those rookies blocked Truong Viet's path again. "Join our party. We have healing crowd control and pure damage," the swordsman bragged. The 2 female party members batted, pleading eyes desperately seeking the expert's approval. But Truong Viet coldly rejected them, marching alone toward the ruins. Slaughtering beasts endlessly, he blasted to level 3, his experience bar surging. Suddenly, the system granted his first divine skill, Minor Fireball. Unbelievably, his mythical class yielded level-up rewards 6 times beyond normal. At merely level 3, he possessed 18 free stat points. A Beast Tamer's early foundation perfectly mirrored a mage's path. Thus, he first needed to secure casting speed and supreme stability before boosting agility. For mere mortals, starting skills lacked bite, so nobody wasted energy upgrading them. But in this timeline, the one absolute resource Truong Viet hoarded was endless energy. His fingers danced across the system interface, dumping infinite power into Minor Fireball until it shattered limits, awakening into the S-rank Super Fireball. Incredible, his starting magic already boasted a 140% damage scaling. At this godly pace, 2 quests meant level 8. Then he would possess the absolute power to crush the boss and conquer this beginner world. Truong Viet shoved open the rusty factory doors. Stepping into the shadows, despite the brutal reality of permanent death, this deadly realm mirrored virtual reality. Quests, treacherous dungeons, and even living NPCs existed. His gaze fell upon a bloodied survivor. The battered NPC trembled violently. Spotting Truong Viet's aura, he desperately pleaded. Beasts had devoured his precious family. He begged for vengeance against the vile scorpion. The system chimed, prompting the quest. Hidden survivor tasks always yielded legendary artifact drops far superior to basic grinding. Gripping his humble wooden staff, Truong Viet instantly accepted his fate. Scanning the quest panel, a sinister rustling echoed from the shadows. He spun around instantly, finding nothing but empty air. Players lurked nearby. However, completing this quest remained his absolute priority. A cold smirk traced Truong Viet's lips as 3 pairs of blood-red eyes pierced the pitch-black void. Iron-armored scorpions, the apex predators of the tutorial zone. Truly a nostalgic, deadly sight. The 3 beasts slithered out, launching a synchronized, terrifying assault. Truong Viet calmly raised his vanguard flame staff, unleashing a devastating super fireball at the vanguard beast. The armored menace deflected the blazing sphere instantly, triggering its lethal charge. It barreled toward him like a freight train. He vaulted away gracefully, simultaneously chanting another super fireball. The blistering comet struck dead center, detonating spectacularly, vaporizing its health bar. The system coldly announced, Level 5. Iron-armored scorpion eradicated, rewarding 15 experience and 50,000 energy. Despite its godlike damage, Super Fireball aggressively drained his mana. He could not pause. Truong Viet relentlessly swept through the metallic swarm, recalling the ultimate trigger. Mass slaughter would soon awaken the terrifying Scorpion King. Right on cue, a monstrous tremor rumbled deep beneath the Earth's crust. The true nightmare had awakened. He instantly backstepped, boom. The concrete shattered as an apocalyptic colossal monstrosity erupted from the abyss. His mind raced. He absolutely must execute this beast before his magical reserves hit 0. Locking onto the iron-armored Scorpion King, he unleashed a roaring super fireball. Boss arrogantly raised its massive pincers, absorbing the blast with barely a scorch mark. Truong Viet scoffed. Absolute iron defense, just like in his past life. The Colossal King instantly thrust its venomous stinger. Truong Viet ducked the deadly strike, slamming his foot down, gliding flawlessly into the beast's blind spot. A vicious smile bloomed as he unleashed a point-blank super fireball. A catastrophic critical hit, the monstrous tyrant shrieked in absolute agony, crashing heavily into the dust. Landing gracefully, Truong Viet exhaled. His mana pool was completely dry, but the behemoth was finally paralyzed. Just one final decisive blow would execute the king and secure his legendary reward. Suddenly, a chilling, murderous intent flared. A shadowy swordsman materialized behind him, launching a cowardly ambush. Simultaneously, a second rogue emerged beside the paralyzed boss, his blade raised to steal the final kill. The rats laughed maniacally, arrogantly, declaring the boss the quest and all legendary loot belonged solely to them. Two assassins materialized from the shadows, but Truong Viet didn't even blink. He had been waiting for this exact moment. Pivoting smoothly to dodge a lethal backstab, a cold smirk touched his lips. Finally tired of hiding like rats, are we? The assassin froze in panic. You knew we were here. While true warriors bleed to climb the ranks. Scum like you only scavenge from the shadows. Sadly for you, you picked the absolute worst prey today. The gods I once slaughtered were infinitely stronger than mere insects like you. Boom. A massive inferno blasted from Truong Viet's hand, engulfing the attacker instantly. The surviving rat stared in pure horror. His comrade turned to ash in one strike. Absolute terror gripped his soul. This was no defenseless rookie. He was a monster in disguise. Trembling, he stammered out, "How didn't your mana run dry? How can you still cast?" Truong Viet chuckled darkly. "If I didn't fake weakness, how would I lure you out?" Ding, the system's mechanical voice chimed. "Congratulations on slaying the iron-armored Scorpion King. Necromancer's soul harvest triggered. Would you like to claim its soul as a familiar?" A triumphant laugh escaped Truong Viet. Perfect timing. The heavens were practically handing him power. He instantly chose to absorb. The surviving assassin watched in sheer dread. Dark abyssal energy erupted from Truong Viet, materializing into the colossal Scorpion King. Ding. You have obtained a common grade familiar. The Iron-Armored Scorpion King. Type Physical Defense. Experience 0 out of 100. Stats Physical Attack 2. Physical Defense 4. Magic Defense 3. Health 80. Mana 9. Strength 4. Growth Potential 5 stars. Stamina 8 with 10-star growth. Spirit 3. Base Loyalty 100. Warning. Death permanently drains 10 loyalty points. Reaching 0 will trigger a deadly rebellion. Skill rank D, Iron Armor. Reduces damage by 5%. A perfect frontline meat shield. But wait. His Necromancer trait surged, locking the beast's loyalty at absolute, infinite devotion. Evolution path unlocked. Devour 10 common beasts to hit elite. With mythic rank as the peak. Leveling cost slashed by half. Usually Beast Tamers struggle endlessly, forced to share their own hard-earned experience. Double the grind early on. And crushing exponential pressure as your beast army expands. Normal players would break under this. But Truong Viet, he had oceans of experience. Level up. Flash, rank D Iron Armor evolved into rank A Iron Body, now absorbing 30% of all damage. The remaining assassin was deathly pale. Shaking like a leaf, he screamed, "What kind of monster are you? No normal beast tamer possesses this terrifying power." Truong Viet merely pet his deadly new companion. "I felt your pathetic gazes since I took the quest. Cowardly assassins, waiting to kill-steal the boss from lone wolves." The killer realized he had kicked an iron plate. Panic surged. "I have to run, or I am dead." Reading his desperate mind, a chilling smile crossed Truong Viet's face. He commanded his beast to strike. "Show me what you can do," swoosh. The monster vanished into a dark blur, instantly materializing beside its prey. Slash. The massive pincer tore right through his gut. The assassin collapsed in a pool of blood, screaming for mercy. In this ruthless world of survival, if you hunt the weak, prepare to be devoured by the strong. With a cold wave of his hand, the execution was finished. Blood wiped clean, he calmly returned to submit his quest. The quest giver grinned, offering a grateful thumbs up and declaring him a sworn brother. Ding. Mission completely successful. Rewards granted. 500 experience, 1 silver, 3 million energy, plus a magical necklace and sturdy iron greaves. Level up to 4. Health bumped by 30 mana by 12. 6 free attribute points obtained. Next milestone requires 2,000 experience. Time to check the loot. A green tier 1-star magic necklace. Usable by anyone, boosting mana pool by 5. Level 4 requirement, highly refinable. A mystic artifact meant to amplify raw arcane power. Next 1-star white iron greaves. Grants 7 physical and 6 magical defense. A solid base level shield requiring level 5. Perfect timing for a mana boost. Truong Viet's eyes gleamed with greed. He immediately pumped upgrades to the absolute limit. After 125 rolls burning massive energy. Ding. Jackpot. You unlocked the golden attribute. Origin Magic Sacred Domain. Then 158 grueling attempts later. Another flash. Unlocked the golden attribute Heroic Iron Armor Protection. Snapping the glowing new gear into place, a confident smirk returned. With these artifacts, pushing level 5 will be a breeze. Suddenly, the very sky fractured with a massive golden banner. Global alert. Hidden secret realm. Unlocked near Doomsday Town. The Doomsday Fortress. A rank 5 dungeon has materialized. Time limit 1 hour. All awakened are challenged to enter. The first clear guarantees an epic artifact. Truong Viet tightened his grip, a confident smirk forming. That first clear prize is mine. Meanwhile, just outside the glowing dungeon gate, a massive crowd had already formed. A crimson-cloaked hunter shouted for party members desperate to claim the incredibly lucrative first clear bounty. Murmurs erupted. Entering a rank 5 domain at a low level was sheer suicide, but the crimson-clad youth countered, claiming that was exactly why they needed a vanguard. Just then, Truong Viet approached the swirling portal. Suddenly, a hand blocked his path. Flunkies eagerly parted the way, shifting all attention toward an arrogant youth decked out in blinding gold armor. Whispers spread like wildfire. It was Liu Yao, heir to Linhai City's wealthiest dynasty. Controlling massive potion monopolies and billions in assets, young Master Liu basked in his own overwhelming vanity. His lackeys flaunted 1-star gear worth a fortune, while he soaked up the crowd's envious stares. The beauty clutching Liu Yao's side suddenly spotted Truong Viet. She gasped his name in absolute shock. Sifting through inherited memories, Truong Viet recognized her, Lin Nu Yet Ni, the original host's treacherous former lover. Misinterpreting his silence, she stepped forward with a venomous sneer. A pathetic tamer, who cannot even afford rent, dares to challenge a rank 5 zone. Truong Viet scowled, demanding if she had a death wish. His chilling glare forced her backward, trembling inside, shocked that his pathetic demeanor had vanished. She desperately clung to Liu Yao's arm and scoffed. Only absolute elites like Brother Yao belong in this dungeon. Trash like you should stop dreaming. Liu Yao pulled her close, smirking down at Truong Viet. Heartbreak must sting. Know your miserable place. Stop struggling in vain. Unfazed Truong Viet coolly replied, she is just a pair of worn-out shoes, keep my trash. And the one living a foolish illusion is certainly not me. Furious Lin Ngiet Ni shrieked, begging Liu Yao to crush him. Truong Viet flashed a deadly smirk, warning her to value her pathetic life. She spat back, calling him utter garbage, a completely worthless failure. But Liu Yao suddenly raised his hand, sensing a terrifying hidden aura surrounding Truong Viet. His class and level were completely masked by some strange power. Besides, the dungeon gate would close in exactly 1 hour. He refused to waste precious time. Smiling wickedly, he promised a later reckoning, then marched his forces toward the portal. Stopping before the swirling vortex, he raised his fist and roared. Brothers, are the resurrection scrolls ready? Charge in and claim the first clear. His guild members howled in unison, their battle aura exploding as they surged forward. As the golden vanguard vanished into the abyss, the chaotic chatter outside ignited once again. Did you hear? A single resurrection scroll runs 3,000 credits on the black market, equipping a whole squad, absolute tycoon wealth. That artifact grants 2 extra lives over 7 days. Without a doubt, the Jizan Guild will monopolize this first clear. A bystander approached, patting Truong Viet's shoulder with a heavy sigh. Let it go, my friend. We ordinary folks cannot battle these silver spoon elites. Truong Viet shot him a sharp sideways glance and muttered, if you accept your own weakness, then figure out how to evolve. Internally, he scoffed. The previous host was indeed weak, but the legendary Asura knows no limits. The stranger grumbled under his breath, cursing Truong Viet for acting so arrogant. Truong Viet brushed him off, pivoting away while his tactical mind raced. These abyssal domains are always protected by terrifying boss-tier monsters. Slaughtering the regular mobs would be a walk in the park, but that final Vanguard Lord, lethal. To solo this safely, he and his Scorpion King must hit level 5 immediately. Inside the chaotic dungeon zone, Lin Nu Yet Ni immediately whined, stomping her feet. Brother Yao, he totally humiliated me. Why did you hold back against him? Liu Yao scoffed, explaining the massive crowd outside was too much of a risk. Slaughtering an awakened in broad daylight would severely tarnish his noble family and the guild's prestigious reputation. A completely terrible trade-off. He stroked her hair, promising that the pathetic tamer was already a dead man walking. I will shatter his legs and make him grovel. Soothed by his bloodlust, she smiled sweetly. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Truong Viet unleashed hell upon a mob zone, grinding mercilessly. Critical hit numbers and scorching burn effects painted the air red. The system chimed. You have reached level 5. Your iron-armored Scorpion King has evolved to level 5. Truong Viet smirked. Normally, familiars drain massive amounts of experience to level up, but my hidden necromancer class halves that penalty. Letting the Scorpion King butcher this cannon fodder was the ultimate speed leveling cheat. Their terrifying slaughter quickly drew the stunned gazes of nearby hunters. Among the spectators was the very fool who mocked him earlier. Hiding behind a boulder, he whispered in absolute terror. That zero to hero is an absolute monster. He obliterated a level 5 beast instantly. We were completely blind. A high-tier all-girl party swarmed him instantly, begging to join his raid group, even throwing themselves at him as potential lovers, pledging eternal loyalty. Yet Truong Viet did not even blink. He simply walked past, dropping an absolutely freezing rejection. The heavens shifted as the skyboard updated. The level 5 hidden dungeon Doomsday Fortress seals forever in exactly 10 minutes. With his newly subjugated Scorpion King acting as an impenetrable vanguard, he could safely unleash absolute destruction from the rearguard. Truong Viet summoned his status window. Target acquired iron-armored Scorpion King. Physical brute class. Normal tier. Master Ling. Loyalty absolute. Level 5. Experience 5 of 3000. Strike 2. Physical armor 39. Magic resistance 35. Vitality 180. Mana 9. Awakened a rank skill, Iron Body. It heavily mitigates incoming attacks by 30%. A pure defensive juggernaut, forged perfectly to tank devastating blows and shield its sovereign. Paired with his mana-regenerating artifacts, constantly restoring his magical reserves, he could spam blazing infernos without end, multiplying his slaughter rate. 10 minutes. That was more than enough time. Truong Viet boldly crossed the portal threshold. Meanwhile, deep inside the domain, a heavily battered Liu Yao collapsed in agony, gasping for breath, cursing that he nearly slew the boss. His comrade trembled, warning the beast was a level 7 apex predator, while their pathetic squad was merely level 2. It was utter suicide. Lin Nuyetni propped him up, begging him to choose survival. A panicking ally screamed to pop an escape scroll instantly before the nightmare devoured them. Suddenly, Liu Yao glared into the hazy shadows and roared in shock. An intruder approaches. Recognizing Truong Viet's silhouette, a storm of venomous rage twisted his face. You trash. Charging into a level 5 death zone completely solo. Are you rushing to your own grave? Silence. Truong Viet offered zero explanations. A cold, godlike smirk crept up as he looked down upon the pathetic trio. Liu Yao exploded. You dare mock me, I will bury you right here. But his terrified comrades desperately held him back, begging him to stop. He lacked resurrection items and would permanently perish. The beast was approaching fast. They had to flee. Swallowing his bruised ego, Liu Yao triggered the warp. Fading into light, he cursed Truong Viet to be brutally slaughtered inside, saving him the trouble of a kill. Watching the cowards vanish, Truong Viet murmured coldly, "Good riddance to dead weight. Pure peace at last." Ding. The cosmic voice echoed. Entering level 5. Hidden zone, Doomsday Fortress. Objective. Annihilate the physical class boss level 7 iron-armored scorpion. Moments later, the earth quaked. Found you, he whispered as a titanic beast erupted. The earth shattered. Truong Viet instantly scanned the threat. Boss monster iron-armored scorpion lord, level 7. Strike 80. Physical armor 55. Magic resistance 50. Vitality 1240. Lethal traits iron armor and brutal charge. A true boss indeed. Its vitality pool was overwhelmingly massive compared to mere grunts. Unfazed Truong Viet unleashed his loyal Scorpion King, commanding absolute destruction. His vanguard collided violently with the Colossus. A mere -22 damage flashed above his pet's armored skull. He nodded proudly. The elite artifacts and defensive masteries were working flawlessly. Even a level 7 apex predator could barely scratch his tank. With absolute certainty, Truong Viet raised his scepter, erupting a blazing inferno strike. The boss's life force plummeted drastically. Howling in sheer agony, the tyrant flared its blood-red eyes, locking its murderous intent purely onto the caster. Vengeance was brewing, but the loyal Scorpion King instantly clamped its pincers down like steel vices, completely neutralizing the beast's fatal charge. Mana surged violently. Truong Viet rapidly manifested 6 catastrophic blazing suns, unleashing the apocalyptic barrage all at the exact same moment. The tyrant shrieked in soul-tearing agony, thrashing madly to shatter its restraints. In a desperate final stand, devastating, razor-sharp limbs slashed blindly toward Truong Viet. He effortlessly glided away from the death zone. The colossal beast unleashed one final pathetic whimper before crashing down into a massive lake of gore. Landing gracefully upon the shattered carcass, he scoffed coldly. Was that it? Suddenly, the cosmic server broadcasted a realm-wide alert. Player Ling has officially achieved the world's first clear of level 5 hidden zone Doomsday Fortress. Reward granted Black Iron domain ticket. This unprecedented global broadcast instantly sent shockwaves of pure madness across the entire server. The masses descended into absolute chaos. An impossible feat. Who on earth is this god-tier phantom named Ling, shattering a level 5 death trap so easily? Lin Nuyetni grabbed Liu Yao, trembling violently. Could a pathetic rookie truly slay a level 7? Boss Liu Yao stood completely paralyzed, eyes glued to the blinding skyboard. he muttered with deep dread. Was it your garbage ex? He walked in and this miracle happened immediately. Lin Nyet Ni furiously rejected the absurd thought. His profile was masked, and he lacked any beast companions. How could a lone wolf crush a level 7 apex predator? Swallowing hard, Liu Yao convinced himself it was a god-tier stranger. This mystery warrior is an absolute legend. Smashing his heavy blade into the earth, he barked urgent commands to his squad. Track down this phantom named Ling at any absolute cost. We must bind him to the Jizan Syndicate immediately. The lackeys roared their obedience. Meanwhile, deep within the conquered abyss, Truong Viet casually looted his legendary treasures. The fallen lord yielded legendary spoils, coins, blueprints, and weapons far surpassing common beast drops. The crown jewel, a level 5, black iron secret realm scroll. By burning 1,000 energy points, it ascends to bronze tier. This evolution guarantees 5 silver coins, alongside a lucrative black iron mission bounty. Evolvable realm scrolls easily fetch thousands of yuan. Without a second thought, Truong Viet initiated the awakening process. Boom, devouring 1,000 energy points in a flash, the mundane black iron scroll evolved into shimmering bronze. 2,000 more propelled it to silver. System alerts chimed relentlessly, pushing the ancient parchment to its absolute peak. Gripping the glowing artifact, a confident smirk crossed his face. A king-grade scroll was utterly unprecedented in this starting world. Selling it meant hundreds of thousands in instant wealth. But mere mortal riches meant nothing against his ultimate conquest. He shattered the seal instantly. The system chimed, Level 5 king-grade secret realm scroll activated. 1 gold coin acquired. King tier bounty. Unlocked. Rescue the lone survivor. Success before time runs out promises legendary riches. 7. King rank quest survivor rescue. Danger level 100. Enter the source of nightmares. Escort Ngai Lam safely to Doomsday Town. Reward unknown. Countdown 12 hours. Penalty, permanent obliteration. Truong Viet analyzed the ominous map. Being merely a level 5 novice, braving a level 10 danger zone, swarming with savage, pack-hunting berserk wild boars was suicide. Resolving to locate Ngai Lam before formulating a battle plan, he vanished into the suffocating darkness of the cursed forest. Tears streaming down her face, Ngai Lam screamed for mercy. A bloodthirsty berserk wild boar relentlessly hunted her down. Level 10. Berserk wild boar. Attack power. 100 physical guard. 68. Magic resistance. 65. Health points. 700. 20. Abilities. Berserk and dash. A 500-kilogram nightmare. Suddenly, a blazing meteor struck. Truong Viet materialized, shielding the trembling girl. Wide-eyed, she whispered her gratitude. He gave a firm nod as the system echoed. Target survivor, Ngai Lam, successfully located. 10 hours remaining. The demonic boar unleashed a deafening roar and charged with explosive speed. Truong Viet's expression darkened. Finding the girl clearly triggered a hidden death flag. The entire boar pack had entered an enraged frenzy. Hoping to silence the beast swiftly, he unleashed a barrage of flames, yet its terrifying agility evaded almost every explosive strike. Even a direct hit could not pierce its level 10 armor. Instantly, the underbrush violently shook as a massive beast horde encircled their prey. His voice turned deadly cold. This was disastrous. If Ngai Lam perishes here, the king quest is utterly ruined. Instantly, he summoned the majestic iron-armored Scorpion King. The beast firmly planted itself, blocking the monstrous stampede. Channeling his aura, he manifested a devastating cluster of super fireballs, locking onto a single target. While his familiar drew all aggro, the explosive bombardment landed flawlessly. A level 10 boar was instantly vaporized. System alert 40 experience and 100,000 energy absorbed. Truong Viet roared with battle lust. Keep pushing, Scorpion. Slaughter a few more, and your power will evolve. Master and Pet executed a flawless tactical slaughter. But the cursed forest vomited out beasts faster than they could butcher them. The defensive line wavered, spamming relentless super fireballs, violently drained his magical reserves. Trembling Ngai Lam asked if he could hold on, flashing a confident smirk. He swore on his life she would survive. Suddenly, a massive impact launched him skyward. Mid-air and defying gravity, he unleashed a blazing super fireball to halt the monster's advance. The fierce Scorpion King dashed to his defense. Truong Viet exhaled. Thankfully, his health points remained robust. Another critical strike meant pure disaster. His pet's stamina was practically drained. This king rank trial was an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, a scorched boar collapsed. Its life force completely burned away. A golden light descended. Level 7 breakthrough achieved. Vitality boosted by 15. Mana expanded by 6. 3 free attribute points acquired. A surge of pure euphoria hit him as he double-leveled. He ruthlessly dumped every single point into attack power. Recalling his epic loot, he swiftly equipped the legendary Lord Glory Ring. Level 7. 1-star tier, grants 35 attack and 3 strength. Special passive shreds 20 armor. An artifact forged from the Scorpion Lord's legendary fang. Power coursing through him, his hands became a blur of devastating super fireballs. The beasts could barely scream before dissolving into pure sweet experience. System alerts spammed endlessly. Level 10 savage beasts eliminated, reaping 40 experience and 100,000 energy per kill. Needing only 2 hits per beast now, his slaughter became an unstoppable bloodbath. As the dust finally settled, Truong Viet knelt heavily, gasping for air. We actually survived that bloodbath. Just escorting her to town remained. But suddenly a sneering voice shattered the peace. What, you actually survived that hellish secret realm? Truong Viet's gaze locked onto Liu Yao Lin, Anjiai, and Achai. Ice-coated his voice. I have 0 time to entertain trash like you. Lin and Ji maliciously fueled the flames. You are a level 5 elite dripping in gold gear. Crush this arrogant fool and teach him his place. Liu Yao unsheathed his blade, howling a final death threat. Truong Viet's gaze darkened into an abyss. You seek death, I shall grant it. With a beastly roar, Liu Yao swung his sword straight for the jugular. But reality shattered his arrogant expectations. The lethal strike landed yet inflicted absolute 0 damage. Impossible, he shrieked, his mind snapping. Nearby, Lin Niet Ni froze in pure, unadulterated horror thoughts racing. A mere Beast Tamer blocking his strike. Truong Viet smirked. Are you done with your little performance? Raising his staff, a terrifying inferno bloomed. Trembling, Liu Yao screamed his desperate, pathetic threat. I command the Jizan Guild. The Liu family's heir, you wouldn't dare. But Truong Viet had 0 patience for a dying man's blabbering. The roaring blaze crashed down, an instant obliteration. That was the pathetic master's final breath before vanishing, leaving behind a glittering mountain of loot. The system chimed in immediately. Player Liu Yao has triggered a malicious assault entering gray name status. For your next 10 self-defense executions, 0 sin points apply. What a fool, Truong Viet muttered. In this realm, peaceful players display white tags. Striking the innocent first paints your name a temporary guilty gray. Victims retaliate with absolute impunity. If the aggressor falls in combat, they turn blood red, cursed with 100 sin points. These outcasts are banished from all sanctuaries, forever trapped here until they bleed off their sins or die trying. Effortlessly, Truong Viet scooped up the shimmering golden artifacts. Death here demands a heavy toll, shattered levels, and stripped wealth. Trembling violently just a few steps away, Lin Niet Ni collapsed into the dirt. Her fragile mind simply could not process Liu Yao's instant brutal execution. As the Grim Reaper approached, she choked back a sob. What are you going to do? Terrified, her resurrection scrolls were dangerously low. Only one final chance remained, and dying now meant absolute irreversible deletion. His imposing shadow fell over her. Panic shattered her pride. Kneeling, she shamelessly cried about her lingering feelings. Yet Truong Viet merely grasped Ngai Lam's hand, stepping past her like a ghost. Pausing once, he shot a glacial glare, calculating that slaughtering a white name would ruin his quest and squander precious time. Left in the dust, Ngai Ni slumped, staring fiercely at their fading silhouettes. Grinding her teeth until they cracked, she hissed, "How dare you humiliate me?" Just wait, Truong Viet. Meanwhile, entirely free from obstacles, the mighty escort continued unhindered, bringing Ngai Lam safely to Doomsday Town. She bowed with deep reverence. Ding. The legendary king quest is complete. Bountiful spoils. 10,000 experience. 20 silver and 50 million energy amplified 10,000-fold. Plus a bonus gear skill, the minor ice orb, and a mysterious companion egg. Level 8 achieved. Health jumps 30 mana 12, securing 6 raw stat points. 9,500 experience until the next breakthrough. Truong Viet summoned his frost staff. Level 8. Dual star rarity boosting magical offense. 25. Pushing it to sapphire tier will unlock devastating freezing properties. Scanning the mystic runes, a confident smirk graced his lips. Refine it. The cosmic forge roared. 144 strikes later, draining 22,356 energy, a golden aura erupted. Behold, the bone frost scepter of the destroyer. Truong Viet laughed heartily because godly equipment burns massive fortunes, but his pockets were infinitely deep. Suddenly he remembered he had yet to hatch the reward egg. He pulled it from his void space. A dull light pulsed, just a pathetic common tier shell. He sighed in disappointment. But gazing at his hoarded pile of ordinary eggs, a brilliant, ruthless idea formed. He would sacrifice them all to fuel the iron-armored Scorpion King's ascension. The heavenly system immediately blared. Your loyal beast, the common iron-armored Scorpion King, has consumed the enhanced boar essence. Evolution parameters increased by 1. Evolution gauge at 2. A furious cascade of 10 identical chimes flooded his vision as his monstrous scorpion greedily devoured every last crystal shard. Ding, glorious tidings. Your once common iron-armored Scorpion King has shattered its mortal limits, ascending into the elite-tier silver-armored Scorpion King classification. Physical Juggernaut rank Elite Master Truong Viet specialization. Absolute defense. Absolute devotion. Loyalty maxed at 100. Warning. Each death permanently strips 10 loyalty points. Should it hit 0, bloody betrayal is inevitable. Current stage, level 1. Experience 0 out of 100. Raw strength 5, base strikes 2. Terrifying growth potential 6 stars. Beyond the astronomical spikes in raw stamina, impenetrable physical plating, and mystic resistance, it awakened a legendary innate talent. New skill acquired silver armor passive. A rank mastery 0 out of 10. Nullifies incoming devastation by 5%. And amps sheer defense by 10%. Furthermore, it unlocked Thorn Armor, the elite vanguard's exclusive technique. An A-rank absolute counter, attackers will suffer a brutal 30% damage reflection. A legendary shield, the silver-armored Scorpion King was an absolute fortress. It was the perfect vanguard for any Beast Tamer. Truong Viet smiled with absolute satisfaction. Gripping his 2-star staff, he gently patted the massive scorpion's plated head. Perfect. With this powerful 2-star weapon in hand, the Scorpion King's ultimate defense, massive contribution points, and that glittering golden equipment snatched from Ludia, he finally had enough firepower to crush the First World's ultimate boss. But before facing destiny, he desperately needed essential survival supplies. Making up his mind, Truong Viet logged out of the alternate dimension. The real world greeted him with pitch-black night. Suddenly, the sharp ring of his phone shattered the silence. He barely answered before an icy voice pierced his ear. Mr. Truong Viet, this is our absolute final warning to you. Pay the remaining 390,000 for your brother's medical fees immediately. Otherwise, Truong Chie's life-saving treatment ends today. His eyes remained completely calm. Send the hospital account details. The funds will arrive in exactly 10 minutes. The call ended. A confident smirk touched his lips as he opened his system interface. Liquidating a few golden artifacts would instantly generate several 100,000 in cash. This was his sacred duty, replacing the original body's owner to save his dying brother and repay his karmic debt. But suddenly, a harsh red system warning flashed. Item is bound. Trading and dropping strictly prohibited. Truong Viet froze in absolute shock. So this was the terrifying backlash of the stat pen. The dimensional laws were incredibly ruthless. His god-tier gear was completely unsellable. Even converting every single silver coin would barely scrape together 10,000. He desperately needed a new way to amass wealth. Without wasting a second, Truong Viet grabbed his phone and dove into the Dimensional Hunter bounty boards, selling 8th-tier gold coins for 2,000. First come, first serve. Carrying absolute newbies through the first dimension for 2,000 an hour, 100 bonus per level up. Begging a combat class veteran to carry me. Buying elite assassin weapons levels 55 to 60. Perfect attribute cleanse. Absolutely required. Hourly grinding rates are agonizingly slow for making real wealth. He muttered darkly, rapidly scrolling past the garbage. Hold on. What in the world was this? His eyes sparked with sudden intense interest. A first-dimension awakened hunter from Linhai City was offering a staggering 300,000 for a power-leveling escort. Truong Viet instantly clicked the chaotic comment section. User A sneered. A bounty this massive. Absolutely impossible. It is totally a scam. User B quickly fired back, declaring that the insane reward was system verified by the Hunter Forum itself. It was completely real. User C practically drooled over this massive ticket to sudden wealth. Then User D dropped a chilling truth. The dreaded death bounty has returned. A confused User C demanded an explanation. D coldly revealed the dark secret. Every single year during the Great Hunter Awakening, these cursed missions always surfaced. Every poor soul who accepted died a horrifying death. User A trembled through the screen. You might earn the cash, but you will not have a life left to spend it. User E just laughed at the bloody thrill of it all. Swiping the app away, Truong Viet ruthlessly dialed the mysterious number. An icy smirk played on his lips. A death-cursed bounty. Now that sounds beautifully entertaining. The line rang for mere seconds, before a quiet voice pierced the static. Hello, I am claiming the 300,000 leveling bounty from the boards. Lay out the exact rules of engagement. The girl spoke with absolute gravity. Condition 1. You must be a freshly awakened hunter from this current cycle. Condition 2. Flawlessly escort my target through the first dimension. Truong Viet scoffed lightly. Child's play. But the price is 390,000. Without a single second of hesitation, the mysterious girl countered. If you said, complete the mission perfectly, and I will pay 400,000 in cold cash. 10 minutes. Meet me at the Resurrection Spring in Doomsday Town. The fatal contract was sealed. Wasting absolutely no time, Truong Viet warped to the coordinates. A solitary girl stood completely shrouded in a dark, mysterious cloak. You are the bounty issuer. Tan and Han gave a barely perceptible nod. Suddenly, a passing hunter froze in his tracks. His eyes went wide with pure terror. Heavens, is that the calamity mage? Desperate whispers instantly flooded the town square. Oh God, it is definitely her sinister cloak. That trash-tier Beast Tamer beside her must have accepted the cursed contract. What a suicidal fool throwing his life away for some dirty cash. Seeing Tan and Han shrink back, Truong Viet instantly slammed the party invite button. They vanished from the Resurrection Spring, charging straight toward the blood-soaked hunting grounds. Breaking the heavy silence, he spoke. Conquering this dimension requires 2 absolute miracles. First, slaughter 1,000 demonic beasts. Second, hoard 10 gold coins. Understood. Tan in hand gripped her cloak, nodding meekly. Yes. The cruel laws of this dimensional realm dictated that hunters could never execute monsters exceeding a 5-level gap. Even if I shred their health to a single drop, if you cannot land the final blow, it is completely worthless. So we will blast through side quests first to force your awakening. Truong Viet laid out the flawless battle strategy. In a flash, his aura erupted as he unleashed piercing ice spike to dominate a wild scorpion. The attack surged forward. This technique was the exact reward from his previous quest completion. While lacking a fireball's devastating destruction, its absolute crowd control was perfect for this battlefield. Do not just freeze, keep striking, Truong Viet commanded with fierce intensity. Snapping from her daze, she unleashed her magic, obliterating beasts until finally breaking through to level 3. But a shadow lunged. A scorpion ambushed her blind spot, forcing him to snatch her from death. He summoned a super fireball, reducing the beast to cinders. His overwhelming mastery paralyzed her with awe. Get moving, the next hunting ground awaits. Startled, she scrambled to her feet, trailing behind him. Breaking the travel silence, he casually asked, Hey, 400,000. What is your actual age? She timidly flashed 2 fingers. 21. You awakened classes at 18, meaning 3 years wandering here. Then why is your power so pathetic? That blunt reality check made her freeze in her tracks. Before he could react, her hood dropped, unveiling an innocent face locked in deep, heartfelt sincerity. Meeting his gaze, she whispered, Thank you. Now run away. I will still pay your fee. So you can actually talk. Relax, I made a promise. I'm dragging you through this zone. Her voice trembled with dread. Did you ignore the rumors? My calamity curse will bring your demise. Pondering for a second, his curiosity piqued. Actually, what exactly does this cursed calamity body even do? Before she could confess, an arrogant sneer echoed. Well, look here, the cursed mage baits another victim. The guild boards promised death to her allies, but slaughtering her grants massive experience and dimensional energy. The punk roared, rallying his vicious squad. Brothers, heaven demands justice today. Tear them to absolute shreds. Panic seized her soul. They are level 5 and 6 elites. We cannot win this bloody fight. I am their prey, escape now, he smirked. Touching my 400,000 payload, not happening today. Summoning his spectral blade with a frosty glare, he prepared for slaughter when suddenly another faction encroached. Spotting the fresh arrivals, a grunt frantically whispered a grim warning into his long-haired captain's ear. Boss, is that heir, Lu Dia, the billionaire's son? Are these titans poaching our absolute kill? We cannot match their might. Swallowing his pride, the captain rushed forward to grovel like a dog. Young Master Lu, we meant no disrespect. If you wish to execute this walking disaster for justice, then seal your lips. Lu Dia roared, shoving past the trash. Well, fate brings us together, faker, Truong Viet smirked. Delivering more legendary loot. Remember, your revival scrolls are totally useless for 7 days. Ignoring the threat, Lu Dia threw his hand high. Boys unleashed the heavy artillery. Truong Viet's eyes ignited, but Lu Dia spun around, seeing his goons actually drawing steel for blood. Wrathful, he smashed his fists into their thick skulls. You brainless morons, is that what I meant? I said, present the weapons, not brandish them. The bruised lackeys panicked. Sorry, boss, purely killer instinct. Stowing their blades, the thugs encircled Truong Viet, raising luxurious treasure boxes high. Please accept our offerings. Lam Tuetni gasped, completely scandalized. Brother Dia, have you lost your mind? He instantly barked. Silence. Cowering behind his loyal meat shields, Lu Dia forced a diplomatic grin. I know brute force fails against you. Words hold no weight. Behold these divine artifacts. Swear allegiance to my guild, and this wealth is yours. Plus, a staggering stipend of 50,000 every month. 50,000, Tan and Han gasped in sheer shock. The surrounding grunts muttered in agonizing envy. Listen, Truong Viet, a stray like you could grind forever and never see this gold. Bow your head and serve his mighty guild, Lam Tuyet, Ni spat arrogantly. Plotting her dark ascent, she knew securing this monster earned massive favor. Once collared within their ranks, she could slowly crush him from the inside. Perfect sabotage. Yet Truong Viet merely unleashed a chilling sneer. I bow only to ultimate power. Why not test your luck with violence? Survive, and I might ponder it. Have you gone completely insane? 50,000 a month. A lowly peasant could break their back forever. How dare a gutter rat reject young Master Dia's grace? Unfazed by the shrill venom, his gaze turned icy. Trash always flocks together. Did you assume everyone craves the leash just because you enjoy playing obedient hound? Humiliated, her face burned with absolute rage, choking on her own toxic disbelief. Truong Viet clicked his tongue. Are we fighting or what? If not, get out of my way. Boss Dia, you are just letting him walk away. He is completely trampling on your pride. Ludia glared at Lam Ngietni, his voice dropping to a terrifying chill. Are you deaf? I gave the order to let him walk. Terrified, she instantly bit her lip, swallowing her words. She could only watch Truong Viet and Tan and Han vanish into the distance. A lackey whispered, Boss, he humiliated you. You spared his pathetic life, yet he still dares to act arrogant. Let us crush him right now. Bam Ludia viciously struck the lackey down. You fools know nothing. The harder a prize is to claim, the sweeter the ultimate victory. Cheap wins mean nothing. Lam Nuyet Ni slithered up to Ludia's side, purring with venomous sweetness. Brother Dia, you swore you would tear Truong Viet apart with your own hands. Why this sudden mercy? Tell me your secret. Ludia snatched her chin, smiling wickedly. Dying by his blade once. Opened my eyes. You claimed he was just a penniless rat, completely gearless. So how could a trash beast tamer unleash such monstrous damage? He hides devastating secrets. I will drag him into my supreme guild and forge him into my ultimate weapon. Lam Nuetni bowed her head, toxic jealousy boiling in her veins. Hidden secrets. Nonsense. I know his pathetic truth better than anyone. He is nothing but bottom-feeding trash. Just you wait, Truong Viet. I will force you to grovel at my feet. Meanwhile, Tan and Han whispered, Thank you for shielding me back there. Truong Viet coldly waved it off. Save your breath. If you die, my 400,000 reward vanishes into thin air. Honestly, you should just quit this impossible mission. He stopped his piercing gaze, locking onto her. If you lacked absolute faith, why broadcast a bounty anyway? You could have easily walked away from this hellish realm. It makes zero sense. Her voice trembled. Actually, I surrendered to despair long ago. But my sister, I warned you about my calamity body. Just look. A glowing status screen materialized before Truong Viet. Calamity mage. A cursed special tier profession. Its dark restriction. The calamity body. Solo hunting is entirely sealed. You can only bind your fate to a single partner. Your souls are linked in life and death. If one falls, both perish, losing everything, breaking the pact early. Your power crumbles to ashes, while your partner walks away untouched. This tragic curse can only be shattered by conquering the first world or dying by another player's blade, granting your killer a massive surge of power. Truong Viet's eyes widened slightly at the grim revelation. In this brutal realm, beyond standard fighters and crafters lay these agonizing special professions. But if one manages to shatter those hellish limiters, their power evolution skyrockets beyond imagination. The mythical gates to legendary rank swing wide open, but mere mortals fail to break these chains. Condemned to mediocrity, they simply fade into the forgotten shadows. Tan and Han collapsed, tears staining the dirt. For 3 agonizing years, she confessed. Weeping softly, she had braved this nightmare over 100 times, only to taste bitter defeat. The world's absolute laws block heavily overleveled carries. A level 10 partner is the strict maximum. Slaying the first world boss was a pipe dream, so save yourself and run. Staring at her broken expression, Truong Viet smirked. What if I drag you through this hell? You. Are you serious, Tan and Han? Gasped, desperately clinging to his jacket. A spark of hope ignited within her crushed spirit. 3 agonizing years, she had prayed every single night to shatter this vile curse and rise as a true warrior. Was destiny finally smiling upon her? Truong Viet flashed an arrogantly confident grin. Enough crying. Let us hunt. Hours of blood and steel flashed by under his flawless tactical command. Tan and Han remarkably crushed the impossible trial, slaughtering exactly 1,000 monstrous beasts. Gathering 10 silver coins, unlocking the gates to the ultimate boss. While she stood paralyzed by his godlike might, Truong Viet casually turned back. Prerequisite quests are totally cleared. Ready to slaughter the boss, absolutely. Snapping out of her daze, Tan in hand nodded fiercely. Perfect. Yet catching her intensely complicated gaze, Truong Viet raised an eyebrow. What is troubling you? It is just bizarre. A monstrously powerful expert like you. And stooping to take my garbage tier quest. Because I walk a totally different path, he chuckled smoothly while sweating bullets in his mind. I can never admit I am completely broke. Suddenly the system flared. Main quest, conquer the first world. 10 silver gathered. 1,000 beasts slaughtered. Quest conditions fulfilled. The world boss gate awaits. Without a second thought, Truong Viet selected the abyssal gate, stepping into the first sovereign's domain. The nightmare source awakened. As the duo crossed the threshold, the system echoed. You have entered the boss territory. Abyss Demon Pit. Time limit 1 hour. Eradicate the rampaging boar king within 60 minutes. Warning. Death or timeout guarantees total failure. You must grind through the world quests all over again to unlock this trial. Truong Viet tossed top-tier revival scrolls and healing elixirs to Tan Nan. These were priceless, high-grade survival items. Even though I could clear this first realm solo, this chaotic dimension holds unpredictable dangers. Absolute preparation is key. As he spoke, Truong Viet geared up his silver-armored scorpion with the newly looted plating and Ludia's divine guardian shell. As their preparations ended, the rampaging boar king materialized. Tan Nan shivered, whispering to herself, Tan Nan, swallow your fear. We will survive this. But her dark memories resurfaced. Previously, entire armies were slaughtered here. Now it was just the two of them. Sensing her panic, Truong Viet knew past slaughters had shattered her spirit. He calmly locked eyes with her. Listen, stay back. Focus your healing on the scorpion. What about you? I will slaughter this pig. Before she could blink, Truong Viet hurled a blazing meteor straight at the rushing titan, but the fiery blast barely scratched its thick hide. Enraged, the beast roared, locking its deadly gaze on Truong Viet. Crash. The silver-armored scorpion intercepted the strike like an iron wall, allowing Truong Viet to unleash relentless hellfire. If my summon can tank, this victory is ours. But suddenly the boss ignited a devastating charge skill, blasting the armored scorpion backward into the dirt. Nothing is ever that simple. A cold smirk touched Truong Viet's lips as the mountain of flesh stampeded closer. Truong Viet, dodge it, hurry, Tan Han screamed in terror. Yet he stood completely frozen until the absolute last second. Bang! He swept his staff, unleashing absolute zero and trapping the monstrosity in glacial ice. Tan Nan panicked further. It possesses 50% crowd control resistance. That ice will not hold. As if answering her dread, the Boar King shattered its frozen prison with an earth-shaking roar. Its murderous intent suffocated the air. It is enraged. It is charging up the death stomp. Tan Nan pump all heals into the scorpion now. Truong Viet commanded while manifesting more frost magic. Shaking Tan Han channeled her life-saving spells immediately. Yet dread consumed her soul. Even with max healing, that pet's armor would shatter under such immense pressure. It does not need to last forever. Just long enough. Truong Viet's eyes gleamed with absolute confidence as he unleashed glacial ruin and rapid hellfire. Thermal shock obliterated the beast's defenses. In a mere fraction of a second, the tyrant was banished to the underworld before Tan Nan's utterly paralyzed gaze. System notification. Congratulations. You slayed the 2-star level 10 sovereign rampaging boar king. Rewards granted. Experience up 6,000. Dimensional energy plus 10 million. 12 silver. 16 premium monster meats. Rare tome berserk sacrifice trade. 10% defense for a 5% power surge. Loot berserk sorcerer robe. Level 10 2-star gold tier mage exclusive. Health increased by 320. Constitution and stamina plus 5. Passive skill arcane aegis converts 2 mana points to absorb 1 point of lethal damage. Plus, the Berserk Bloodthirst Ring level 10 gold tier Knight Relic, attack damage boosted by 70, strength up by 5, agility plus 5. Vampiric Strike restores 55 health per hit. Truong Viet calmly analyzed his glorious harvest, then made his calculations. Trash goes to merchant's tome to the pet. The golden gear requires a quick divine refinement, becoming perfect upgrades for himself and his scorpion. Meanwhile, a miracle occurred. Tan Han shattered her cursed class limits. Through this legendary victory, her doomed physique evolved, crowning her with the epic tier core class Forbidden Sorceress. Overwhelming emotion crashed over her as tears streamed down her face. Is this reality? I am no longer a jinxed burden? I have awakened an epic tier destiny. Meanwhile, outside the Rebirth Spring, explosive rumors surrounding Truong Viet and Tan Nan's impossible clear sent shockwaves through the awakened community. They conquered the first realm in days. Is this system glitching? Hold on. Only 2 names are on the leaderboard. I recognize Tan Han. She is that cursed mage with 0 combat power. Someone completely hard carried her. Wait, You mean someone solo slaughtered the Sovereign? That is monstrously terrifying. Back inside the vanquished domain, two mysterious cosmic portals materialized before the victorious duo. The Crimson Gate forged a path to the second world. The Azure portal returned home. Settle the finances first. With his mind made up, Truong Viet strode confidently toward the Azure exit. Startled, Tan and Han cried out, "Wait, where are you heading? I must collect my payment from your sister outside." He instantly dialed her older sister Tan Kenya. "The mission is cleared. Sending my bank details now. Transfer the funds." "Hold on," she scoffed. "Let me verify the truth first, then I will text you." The line went dead immediately. A mocking smirk twisted Tan Kenya's lips as she muttered, "A half-day clearance. These desperate scammers are getting incredibly pathetic." But right at that very exact second, bam, the office doors burst open. A breathless Tan and Han dashed inside, her eyes blazing with absolute excitement. The calamity seal was completely shattered. Even better, she had awakened an epic tier core class, epic rank forbidden mage. No one in the entire Tan family history had ever grasped such divine power. Such an insane leveling speed, a whole party must have carried you. Grinning, she raised a single finger. "Just one person." "Just one." Tan Kenya gasped in pure shock, slamming her hands onto her desk. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. "Sister was your sole carry, the legendary Lin currently blowing up all the online hunter forums." Exactly him. Her eyes scanned the chaotic threads, witnessing the explosive hype surrounding this monstrous new rookie. Reports claimed Lin was obliterating secret dungeons at godlike speeds. With her sister's solid, undeniable confirmation, a brilliant scheme ignited in her mind. You two smashed a century-old record and could easily be the first vanguard entering the second world. If that happens, our Tan family's supreme authority in Long Kingdom will absolutely skyrocket. Trembling with ambition, she ordered her executives to summon an emergency board meeting immediately. To conquer the second world first, we must bind Lin to Yanyu Pavilion, pay whatever price is necessary. Merely minutes after hanging up, Truong Viet's phone buzzed with an urgent call from the hospital. "Your brother's medical debt is cleared." But before ending the call, they warned him, "Mr. Truong, your brother's critical injuries demand prolonged hospitalization. The intense healing magic and monthly treatments will cost 40 to 50,000 yuan monthly." Reality hit him, bringing a past lucrative offer to mind. Up to 50,000 monthly. Damn it, I should have accepted that wealthy bastard's deal sooner. Suddenly, his screen lit up. Tan Kenya was calling, ready to lure him into the Yanyu Pavilion, baiting him with elite perks. "I am Vice Master Tan Kenya of Yanyu Pavilion. We offer full hunter insurance coverage, plus a massive 30,000 yuan monthly base salary. On top of that, limitless performance-based bounty bonuses." Talk about perfect timing. A confident smirk crossed Truong Viet's face as he accepted the Elite Guild's invitation. However, he dropped one absolute condition. "During major raids or guild emergencies, I will gladly fight. But you will never restrict my freedom." Board member Tan Shen furiously slammed his fist. "That is unacceptable nonsense. Guild members are bound by absolute obedience. If everyone runs wild, the entire guild system collapses. Then the deal is dead." Click. Truong Viet mercilessly hung up, plunging the grand meeting room into absolute silence for agonizing seconds. Finally, an elder scoffed. "What sheer arrogance! A rogue hunter refusing our direct chain of command will become a lethal threat internally." As the elders bickered, Uncle Tan Shen massaged his temples. "Tan Kenya, is this rebellious stray truly the savior you swore to recruit? A mere rookie who awakened this very year, yet he effortlessly obliterated the first world boss, carrying on Han, and shattering a century-old historical record. He is an unmatched anomaly. We need him." As Tan Shen wavered, Tan and Han desperately pleaded, "Uncle, his power is terrifying. In my opinion, we must yield to his terms. Bring him into Yanyu Pavilion and analyze his potential first." Exactly. He did not demand absolute autonomy. As long as the guild sounds the war horn, he will answer cornered by his two deeply ambitious nieces. Tan Shen finally surrendered with a heavy sigh. "Fine, but if this rogue disobeys orders, I will personally execute his removal from our ranks." While the boardroom burned with tension, the main character, Truong Viet, quietly investigated the Yanyu Pavilion's background. They were ranked 5th in the entire Zhejiang province. Of the mighty Long Kingdom, 2 ranks below supreme status but undeniably powerful. The promised monthly salary and bounties would easily cover the medical bills. Suddenly his phone vibrated. "We surrender to your terms. Name your time to sign the contract." Hearing her desperate tone, Truong Viet smirked and casually added, "I will operate from the shadows completely remote. Besides, every single dimensional rift in Linhai City leads to the exact same abyss." Sensing their momentary hesitation, Tan Kenya quickly compromised. "Understood. That is perfectly fine. We shall proceed exactly as you desire. His earthly finances finally secured, Truong Viet poured his absolute focus into conquering the treacherous realms beyond the rift. His next grand objective, utterly dominating the second dimension. The very second his boots crossed the shimmering threshold, Truong Viet absorbed the apocalyptic system logs. This realm was under brutal siege, standing on the brink of annihilation. Humanity was completely swallowed by darkness and grotesque mutations. A horrific undead tide is swarming the gates. As a lone survivor of Notting City, you must stand your ground and defend this sanctuary. If these walls crumble, your only sanctuary dies with them. World Quest 1 demands clearing a hidden dungeon. World Quest 2 requires participating and surviving 3 devastating waves of the undead horde. Upon glorious victory, the abyssal boss gate unlocks. Slay the monarch and the third dimension awaits. Note the second hidden dungeon strictly demands a minimum level of 15. Conquering the first quest required absolute power, meaning he had to grind. The second quest demanded perfect tactical timing. His tactical plotting was shattered by a desperate roar. Move your feet, the second apocalyptic wave is crashing down. Man your battle stations immediately. These wretched corpses are relentless, and our armory is running dangerously dry. Truong Viet locked eyes with the frantic garrison soldier as Captain Nuzin approached with heavy steps. Notting City is a sanctuary, yet these endless monster tides show us zero mercy, so the air here permanently reeks of death. Fresh blood, a massacre could erupt at any second. March toward the western battlefront, slaughter the mutated aberrations, and harvest their remains to forge our blades. The very second the frantic captain finished speaking, a golden holographic prompt flared before Truong Viet. Material harvest quest initiated. Danger rating, a staggering 200. Objective details follow. Notting City faces a catastrophic armory shortage. Infiltrate the western ruins currently infested by mutated undead, exterminate the threat, and extract vital resources. Bounty includes 100,000 experience points, 50 silver pieces, 9,000 dimensional energy fragments, and 2 random 2-star artifacts, rare skill tomes, or an elusive beast egg. Out of countless sanctuary bounties, this was the absolute peak of danger, demanding the slaughter of monstrous entities ranging from level 11 up to 20. But the payout was legendary. Conquering this trial practically guaranteed his complete domination of the second dimension. Ambition blazing in his eyes, Truong Viet seized this golden opportunity and firmly accepted the captain's suicidal bounty. He charged toward Notting City's decaying western ruins where grotesque hordes aimlessly roamed. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Truong Viet unleashed a devastating super fireball directly into their ranks. However, the explosive impact was utterly underwhelming as his blazing magic clashed against their natural fire resistance, severely nullifying his damage output. Pivoting his combat stance, he immediately switched to a freezing elemental assault. Activating his pet space, Truong Viet roared, "Silver armored scorpion, draw the complete aggro of those blazing corpses." The metallic beast lunged with terrifying speed, crushing the creature's limbs and forcing a blood-curdling shriek. Glancing at his floating holographic companion interface, Truong Viet smirked. Wrapped in elite silver plating, backed by ironclad defense and vampiric life steal, these flaming abominations cannot even leave a scratch. Wasting zero time, Truong Viet gripped his battle blade and launched himself into the brutal carnage. An overwhelmingly frigid aura exploded from his very soul, swallowing the blazing undead. Truong Viet coldly declared, "Let this apocalyptic clash of frost and hellfire begin." Instantly, a devastating glacial storm crashed down, instantly paralyzing the foul creature into a frozen statue. System alert. Target annihilated. Level 11 flame zombie purged. Experience increased by 50-dimensional void energy surged by 110,000 points. As the freezing dust settled, revealing only a pathetic handful of scattered gold, Truong Viet clicked his tongue in deep frustration. Just this loose change. The loot algorithm for these bottom-tier trash mobs is truly pathetic. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from his shadow. Glowing system alerts instantly flooded his vision. 5 gold acquired experience, boosted by 50 level, completely elevated to 9. Dimensional energy increased by 110,000 points. Breakthrough level, pushed to 10, harvested 1 blazing elemental corpse core. Staring intensely at his digital status screen, Truong Viet exhaled heavily. After continuously slaughtering for an entire afternoon, I barely managed to scrounge up 50 miserable flaming cores. The finish line for this grueling quest is miles away, and this pathetic loot simply does not justify the immense effort. Massaging his temples, he mumbled, "Man is iron, but food is the true steel. Fighting on an empty stomach is sheer suicide. Time to strategically pause, refuel, and return stronger." Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar violently echoed, instantly freezing his blood. Locking onto the suffocating aura creeping behind him, he whispered, That terrifying stance. Could it really be? Truong Viet's pupils shrank as violent crimson and sapphire energies clashed brilliantly across the apocalyptic heavens. He gasped. A Lord-class monster has descended, piercing the blinding light. A colossal foot slammed downward. The Titan furiously roared, violently shaking the very earth. System warning. Blazing Undead Commander. Level 14. Magic type Lord tier catastrophe. Staring up at the towering mountain-sized abomination, Truong Viet smirked inwardly. My tactical instincts were dead on. A true Lord Beast is absolutely guaranteed to drop legendary artifacts or a priceless skill tome. Greed flashed in his eyes, forming a truly predatory grin. Before that maniacal smile, even the monster noticeably shivered. Truong Viet thrust his hand out, summoning his weapon. The towering beast locked eyes with him, shifting into a lethal stance. It lunged forward instantly, unleashing a devastating opening strike. Before the crushing blow landed, freezing frost erupted. Ice chained his legs as he cursed. Damn it, a trap. The abomination wasted no time, launching a brutal double strike straight for his heart. Biting frost slashed his flesh, leaving deep, bloody gashes. The mechanical system chimed instantly. Ice Fire Zombie Commander's frost-pierce strikes. Minus 352 health. Ignoring the pain, he brandished his magical staff, condensing pure mana into a blinding orb. The blast slammed the creature, shattering a massive chunk of its vitality. Yet the monstrous beast barely flinched. He ground his teeth in frustration. This mutated zombie wields dual elements simultaneously. My magical onslaught is severely suppressed, delivering less than half its true destructive potential. What an absolute nightmare of a foe. As deadly frost spells rained down again, he summoned his massive beast, the silver-armored scorpion. Witnessing the boss monster's overwhelming raw power, he gasped in absolute shock. Such terrifying destructive output. Suddenly, the boss raised a clawed hand. Lethal mana surged, forming razor-sharp glacial shards ready to annihilate. The freezing barrage pierced the giant beast's armor, relentlessly forcing a devastating screech of agony. System warning. Silver-armored scorpion has fallen. 3 hours of spring revival required alongside a painful penalty. Minus 1 level and 10 loyalty points. Fortunately, his dark necromancer trait triggered. Revival time reduced to 1 hour, completely erasing all death punishments. The towering boss began charging that exact lethal spell again. He bit back a furious curse. Damn this pest. Unlike the previous realm's boss, this monster's power is absolute madness. Suddenly, heavenly lightning crashed down, forcefully shattering the beast's spellcasting. He spun around, staring at the mysterious savior emerging from the shadows. 400,000. Tanenhan ignited her mana aura and shouted, I hold the front line, you burst it down. Gripping his glowing staff, he felt the battle frenzy surge and smirked fiercely. 50% damage is enough to slaughter you. The boss bellowed in fury, fighting the paralysis. With a commanding roar, an inferno swallowed the undead beast, searing fireball. Watching closely, he blinked in surprise at Tanenhan. Even fire magic faces resistance here. Instantly, she flawlessly transitioned into a blinding glimmer incantation. Without missing a beat, raging lightning and scorching fire collided, forcing a deafening shriek from the beast. He watched his battle partner in absolute awe. 3 consecutive spells, forging an inescapable locking chain. The true dominance of an epic tier forbidden mage. System data flashed instantly. Icefire Zombie Commander, level 14. Magic class boss / magical strike 258. Physical armor 170. Arcane defense 180. Health 4280. Moves flame missile, fire shield, ice thrust, and frost bone array. He hoisted his staff, weaving fireball and piercing frost. He yelled, forget the stats, just focus on the kill. Battered by relentless magical barrages, the boss shrieked in agony. Their combined devastating spells merged into a catastrophic wave of destruction. Prismatic flames painted a blinding cinematic explosive spectacle. As the smoke cleared, the creature's charred corpse collapsed. The system chimed. Level 14. Boss conquered. Massive reward, 3,000 experience points, and 4.2 million otherworldly energy units. Eyeing the glowing loot, he spoke respectfully. 400,000. You took a loss this time around. Let's split this boss loot equally. She waved it off playfully. Forget it, I needed this quest anyway. Besides, you dragged me through that first chaotic realm, and I owe you for that. Stunned, he said, your sister paid my fee. Tanenhan shook her head. My sister's debt isn't mine. She offered a firm handshake. I am Tanenhan and you. He studied her quietly. Grasping her hand firmly, he replied, Truong Viet. As the battle dust settled, she proposed a strategic alliance. Truong Viet, we share a guild, and a destiny, why not forge a hunting party? Combined strength means absolute efficiency. Intrigued, he immediately asked her, "What's your class trait?" Her eyes shined proudly. All control spells become absolute seals. Lockdown timers extend by 30%, gaining 1 bonus second of suppression, plus a massive 30% cooldown reduction. A confident smirk crossed his face. That explains your monstrous lockdown potential. Backed by your relentless support, our farming speed will skyrocket. Suddenly, he pivoted toward the exit. Panicking slightly, she called out, "Where to?" "Just a quick supply run to Notting City. Give me 10 minutes. Then we reignite this unstoppable hunting duo." She stared at his fading silhouette, fists trembling slightly. She recalled her fateful vow, dedicating herself to whoever shattered her cursed calamity destiny. Marry him. Her cheeks burned as she fiercely shook her head, scolding her own foolish thoughts. Tang Enhan, pull yourself together. How utterly mortifying. Meanwhile, back in the bustling town, he sifted through his spatial storage. 3 artifacts and a skill tome sat there. He planned to equip the essentials and dump the 1-star trash for quick coin. A holographic panel shimmered to life. Icefire Swift Boots, a rare 2-star artifact. Physical armor plus 55, magic resistance plus 50, base agility plus 10, grants a 10-point agility surge during combat for 5 seconds. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. 10 extra agility. Perfect. Firing up the skill refinement forge, his eyes narrowed. I need absolute destructive power. Cards danced from his palm, swirling into the refinement matrix. Suddenly, blinding golden light erupted. Super Flame Missile. A rank tier. Unleashes 3 scorching fireballs, packing 119% arcane devastation. The card dissolved into pure hellfire, surging through his very veins. He clenched his burning fist, grinning. Upgraded speed and lethal firepower. Those beasts will not even graze my shadow. Ding. A system prompt chimed. Tang Enhan was offering a formal invitation to join the prestigious Yanyo Pavilion. Accept or decline. Without hesitation, he tapped accept. Guild secured. Arsenal upgraded. Skills maxed out. Time to hunt. Back on the battlefield, a monstrous beast took a super flame missile head-on, triggering a cascade of devastating debuffs. The creature was instantly reduced to blazing ash. Watching from behind, Tang Enhan gasped. 1 strike obliterated a flame zombie. You are an absolute monster. He chuckled humbly. You hold your own quite well. Your tactical awareness is razor sharp. Flushing deeply, Tang Enhan confessed. My older sister practically bought this entire magical loadout, claiming it perfectly matched a forbidden mage. He internally sweat-dropped, decked in god-tier gear. The power of pure wealth is terrifying. Suddenly, her sharp gaze locked onto him. Are you concealing your gear aura? How is your raw damage that absurd? Are you secretly wielding divine-tier artifacts? He casually brushed it off. It is not the gear. I awakened a myth rank class. Impossible, she shot back. A myth rank awakening triggers world-shaking phenomena. The heavens literally part. We had 0 anomalies this entire year. He simply shrugged. Believe what you want. Secretly, he knew his power defied normal awakening laws. Changing the subject, he noted, fire and ice attributes are fully secured. Only the poison zombie remains to clear this quest. Tang Enhan gave a firm nod. Next stop, the venomous depths. Ding A system alert echoed. Mission progress updated. Material collection, 100. Out of 100 fire corpse cores acquired. Rewards granted, 100,000 experience. 50 silver coins. 9,000 otherworldly energy points. Suddenly a guild alarm blared. Emergency. All Yanyo Pavilion members assemble downtown in 10 minutes. Absentees face instant expulsion. Tang Enhan frowned, utterly bewildered. What kind of stunt is Chen Jun pulling now? He raised an eyebrow. Who is this Chen Jun? Sounds arrogant. Tang Enhan sighed. Chen Jun is the Grandmaster of Yanyo Pavilion Linhai faction. His father is blood brothers with my uncle Su Chen. Pure nepotism put him in power. A predatory smirk crept onto his face. A mandatory guild event. We simply must pay our respects. Cut to a chaotic wasteland. A colossal monstrosity unleashed an earth-shattering roar. One devastating punch sent vanguards soaring like broken dolls. Meanwhile, a deadly volley of sniped arrows pierced the airborne warriors. Total pandemonium. Rival players violently clashed beneath the colossal shadow. Cradling a bleeding comrade, Chen Jun roared furiously. Ludia, Yanyo Pavilion claimed this raid boss first. Your scavenging rats ambushed us midway. Absolutely shameless. He sneered, barking a ruthless order might makes right. Yanyo Pavilion, hear my command. Slaughter every last one of them. The system analyzed the towering threat. One-horned behemoth. Mutated icebone zombie. Level 14 physical brute. Elite status. Attack power 184. Physical armor 150. Arcane resistance 140. Health 1240. Skills include Ice Slash and Frost Aegis. Warning detail. Its flesh is absolute zero. Striking it with frost or water magic will only trigger a berserker state. Rewind exactly 1 hour prior. The Horned Titan had violently stomped the battlefield, sending massive fault lines ripping through the earth. The surrounding raid party desperately unleashed a devastating storm of armor-piercing arrows. With a lazy flick of its massive arm, it swatted the entire vanguard away. A terrified raider spun around, screaming, "Guildmaster!" Without a forbidden mage to lock down its aggro, a frontal assault is absolute suicide. Chen Jun loosed another glowing shaft, roaring back, "Cowards!" Tang in hand is en route. Hold the defensive line and chip away its health. Just then, the heavy, rhythmic clang of armored boots echoed across the chaotic gorge. Tang Enhan and Zhao Yuan Yue stepped onto the scene. Frantic whispers spread like wildfire. Wait, is that the Su family's second heiress? The legendary Ice Empress rumors say she shattered her class limit. The legends were true. That guy beside her must be her breakthrough support. But he looks completely average. Overhearing this, Tunanhan frantically clarified, "Ignore their worthless gossip. I am not freezing you out." Taken aback, he simply nodded. "Ah, right." Catching her own awkward words, she mentally slapped her own forehead. "What am I even saying? How humiliating." Suddenly, Chen Jun locked onto her like a literal savior. He roared, "Tunanhan, you finally arrived." Spotting Truong Viet at her side, his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief as he demanded, "Who is this nobody? Why is he here?" Tunanhan fired back, "Guildmaster Chen, my companions are none of your business." Chen Jun scrambled to explain, "No, I just fear you are being manipulated by some trash." Her aura froze over. "I can judge character perfectly. Why did you summon us with such urgency?" Chen Jun hastily reported, "Second miss the necropolis, just reset and a massive boss has spawned." Tan in hand shot Truong Viet a look. He gave a subtle nod. She leaned in, whispering softly, "The zombie lord is an ultra-rare spawn. Slaying it will violently boost our guild prestige." He answered instantly, "Let us move. Guild duties come first." But Chen Jun aggressively blocked their path. "Stop right there. You stay behind." Truong Viet narrowed his eyes. Why Chen Jun scoffed with pure arrogance. "A pathetic Beast Tamer wants to leech our guild rewards." Murmurs erupted around them. Beast Tamer is literally the most useless scaling class. Look at his trash gear. He is dead broke. Bringing dead weight will only sabotage our raid and burn precious resources. Fury ignited in Tananhan. "Do you have any idea who he is?" But Truong Viet gently blocked her. "Let it go. You are the commander here." Seeing his calm surrender, she bit her lip in bitter frustration. Refusing to back down, Tananhan gripped his hand firmly. "If he stays, my blade stays sheathed too." Chen Jun completely panicked. "Please do not be furious, Tananhan. I just fear his pathetic stats. The crossfire will shred him. Fine, tag along. But you stand back and watch. Zero interference. Bring your own revival scroll." Desperate, he dragged her toward the raid zone. "Move out, Tananhan. The zombie lord demands your crowd control." While being pulled, she desperately yelled back, "Truong Viet, just wait for me. I will return." Watching the raid depart, Truong Viet analyzed quietly. A level 15 boss is brutal, yet with her supreme skills and that massive vanguard, victory is guaranteed. A perfect chance to gauge the province's top 5 elite guild. Flashing back to the chaotic forest, Ludia locked eyes with him, screaming, "Truong Viet." The entire vanguard stood paralyzed. Is that not the trash? Beast Tamer? How is his damage output so monstrous? Dio approached menacingly. "You defected to Shadow Pavilion." Guai and Hai erupted in blazing fury. "Lord Dio offered you a spot in Supreme, but you declined. Now you crawl to Shadow Pavilion as a filthy hound." Before her insult, faded magic violently condensed. A brilliant sphere blasted her chest, sending her skidding back in agonizing pain. The caster was Tananhan. Ice coated her words. Finally, some silence. Suddenly, Ludia stepped up with a shameless bribe. "What is Shadow Pavilion paying?" "I offer double, no triple. I will crown you Vice Master and Corporate Chief." "Deal." Overhearing this absolute disrespect, Tananhan roared, "You dare poach him right to my face." Pure arrogance, unfazed Truong Viet coldly rejected him. "My word is iron. I allied with Shadow Pavilion and my loyalty cannot be bought." Shockingly, Ludia just grinned with dark amusement. "Fair enough. When you inevitably change your mind, Supreme doors remain open." With a sinister smirk, he commanded, "Squad tactical retreat." The crowd stood utterly stunned. A minion scrambled forward. Boss. The target is at 1 hit point. Are we seriously abandoning the loot? Ludia barked fiercely. Screw the boss, we farm bosses daily. This is called strategic foresight, and like shadows, his guild vanished entirely. The threat gone, her ice melted into an awkward smile. Thank you, Truong Viet. Truly, do not mention it. My duty. Before he finished, a catastrophic roar shattered the air. A colossal fist plunged straight toward their skulls. They flash-stepped out of the impact zone, staring at the massive looming fist. Truong Viet glared at the towering behemoth covered in bone spikes. The desolate zombie lord Mana surged as he locked into his battle stance, smirking. Time to test my limits. A holographic panel materialized above. Desolate zombie lord. 2-star level 15 physical boss. Without hesitation, Truong Viet unleashed a devastating inferno blast straight into its rotting chest. The surviving crowd gasped in pure terror. His power is godlike. The boss health plummeted to 3%. A mere weak Beast Tamer. What a joke. Truong Viet ignored the gasps, glancing back at Tan and Han. 400,000 standard rules apply. She nodded instantly. Agreed. Raising his staff, apocalyptic magical energy surged forward, manifesting into an overwhelmingly massive orb of blazing hellfire. The ultimate art, Super Flame God, detonated. A catastrophic inferno rocketed directly toward the Corpse King, entirely engulfing the grotesque abomination. The beast was incinerated into mere ash and bone. Truong Viet simply turned away, walking off flawlessly as the colossal titan crumbled. A mechanical chime rang out. Congratulations, you successfully eliminated the 2-star level 15 boss Desolate Corpse King. Reward granted 7,080 experience points and 15 otherworldly energy. The previously arrogant crowd froze in pure terror. Who is this monster? He effortlessly soloed. A boss. Tan in hand rushed to his side, eyes sparkling. Truong Viet, thank you so much. Without you, Supreme Guild would have stolen our prey. He offered a calm smile. Do not mention it. We share the Yan Yu Pavilion banner. The blood-stained battlefield transitioned to the bustling streets of Nothing City. Tan Enhan joyfully clung to Truong Viet's arm, radiating happiness. Stalking behind them, Chen Jun glared with venomous jealousy. You finally returned. Speak what happened to the boss monster. Did we secure the kill? A purple-haired subordinate scrambled forward, trembling. Guildmaster, that Beast Tamer, and the second young lady. They absolutely crushed Supreme Guild and slaughtered the boss. Chen Jun staggered back, utterly devastated. What? A pathetic Beast Tamer holds such legendary power? The lackey nodded frantically. It is the absolute truth. He annihilates targets in mere seconds. With this supreme expert, our Yanyu Pavilion will become unstoppable. Boiling with rage, Chen Jun roared furiously. Are you implying this bastard waited until we faced certain death before striking? Pointing a trembling finger at Truong Viet, he spat. You blatantly defied guild orders. As guildmaster, I hold absolute authority to banish you forever. Truong Viet mercilessly seized the accusing finger, his voice dropping to a chilling 0. I recall perfectly. You explicitly commanded me to stand down. Tan Enhan immediately stepped between them, fiercely defending him. Without Truong Viet, we would have lost the boss and perished completely. The surrounding crowd vehemently agreed, nodding at her absolute truth. Refusing to waste breath on this pathetic jealousy, Tan Enhan grabbed his hand. Truong Viet, let us leave immediately. The mission continues. The lackey watched his guildmaster practically shaking with humiliated fury. Chen Jun hissed a venomous command. Track his every move. The moment you expose a fatal weakness, report it. The scenery violently shifted to a terrifyingly gloomy purple wasteland shrouded in an eerie, ominous fog. Tan Enhan instantly scrunched her face, pinching her nose as disgust colored her, tone gagging at the rotting stench of death. Truong Viet offered a reassuring glance, warning her that these highly toxic, virulent rotting nightmares were far deadlier than the frostbone flames. Absolute vigilance was required. They peered into the suffocating mist, mentally preparing for the creature's incredibly destructive and overwhelming attack power. Lacking basic elemental magic, this cursed lineage radiated an unimaginably oppressive aura of pure dread. Suddenly, with a digital chime, a holographic system window materialized, projecting the horrific stats of the rotting abomination lurking ahead. Warning, virulent corpse monster detected. Passive trait, lethal toxic physique. Any physical contact or targeted strike guarantees a severe, unpurifiable poison debuff lasting 5 seconds. This lethal toxin obliterates 6% of maximum health per second. Fortunately, this devastating effect only triggers once per target. Imagining her health bar melting away, the young lady shivered violently. Tears of absolute dread pricked her eyes. His calm, unshakable voice quickly anchored her shattered nerves. As long as our divine healing lands perfectly, the lethal threat is neutralized. Tan Enhan offered a fragile but determined nod. Understood. In the very next heartbeat, a sudden realization struck her like lightning. Hold on. Rummaging through her inventory, she summoned a glowing piece of legendary gear, presenting it as an exclusive guild quest reward meant entirely for him. Truong Viet graciously accepted the rare artifact, offering his most sincere gratitude. In a flash, a terrifyingly familiar purple dimensional rift tore through the space before them. This swirling anomaly pulsated with cataclysmic thunder magic, instantly locking onto the putrid virulent nightmare. Without hesitation, the duo launched into explosive combat. Tan Enhan screamed her battle command, Truong Viet, unleash hell now. Charging like a legendary war god, he instantly detonated an absolutely devastating high-speed combo chain. Flashing after images bombarded the rotting beast, completely obliterating its monstrous health bar. As the dust settled, she sprinted over, awestruck by his absolute dominance. Truong Viet, your damage output is god tier. Every single strike wipes out these undead nightmares in one breath. Casually swiping open his holographic status interface, he replied with total calm. With top-tier crowd control supporting me, harvesting these mutant corpse cores is child's play. A breathless moment passed as they ventured deeper into the suffocating abyss. Suddenly, Truong Viet felt an insidious gaze and sharply glanced backward. Concealed within the swirling bone mist, a stealthy communication screen flickered. The cowardly, purple-haired lackey, faithfully serving the jealous guildmaster Chen Jun, was whispering frantically into his comms. Sir, the target you ordered me to shadow is currently executing. Reporting on the corpse core quest, the second young lady and that nobody are happily laughing together, looking disgustingly intimate. Tran Quan's aura flared wildly, his jaw clenching as pure fury erupted, smiling at him. Ever since her mage awakening 3 years ago, she has never shown me such warmth. Trembling before the guildmaster's blinding rage, the subordinate nervously suggested they ruthlessly exile that trash from their ranks, tearing him away from her side. Just then, a glowing system alert flashed. Nak Din Dan region announcement. All elite awakeners must listen closely. In 30 minutes, a massive level 13 undead monster siege will brutally assault the city walls. Prepare your defenses immediately. Realizing fate had handed him a golden blade, Tran Quan flashed a demonic grin. You dared defy my absolute authority and tried stealing my goddess. The lackey shivered at that dark aura. Tran Quan hissed coldly, possessing endless brutal methods to guarantee he suffered eternally in Vukat. But an easy death was far too merciful. His follower stammered anxiously. Boss, those outworlders always clutch revival artifacts. Worse yet, respawn points are absolute safe zones forbidding murder. Erasing him seems impossible. Tran Quan merely chuckled darkly. Second world rules dictate that during an undead siege, absolute safe zone barriers shatter completely. That monster wave alone will orchestrate his tragic permanent end. Suddenly, holographic screens projected terrifying stats of the incoming undead nightmare. Mutated magic venom. Fiend level 17. Magic attack 200. 45 physical defense. 170 magic defense. 180 health. 1720. Deadly skills feature toxic physique and severe poisoning. It constantly bleeds lethal toxic miasma. Challengers stepping near must brace themselves or instantly melt into oblivion. Beneath the water glowed a poetic yet deceptively deadly violet abyss, littered with slaughtered beasts raining glittering coins. Tanenhan cheered brightly. Absolutely perfect. Just a few more venom crystals and we conquer this quest. 30 minutes until the exam, so let us sprint. Suddenly a shadow exploded forward, sinking fangs into Truong Viet's shoulder. Enhan screamed his name in terror. Reacting flawlessly, he mercilessly blasted the beast away. Crimson drops pattered the earth. Enhan panicked, but he brushed off the flesh wound, stating that endless nightfall always summons demons. We have gathered enough crystals, time to claim our quest rewards. Lurking in the shadows, a mysterious silhouette watched intently. Back at his sanctuary, the system abruptly chimed, declaring the data harvest completely successful. Epic rewards flooded in. 100,000 experience points. 90 million energy. Zombie armor matching leg guards and a rare flash step skill manual. Golden light engulfed him, celebrating his spectacular breakthrough to level 17. Ascending further now demanded 55,000 experience points. Bursting with pride, Tan Enhan announced hitting level 16. The spoils granted her twin level 15 2-star relics. She eagerly checked his current power status. He coolly revealed his level 17 dominance. Honestly, if you lacked the Beast Tamer penalty draining experience for your pets, you would easily shatter level 20. Curious, she wondered aloud if he planned to forge his new gear before the brutal afternoon trial. Smirking slightly, he agreed a necessary power spike indeed. Accessing the glowing system interface, he tapped the legendary feature Instant Artifact Refinement. A blinding flash heralded the birth of supreme gold tier equipment. Level 15 Zombie Riot Armor. Stats skyrocketed with 720. Health, massive constitution, and sheer endurance. Damage violently reduced by 50, doubling annihilation against undead. Simultaneously, he claimed matching leg guards boasting 95 physical and 90 magic defense, alongside monstrous strength boosts. This full set turns him into an absolute undead repelling fortress. Truong Viet smiled in ultimate satisfaction. Wearing these level 15 second world masterpieces, his defense was practically invincible. Fired up, Tan and Han roared. "I am fully prepared, let us conquer that battlefield." Suddenly, a jarring offline alert flashed, summoning Enhan back to reality immediately. A critical company crisis demanded her presence alongside her waiting sister. Her escort was already speeding over. Heart racing, she wondered what massive disaster dragged her sister there. Tan Enhan's eyes held deep regret. She turned to Truong Viet, apologizing. A sudden family crisis pulled her away from their battle. He nodded with absolute understanding. "Go now," he urged softly. "Once the afternoon trials begin, the gates will seal shut." Her voice trembled. "It is only a level 13 trial, but the endless numbers. That is the true nightmare. An endless swarm can devour a giant. Please survive." He offered a confident smile, respectfully bowing his thanks. "I will return alive," he promised. Now alone, he faced the towering obsidian gates. Suddenly, crimson lightning shattered the heavens. Thunder shook the earth. The system interface flashed red. "Warning, undead tide trial approaches. All awakened hunters, secure your defenses." Citizens gazed up in absolute terror, hearing the mechanical god's voice resonate across all of Notting City. "Attention professionals. The apocalyptic undead tide has officially begun. Survive until the terrifying horde is broken. Escape from this realm is now completely impossible. All city barrier mechanisms are currently disabled. Slay 50 undead monsters alone. Survive the bloodbath and claim ultimate victory over this catastrophic death wave." With a deafening groan, the massive steel gates breached. Endless monstrous horrors poured in. Vanguard front lines tightened, gripping divine weapons. Suddenly, a catastrophic explosion shattered the eerie battlefield silence. Truong Viet stepped into the fray. This apocalyptic swarm seemed infinite, but would collapse after one agonizing hour. 50 kills meant survival. His eyes darted to the system interface. A desperate distress signal blinked from Yenvu Guild. Lunan screamed through the voice chat. "North City has fallen. We are trapped in a dead end." Manhwa frantically tagged Truong Viet. "You hold our guild's highest damage. Please, you must save us." A calculating smirk traced his face. He replied, "Hold on. I am on my way." But in the shadows near rotting corpses, a sinister voice sneered. The fool took the bait. Pure arrogance, zero brains. Tran Quan narrowed his predatory eyes. "Is his defense truly trash?" His lackey nodded eagerly. "I saw it myself. He deals insane damage when poisoned. He definitely dumped every single point into pure attack." Acting on the Guildmaster's dark command, 10 elite level, 12 archers were already bribed and concealed along the high walls. The deadly trap was fully prepared. With paper-thin armor like that, one synchronized volley will obliterate his pathetic life 10 times over. Tran Quan laughed chillingly. "Once he dies and respawns at Resurrection River, my assassins will slaughter him again." His arrogant laughter violently echoed. "Tun in hand is my ultimate prize. No mortal will steal her from me." Right on cue, Truong Viet materialized. "I am here," he declared, freezing mid-step. A terrifying rain of arrows plummeted toward him. Truong Viet coldly summoned his silver scorpion armor. The distant conspirators gasped in horror. Was he not a Beast Tamer? How is his defense so monstrous? The system chimed sharply, warning malicious ambush detected. Self-defense protocol initiated. You possess 10 minutes of absolute retaliatory rights. Execution of attackers incurs 0 crime penalties. A terrifying smirk stretched across Truong Viet's face. He mocked, "Is your show over? My turn begins." Agonizing screams shattered the air as explosive fire vaporized a sniper. Another rat fled in panic. System announced coldly, "Target eliminated. Professional Ung Dung has fallen. 0 crime points accumulated." Meanwhile, 2 ambushers were brutally shredded by monstrous tearing claws. His beast roared triumphantly. System warning, Professional Dien Quan eradicated. A colossal titan loomed behind Truong Viet. Gripping his spear, Truong Viet strode like a war god through ruins. His aura flared, locking his golden gaze onto Tran Quan. The guildmaster shook in pure terror, stammering, "How is his power this overwhelming?" Tran Quan whipped around, screaming at his minion. "You swore his defense was paper-thin. Explain this immediately." The lackey wept in terror, clueless. Suddenly, a devastating fireball roared through the sky. They scrambled desperately to dodge. Flames consumed the battleground. From the burning ashes, Truong Viet's terrifying silhouette emerged like a demon king. He sneered heavily. "Such pathetic tricks. You thought this would bury me." Tran Quan gritted his teeth, sweating fear. "What do you mean, Truong?" Viet sneered. "After slaying the Guardian King, you dispatched assassins. You have been hunting for an opening, haven't you? Truong Viet twisted in rage. So, you faked your weak defense. Just to bait me. Truong Viet effortlessly spun his divine spear, answering, to witness your pathetic scheme. Trap exposed. Truong Viet discarded all pretense. Mana surged as he drew his bow, locking onto his target. So, what if you knew your life ends here? Before the fatal shot could fire, Truong Viet channeled overwhelming magic into his spear Ice Spike Art. An absolute zero blizzard violently erupted. Truong Viet watched in despair as his weapon shattered into ice. His lackey screamed in panic. Retreat! The traitor Truong Viet slaughtered our leader, eliminate him now. Elite warriors charged with murderous intent. Unfazed Truong Viet raised his staff, summoning blazing fiery energy. A devastating fireball blasted the vanguard into ashes. Truong Viet watched, absolutely paralyzed by terror. Trembling violently, he gasped out. One strike destroyed an elite. Just what are you? Suddenly, roaring flames consumed him entirely. His agonizing screams echoed before turning to ash. Standing over Truong Viet's remains, Truong Viet gripped his weapon, whispering coldly, I am your doom. System alert Truong Viet, slain by a level 17 first-stage necromancer. Vision warped to a chamber glowing with blue resurrection crystals and active spatial gates. The defeated duo materialized in the respawn zone. Shaking uncontrollably, the subordinate stuttered, boss. He conquered the entire starter realm in mere hours. And since when is he a necromancer? I thought he tamed beasts. Remembering the flames, Truong Viet wept pathetically. How the hell should I know? Recovering his senses, his sorrow quickly morphed into venomous rage. Snarling, he deduced the truth. No wonder his stats were hidden. That cunning rat played weak just to slaughter us. Mark my words, Truong Viet, only one of us survives this. Meanwhile, reality painted a darker picture. Thunderstorms battered the towering Sioux Corporation headquarters. Inside, Tan and Han slammed her hands down, furiously refusing. Glaring fiercely at the Tran Patriarch and greedy board members, she stood her ground. I never had any feelings for him. The elder Tran smirked arrogantly, chuckling darkly. Affection can easily be bought and nurtured. Snapping his fingers, his assistant presented a locked case. My dear, consider this a modest token of sincerity. The case popped open, revealing legendary treasures. A shimmering golden robe rested beside 3 radiant elixirs. These legendary buffs granted a massive 100 times mana, gathering multiplier for an entire month. Though restricted to level 100, it sat alongside a masterpiece level 30 gold tier set forged by true masters. It boosted crowd control durations by 50%. The wealthy patriarch leaned forward, oozing manipulation. Those potions alone cost 5 million. We spent another 8 million hiring legendary artisans just for that majestic robe. Truong Viet is my sole heir. Every drop of this family's infinite wealth will soon be his entirely. Marry him and divine resources will rain upon you. Unimpressed, she stared down the artifacts with absolute frosty indifference. I appreciate the gesture, but my destiny belongs to me alone. The patriarch's fake smile vanished, replaced by a venomous, lethal glare. Instantly, her uncle erupted in volcanic fury. Insolent brat. Our clan poured mountains of gold into your cultivation. We raised you to be elite royalty. How dare you show such brazen disrespect to our benefactors? Unable to watch this tyranny, Kinya finally stepped out, fiercely shielding her sister from their toxic wrath. She fired back. My sister is not bargaining chips for your greedy alliances. True love cannot be dictated by elders. Turning back, her fierce eyes softened instantly. Silly girl, ignore these old fools and their politics. I will fight the world for your happiness. Hearing this, a warm smile bloomed on her face. Thank you truly. Suddenly, 2 communication devices buzzed, violently shattering the heavy tension in the room. Glancing at the glowing alerts, both answered simultaneously. Their faces paled as they screamed. Truong Viet just assassinated the young master. Veins bulging, the enraged father smashed his device to pieces. I poured billions into your pathetic guild. I let my heir serve under you, and this is my reward. You treacherous dogs murdered him. Panic seized the greedy uncle. Sweating profusely, he desperately tried putting out the political wildfire. Please, my lord, calm your wrath. This has to be a mistake. But the furious father merely rose like a storm. His guards radiated killing intent. Inhaling sharply, he delivered a death vow. If my boy falls, I will erase your entire bloodline. With a thunderous door slam, he vanished. Left behind, the terrified uncle turned his murderous gaze toward the 2 defiant sisters. You brought that madman into our ranks. Do you realize how many millions that family pumps into our vaults annually? She desperately protested. Impossible. He would never slaughter his own guildmates without a valid reason. The logic completely failed to add up. But the elder's boiling rage finally exploded outwards. Smashing his fists down, he roared, "Shut your mouth. Drag that reckless fool before me now. He will grovel for forgiveness instantly. Fail to do so, and you are both banished from this pavilion forever." Completely stunned, she froze in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone pierced the chaos. Seeing the display, she gasped wildly. It was him. She frantically answered the call. "Where are you?" "Did you actually kill Tran Quang?" Ignoring Kinya's frantic voice, a cold smirk graced his lips. "I am done." Truong Viet strolled down the dead street. His voice remained absolute ice. "Starting today, I am leaving Yenvu Pavilion." Through the speaker, Tan Enhan sounded utterly frantic, desperate to pull him back. "Truong Viet, to me. Tran Quang started this right. Do not act rashly. I will clear your name." He ruthlessly cut her off. "Forget it. We are done." The call ended instantly, leaving her frozen in shock. Staring at the dying screen, Truong Viet finalized his resolve. Severing his fate from Yenvu Pavilion was the only way. Tran Quang was a petty tyrant, with massive guild backing. Taking his life meant an inevitable storm of blood. A clean break was necessary. To afford 50,000 in monthly medical bills, grinding for rare loot was his only option. Pocketing his device, he vanished into the shadows. His objective was crystal clear. To farm elite-tier resources, he had to conquer World 2 immediately and ascend to World 3. The coordinates shifted. World 2's spawn point materialized. To clear this hellscape, he needed to survive 2 undead waves and conquer 1 hidden realm. A holographic system prompt flared alive. "Welcome to the zombie siege." In this dystopian timeline, absolute ruin swallowed the earth, plunging humanity into eternal despair. An endless horde besieged the last bastion. Players must unite to hold the defensive line. Failure means total extinction. Primary objective: 1. Conquer a hidden domain. Current completion rate stands at 0. Primary objective: 2. Survive 3 apocalyptic undead swarms. Current status is 1 out of 3. Once these trials end, the boss gate of World 2 will unlock. Slaughter the boss to ascend to World 3. Scanning the holographic text, his mind raced with strategies. Out of 3 hidden domains, the Land of Death boasted maximum difficulty and legendary drops. Resting at level 17, obliterating level 20 undead nightmares inside a level 15 zone would be an absolute breeze. Suddenly, a jarring voice shattered his focus. A squad of aggressive players blocked his path. Their vanguards sneered with pure arrogance. Well, the infamous Beast Tamer of Yenvu Pavilion. Truong Viet's eyes radiated absolute murder. His killing intent flared as he commanded, "Get lost." The punk roared with mocking laughter. "Make me loser." "What then?" His lackeys chimed in with venomous grins. "Yeah, we are staying right here. Come on, kill us. Or are you too terrified to strike?" It was an obvious trap. Truong Viet's aura suddenly erupted, unleashing a crushing spiritual pressure that swallowed the alleyway, making the punks choke on their breath. His voice dropped to sub-zero. "How much did Tran Quang pay you?" The vanguard gulped hard. Shaking under the terrifying aura, he forced a cocky grin. "Bingo Guild leader Tran tossed us 5,000 each, plus a revival scroll. Every time you kill us, we score another 5 grand. Truong Viet chuckled darkly. 10,000 just for your worthless lives. I am flattered. Glancing at their pathetic level tags, crushing them would take mere seconds. However, triggering the player killer penalty would stain his name completely. Racking up crime points meant no safe zones and no logging out. The boss gate would lock forever, damning him to World 2. Tran Quang's trap was venomously brilliant. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence intervened. Liu Yao marched in. With his elite entourage, he glared at the mercenaries. "I will double that bounty. Whoever slaughters the guild leader of Yenvu Pavilion gets 50 grand immediately. Die and I cover your revival costs. The one who takes his head earns 500,000. Stunned by the astronomical sum, the thugs stammered, "Who the hell do you think you are?" An elite guard stepped forward fiercely. "Bow your heads before young Master Liu." The absolute heir of the Liu dynasty, Linhai City's wealthiest bloodline, Liu Yao radiated absolute aristocratic dominance. That legendary name dropped their jaws. The punks scrambled in sheer terror. "Move your bodies. Do exactly as young Master Liu commands." The thugs vanished like ghosts. With the trash finally cleared out, Liu Yao smirked at Truong Viet. "Rumor says Yenvu Pavilion dumped you." And Tran Quang swore he would end your entire existence. Truong Viet remained utterly unfazed. His ego writes checks he cannot cash. Liu Yao burst into laughter. "They must be blind to discard a titan. Join my ranks, brother. Name your absolute price. I will shield you from those pathetic bottom feeders, forever." Without a second glance, Truong Viet walked away. "I am playing solo right now. No guilds, no masters." An elite guard gritted his teeth in fury. Boss threw insane cash to save him, and he dares walk away without a hint of respect. Lu Yao merely watched the lone wolf fade. Let him be. Yanvu Pavilion just stabbed him in the back. Trust is an expensive commodity now. I respect his guarded nature. Their loss is monumental. Meanwhile, Truong Viet advanced into the wasteland, his mind calculating deeply. He assumed abandoning the guild would sever his ties to Tran Quang. Clearly diplomacy was useless. That snake had to be exterminated immediately. The scenery dissolved into pitch blackness. Welcome to the level 15, dark zombie catacombs. He stepped into the abyss with silent predatory grace. Scanning the claustrophobic shadows, he realized other awakened hunters. Elite squads craved ultimate riches, diving headfirst into deadly high-ranking hazard zones. Meanwhile, this pathetic shadowed lair lay forgotten. Within its abyssal depths, an immense arcane array sealed the gateway. Bound by ancient iron, the mystical warden Moen stood as the eternal sentinel. Following the system protocol, he chanted, "Fearless warrior, dare you conquer the shadowy void." A sapphire core radiating brilliant divine energy appeared. This legendary key would shatter the dimensional barrier. The main character declared his absolute resolve. The glowing relic darted into his palm as Moen bestowed his blessing. Inspecting the pulsing artifact, the interface coldly revealed its basic, utterly ordinary tier. A soul-bound one-time pass to the rank 15 undead horror domain. No trading allowed, he smirked. By forging this ordinary scrap into shimmering gold, a legendary hidden dimension would awaken. With abysmal success rates, fools avoid it. Yet his confident grin proved he embraced the ultimate gamble. Synthesis commenced. Suddenly, the scene violently cut to a midnight woodland, where elite hunters furiously pursued Tran Quan. Bloodthirsty roars shattered the silence. "Stop right there. Our 500,000 bounty is escaping move." Slaughter him, panting in pathetic desperation. The targeted coward and his lackey cowered behind a massive oak. He spat venomous curses. "I bought their loyalty, yet these treacherous dogs hunt my head." His battered henchman gasped. That demon Truong Viet orchestrated this trap, he warned his master. "Revival magic is locked. We must lay low until the penalty timer vanishes before hunting again." Blazing wrath consumed him as he shattered bark with his fist, roaring the protagonist's name. "I will butcher you or die trying." Suddenly, an ethereal global broadcast flared across their vision. "Warriors of Nak Din, hear this. An anomaly has triggered a radiant mythical key. The undead lair elevates into an abyssal hidden sanctuary for exactly 2 hours. All fallen warriors inside receive 1 free revival." Reading this miracle, the treacherous leader laughed maniacally. "Destiny favors me. Death holds no consequence in this rank 15 paradise." He viciously commanded his entire faction, "Plunder every legendary drop." His numb soldiers nodded blindly. Meanwhile, the mighty Liu Yao smirked at the broadcast. Trampling a freshly slaughtered beast, he rallied the unstoppable Supreme Guild to invade the rotting catacombs. This flawless immortality loop was an absolute godsend for scrollless fighters. Amidst choking ash and mountains of butchered fiends, the relentless hunter strode forward undefeated. Gripping the blazing artifact, his mind raced. Conquering a mystical domain was his prime directive. This mythical ascension meant explosive loot multipliers completely paired with a cheat-like revival mechanic, the perfect bait for his enemy. Suddenly, rotting flesh convulsed, violently erupting into nightmarish appendages. A towering, grotesque abomination roared to life. The protagonist merely glanced back, his lips curling coldly. A brilliantly sadistic strategy blossomed. Instantly, a devastating blast rocked the very foundations of hell. Shattered bedrock rained down like shrapnel. The creature's hideous limbs vaporized into bloody mist. Through parting ash, the crushed titan whimpered pitifully. Pinning it beneath his boot, he whispered darkly, "Submit entirely, or burn alongside your slaughtered kin." Suddenly, an alarming mechanical chime pierced his consciousness. A massive invasion force had breached the gateway. He sharply pivoted, scanning the gloomy horizon. This immortal temptation successfully lured far more than just his pathetic rival. Countless desperate scavengers swarmed. Shutting his eyes, his spiritual awareness blanketed the chaotic battlefield. Across the abyss, the fierce heroine clashed with ghouls alongside elite invading guilds. His prey remained singular. Collateral damage was unacceptable. Eyes snapping open, he squeezed the divine relic, forcefully rewriting its ancient codes. Blinding luminescence erupted. The cosmos declared. The mythical sovereign commands 3 absolute reality overrides. Inside this corrupted domain, command your fate. Meanwhile, deep within the echoing, bone-chilling catacombs, her vanguard fought against an endless skeletal tide. The coward scurried near, wearing a sickeningly sweet smile. "Stay under my protection," the warrior maiden scoffed in disgust, mentally condemning his worthless existence. Blood ties alone prevented her from ditching this weakling to hunt alongside the legendary hero. Suddenly, neon blue warnings materialized for everyone. Intruders of the void witnessed the shifting laws. The golden token's master altered the realm's laws. The free revival system has been completely erased. Revival scrolls have turned to ash, and escape is now impossible. Slaughtering strangers no longer carries a penalty. The dimensional gates have sealed shut. A sudden quest appears. Slaughter 500 undead as a team, and crush the shadow monarch guarding this domain. The awakened stared at the floating screens in pure terror. Tran Quan howled with blazing rage. What madness is this? Which psycho altered the sacred rules? Does this bastard have a death wish? A sharp-eyed lackey sensed the brewing storm and whispered, Guildmaster, could Truong Viet be the one who unlocked this dungeon? He might have set this deadly trap for us. Tran Quan's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, What absolute garbage are you spouting? Crafting a supreme golden token is a 1 in 10,000 miracle. How could that trash possess such heaven-defying luck? You think he burned hundreds of thousands of mana just to mess with my grand plans? Tan and Han stared at him like he was a pathetic clown. She spoke coldly. These shifting rules are clearly an assassination plot. Yet Tran Quan barked stubbornly. It is definitely not that loser. The mastermind simply fears rivals and wants to hoard the ultimate treasure. He puffed out his chest, oozing blind arrogance. Fear not, Enhan. With my overwhelming might we are invincible. Whatever the twisted laws, I shall carve a path through this hell. It is merely 500 rotting corpses I shall lead the vanguard. Tan and Han watched his delusional bravado, utterly speechless and sighing internally. May the heavens show mercy on your soul. The hunting party marched deeper into the abyss. Those arrogant boasts instantly backfired spectacularly. Tran Quan shivered like a coward behind his men's backs. Under the bewildered stares of his elites, he barked, Slay the monarch, and the first clear glory belongs to our glorious guild. A scout suddenly gasped, Guildmaster, there is a shadow waiting ahead. Tran Quan's eyes widened in sheer shock. Impossible. Who could breach this place before my vanguard? A chillingly familiar tone echoed, You finally made it. Tran Quan's face drained of color. Meanwhile, Tan and Han beamed with joy. That is Truong Viet. There he sat perched upon a colossal beast's lifeless spine. Gripping his mystic staff, he seemed lost in a tranquil slumber. At their noisy approach, his piercing gaze snapped open to judge the intruders. A chilling smirk graced his lips. I have been waiting an eternity for you fools, Enhan cried out in pure delight. Truong Viet, I was just searching for your trail. Tran Quan scowled his face, twisting with bitter envy. Did you use the legendary golden seal to awaken this domain? How did a wretch like you obtain such god-tier gear? Truong Viet descended lightly, a shockwave of dust rippling beneath his boots as he stepped forward like a king. In his wake lay the mangled remains of a colossal tentacled horror, oozing an aura of pure dread. He locked eyes with the cowardly guildmaster and mocked. Did you not crave my blood? Your golden chance is standing right here. Tran Quan stared back, as if the Grim Reaper himself had manifested, icy terror gripping his pounding heart. He had blindly trusted the free revival mechanic, only to plunge into a lethal snare. Shaking internally, he masked his dread with hollow arrogance. You think a lone wolf can hunt me? I am the heir of a legendary noble house. Even the supreme chairman bows to my lineage. Do you really wish to challenge destiny? He violently turned to the girl behind him. Enhan cast the binding curse to shackle his movements. One opening is all we need to slaughter him, but her eyes turned to glacial ice. He was once our loyal comrade. You know exactly how ruthlessly you discarded him. You sought his head first, so do not cry when he strikes back with absolute vengeance. I refuse to partake in this sin. Cold sweat drenched Tran Quan's face. Betrayed, he whirled around and screamed at his trembling legion. You worthless maggots, shred him to pieces right now. The lower-ranked elites exchanged terrified, hesitant glances. We barely leveled up, yet he just solo-butchered a monarch. Charging him is pure suicide. Tran Quan gnashed his teeth, trembling with rage as his mind raced. Desperate, he dangled a massive bounty. What are you cowards fearing? You still hold an extra life. Bleed for me once, and I shall shower each of you with 5,000 yuan. No mortal can survive an endless tide of blades. Temptation sparked among the ranks. 5,000 yuan. And my revival is still intact. Count me in. Blinded by crushing greed, the swarm of hunters lunged at their prey, roaring like hungry beasts. A warrior bleeds for fortune. Nothing personal, brother. Blades sang as they launched a suicidal charge. A dark chuckle escaped his lips at these pathetic insects. Next to a Class 9 Supreme Beast, you are less than dust. A blinding flash of golden aura tore through their lines. With every lethal strike, another fool met the Grim Reaper. He stood like an untouchable god, gripping his scepter in absolute calm. Then an inferno awakened, incinerating the very air. The blazing energy core detonated in a storm of devastating critical hits. The system chimed mercilessly. Enemy player eliminated from the game. Crime points +0. The system alerts flooded his vision. You have annihilated Pham and Hu. Crime points +0. Du Sam has been erased. Truong Viet's eyes blazed with golden aura. He smirked coldly, knowing that within this hidden domain, slaughtering nameless enemies yielded 0 crime points. He had absolutely nothing to fear. Catching him distracted for a split second, Tran Quang frantically barked, "Hurry! While he is pinned down, slay the boss. Clear this secret realm now." But before they could advance, Truong Viet unleashed his beast. The creature slashed its massive claws, violently forcing them back. The cowards turned paper white. "What is that monstrosity, his pet?" One arrogant warrior checked its level and scoffed. "It is just a trash silver armor scorpion. Leave this bug to me." He charged recklessly, bringing his blade down on its skull. Clang. His weapon shattered into countless pieces, yet the beast took 0 damage. The warrior stumbled back, trembling. "This is impossible. I am a level 14 full-strength warrior. How can I not pierce a mere bug's armor?" Truong Viet glared at the pathetic fools with absolute disdain. A level 15 elite silver beast equipped with 2 level 15 2-star gold artifacts. What makes you think you can scratch it? Suddenly, a deadly rain of arrows pierced the sky. The lethal volley crashed onto Tran Quang's vanguard. Then a wildly arrogant voice echoed out, "Slaughter them all. Every single head is worth 20,000. The men cowering behind their shields exchanged terrified glances. Who launched this deadly ambush? Was it not just Yanvu Pavilion? No clue. Are they bandits here to loot us? Truong Viet calmly observed the unfolding chaos, his mind racing. Suddenly, a squad of elites charged into the fray, screaming for blood. They blew past Truong Viet like a raging tempest, diving straight into Tran Quang's terrified ranks. Truong Viet stood perfectly still, mildly amused. Liu Yao swaggered in with his absolute elite guard. He sneered arrogantly. "You dare lay hands on this young master's people? Brother, have no fear. With me present, these absolute peasants cannot touch you." Truong Viet stared at the flashy noble, flexing his wealth, and sighed heavily. "It is this annoying guy again, veins popping." Tran Quang roared Liu Yao. "What does this mean? I never even looked at your people." Liu Yao let out a mocking sneer. "Nothing serious. I just heard you like throwing money around, so I want to test whose pockets are truly deeper." Pointing dead at Tran Quang, Liu Yao dropped a bombshell that shocked the battlefield. "I am offering you peasants a chance to change your destinies. Whoever brings me the head of Yanvu Pavilion's leader gets 1 million. The mercenaries gasped in pure shock. 1 million. Tran Quang's face drained of color as his men hesitated. "You dare betray your master. Anyone who steps out of line becomes the Tran and Su family's sworn enemy." The mercenaries instantly froze in fear. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently, spreading pure terror. The slain tentacle monstrosity had actually resurrected. It erupted with suffocating dark aura, looming ominously over the trembling humans. Truong Viet furrowed his brows instantly, calculating the system mechanics. Whenever a Lord-class monster drops to critical health, a berserk mutation can trigger. It seems that Stray Arrow drained its final life points and forced this awakening. The colossal beast raised its weapon, unleashing an ear-shattering roar. The system interface flashed a bloody red warning. The Dark Zombie Lord has entered a berserk state, evolving into a level 17 3-star nightmare. The newly crowned Dark Zombie King gripped a heavy shield and a spiked mace. Its blood-soaked eyes locked onto the pathetic humans. Liu Yao stared at the towering monstrosity, his arrogant facade instantly shattering. His face paled in absolute horror. A 3-star boss, heavens above. Since when do bosses evolve mid-fight? Without warning, the Zombie King swung its colossal mace, obliterating the earth below. Boom! A devastating shockwave erupted, blasting the nearby elites away like ragdolls. Suddenly, the system coldly announced, "Due to the Guardian's berserk state, the secret realm's difficulty has skyrocketed. The emergency exit gate is now open, and players may retreat at will." Hearing this, Tran Quang burst into maniacal laughter. "The heavens are on my side." He glared at Liu Yao, who was slumped pitifully before the undead king, and sneered maliciously. "Well, Liu Yao, did you not enjoy acting tough?" Tran Quang drew his bow, locking his deadly aim right on Liu Yao. "Today, your life ends here." He violently released the taut string. The golden projectile tore through the air, but pierced straight into the Zombie King's arm. The beast's murderous intent instantly shifted to Liu Yao. The beast roared in pure fury, blood-red eyes locking onto the trembling noble. Before he reacted, another arrow whizzed past, striking it and pushing its rage to the limit. Liu Yao shrieked in mortal terror, "Save me!" The undead king raised its heavy mace, ready to crush his skull. A commanding voice pierced the chaos. "Save his life, silver armor, scorpion." The loyal beast moved like lightning, throwing itself in front of the screaming noble. It took the catastrophic blow head-on. Truong Viet gritted his teeth, his mind racing. This evolved strength is terrifying. Even my elite Silver Scorpion lost a massive chunk of health. Using the bloody distraction, the cowardly Tran Quang dashed into the extraction portal. He cackled like a maniac, shouting, "You think you can kill me? Dream on for 10,000 years. Have fun, dying losers." Truong Viet's eyes blazed with fury. "Stop right there." Meanwhile, despite its heavily shattered armor, the legendary silver beast stood fiercely, refusing to let Liu Yao die. A desperate cry pierced the air. Truong Viet froze in his tracks. His spatial blink only had one charge left. Hunting down Tran Quan meant leaving Liu Yao to perish. Making a split-second tactical choice, he pivoted back to save the fool. Casting Frostspike, he intercepted the Zombie King's deadly blow. The monstrous boss roared as ice shackled its limbs. Truong Viet hauled Liu Yao upward, roaring, "Fall back now." But before they could escape, the undead sovereign shattered its frozen bindings, swinging its colossal mace with devastating fury. That strike held mountain-crushing force. A direct hit meant instant death. Truong Viet hit the ground, barely rolling clear. His mind raced with combat data. That Frostspike merely scratched it for a meager 100 damage. Staring down, the towering behemoth and its massive weapon mana flared wildly around his staff as he calculated. A level 17 3-star boss was truly a nightmare. Launching into the air, he prioritized extreme mobility. Agility was his only lifeline here, dodging fiercely while hunting for the perfect magical counterstrike. He became a phantom, leaving the hulking beast grasping at shadows. Simultaneously, blazing flame missiles rained down slowly, chipping away its massive health bar. Liu Yao watched in terrified awe, screaming at his paralyzed crew, "Are you blind? Fall back immediately." His men shivered in pure terror, whimpering, "Boss Yao, if we interfere, we will just become cannon fodder." Suddenly, the heavy mace clipped Truong Viet's guard. Crimson blood painted the air. Gritting his teeth, he cursed internally. Its speed is insane. Slammed hard into the dirt, Truong Viet instantly sprang backward to create breathing room. But before he could even find his footing, a second catastrophic mace strike plunged from above. His pupils shrank in sheer horror. Damn it. The deathly chill of the weapon grazed his skin. Just as the Grim Reaper smiled, a violently explosive purple aura coiled around the beast. It was paralyzed for a split second, yanking him back from oblivion's edge. The trapped monstrosity bellowed. Suenhan's commanding voice echoed. "Classic formation. I lock it down. You execute." Truong Viet rebounded instantly. Absolute magical power surged through his staff, locked onto the helpless sovereign. A relentless barrage of scorching missiles erupted. The spectating elites gasped in utter disbelief. Someone stammered, "Boss, are they seriously duo-killing a 3-star tyrant?" Liu Yao was absolutely starstruck. Whispering, "That is the Su family's prodigy, the legendary forbidden mage. An epic class is just built different. Every single spell absolutely dominates the battlefield." He gazed at Truong Viet with burning respect. But only Brother Viet could actually duel that behemoth. We would be dust by now. Ignoring his men's helpless stares, he muttered fanatically, "I absolutely must draft them both into the Supreme Guild." A lackey nervously coughed, "Boss Yao, that is literally the untouchable princess of the Su clan, and that monster boy is way out of our league." Meanwhile, the sovereign wailed agonizingly under apocalyptic flames. As the explosive smoke cleared, the boss stood battered and completely broken. Truong Viet's eyes narrowed sharply. "Its life force is finally bottoming out," Suenhan screamed frantically. "Truong Viet, now finish it." He smirked coldly. "I am the absolute master of this dungeon." Suenhan stared, stunned by his sudden godlike aura, murmuring, "What?" Suddenly, pure enlightenment flashed in her eyes as majestic mana erupted. She shouted back, "I get it now." Violet cosmic energy coalesced on her weapon, radiant fire. A blinding cataclysmic blast engulfed the undead tyrant. As the ash settled, the towering zombie king was completely obliterated into nothingness. With the beast vanquished, golden level-up lights bathed the entire party. A server-wide system notification echoed across the entire northern domain. Global alert player Suenhan has achieved the first clear of the hidden level 15 dark zombie lair. Epic reward granted, the Abyss Realm Scroll. The surviving elites roared in triumph. Liu Yao practically tackled Truong Viet, sobbing wildly, "Brother, you are my absolute savior. If not for you, Tran Quan would have ended my bloodline." Disgusted, Truong Viet shoved him aside, warning coldly, "Releasing a tiger back to the mountain only guarantees future calamity." Liu Yao blinked stupidly. "Then, what is the play slapping Truong Viet's shoulder like an old friend?" he beamed. "How about a cool 1 million? Truong Viet deadpanned completely. "Do you possess literally anything besides infinite wealth?" Liu Yao puffed his chest proudly. "Obviously, my destiny is uniting apex predators to forge the ultimate global guild. Brother, join my empire." He aggressively grabbed his hand, pleading the Liu clan dominates the entire Linhai pharmaceutical monopoly. You will have limitless top-tier potions. Truong Viet violently slapped the clinging hands away, hissing, "Back off." Dropping the clown act entirely, Liu Yao's eyes turned dead serious. "Brother, just hear me out," he began. "The Liu family wields deep ties with Long Kingdom's legendary forging masters, the Su and Shangguan clans." Truong Viet's eyes narrowed sharply. "The Su clan? The legendary blacksmiths?" Liu Yao grinned, nodding proudly. "Exactly. My father and the Su clan leader are sworn brothers. Bring the materials and master-crafted gear is yours with a single word." Truong Viet calculated silently. Custom-forged artifacts always outclassed generic market gear in sheer power. Observing Liu Yao's puppy-like eagerness, he finally spoke. "No pressure to join our guild immediately. Take your time. Let us become allies first. Need legendary gear, I will bridge the connection." Truong Viet sighed softly. "Fine. Perfect." Liu Yao beamed with absolute joy. After exchanging farewells, the duo strode toward the swirling teleportation portal. "Move out," Truong Viet commanded Suinhan. Outside the dungeon, elite awakeners crowded the city gates, whispering intensely. "That is Suinhan, the second young miss. She awakened an epic tier class. Her power is absolutely terrifying. Peerless beauty and monstrous talent. Who in this world could ever match her?" Meanwhile, in the shadows, Tran Quang lounged like a king, his face twisted in a venomous smirk. "Watch closely. Su Enhan is our guild's ultimate weapon. This is my unstoppable foundation." His lackey hesitated. "Guildmaster." The young miss slaughtered the final boss, meaning Truong Viet survived too. Tran Quang's eyes burned with malice. "I miscalculated. The bastard weaponized the dungeon against us. I will slaughter him or forfeit my humanity." Under the glaring sun, the lackey trembled. "But his strength is completely monstrous. Plus, the Supreme Guild backs his every move." Tran Quang shot up, laughing viciously. "We might fail to crush him, but others will happily sever his head." The subordinate gasped in shock. "Master, do you mean? Remember the legendary veterans who conquered Dungeon 3? Rumor has it since last year, countless elite awakeners remain trapped in World 3, all exceeding level 39. Leveraging my clan's massive influence, they will eagerly accept the bounty." Tran Quang laughed maniacally. "Your days are numbered, Truong Viet. Survive World 3, and I will bow to you." Deep within the Emerald Woods, Su Enhan carefully studied Truong Viet's back. She voiced her deepest fear. "Truong Viet, after Tran Quang's betrayal, do you consider me your enemy now?" Truong Viet turned his gaze like freezing steel. "Karma targets the sinner alone. Tran Quang is my sole prey. But if your guild shields that scum, I will gladly slaughter them all." Suinhan frantically waved her hands. "Never. I swear on my life, I despise him as much as you do." Remembering the Zombie King's legendary drops, Suinhan tossed the glowing treasure at his feet. "You gifted me the kill steal. This entire bounty rightfully belongs to you." Truong Viet smirked at the glowing loot. Refining these artifacts and divine tomes would exponentially multiply his offensive power and vitality. Suddenly, a global system alarm shattered the silence, warning all Northern Sector Awakeners, brace yourselves. Level 15 undead swarm inbound in 30 minutes. Mobilize city defenses immediately. Both warriors snapped their eyes to the crimson alert. The undead swarm returns. Su Enhan gasped in terror. Conversely, a thrilled, bloodthirsty grin stretched across Truong Viet's face. "Crush this wave, and the world quest concludes. The gates to World 3 will finally open for me." She urged immediate tactical retreat. "Understood." Truong Viet nodded sharply. Suddenly, a frantic shadow bolted through the dense tree line. Su Enhan jumped. Truong Viet, the voice wailed. Nguyet Ni collapsed to her knees, begging pitifully. "I was completely blind. Please have mercy." Truong Viet scowled with absolute disgust. "State your business." Nguyet Ni bowed her head, faking a heartbreaking sob. "Liu Yao threw me away like trash." Su Enhan glared at the utterly pathetic crocodile tears. "Dumped by him, so you crawl right back here." "What kind of fool do you think he is?" Nguyet Ni scrambled to explain. "Yes, I hated his poverty. But what woman refuses luxury?" She slithered closer to Truong Viet, her eyes dripping with fake innocence. "Brother Viet, your power is legendary now. We can finally be at peace. Let me serve you forever." Truong Viet's eyes chilled to absolute zero at her sheer audacity. Su Enhan visibly shuddered in pure, unfiltered disgust. Boom. A terrifying, monstrous howl suddenly shattered the forest's silence. Nguyet Ni shrieked in absolute terror. "The undead legion is already here. We cannot evacuate in time." Truong Viet simply raised one hand, silencing her pathetic wails. Su Enhan gritted her teeth. "My mana is barely restored. Brace yourself. The bloodbath begins now." Truong Viet stared down at the parasite. You claim my future is glorious. Why would a king ever need a backstabbing rat scram? Nguyet Ni froze in total shock. You are a monster. The old you would never treat me this cruelly. Suddenly, a tsunami of rotting flesh burst from the shadows. Reacting instantly, Su Enhan unleashed a blinding celestial pillar. The holy barrier slammed into the vanguard. Radiant light strike. She screamed frantically. Truong Viet. We are completely surrounded by the horde. I cannot hold them back. Hearing her desperate cry, Truong Viet instantly manifested a surging abyssal black aura. His silver-armored scorpion stepped up, shielding Tan and Han. The beast charged fiercely, smashing the monstrous horde away. Raising his staff to the heavens, Truong Viet condensed pure energy into a blinding orb. A devastating radiant beam erupted, engulfing the swarm. In a single heartbeat, the beasts were vaporized. But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced from behind, snapping his gaze back. Jiaini was completely overwhelmed by the savage abominations. Her voice violently trembled. Truong Viet, please save me. Tan and Han screamed in terror and wildly lunged forward. I have to save her, but a firm grip jerked her back. Do not move. Truong Viet commanded, his brow heavily furrowed. She is already beyond saving. You will only throw your life away. The monstrous tide brutally tore Jiaini apart, silencing her final agonized shrieks. Faint particles of light began drifting from her shattered form. Truong Viet's eyes narrowed at the grim death signal. Tan and Han gasped in pure horror. Has she exhausted all her resurrection chances? The abominations continued their bloodthirsty snarls. Their wicked glowing eyes locked hungrily onto the surviving pair. Turning away, Truong Viet coldly reminded her. There is no time to mourn. We must survive this apocalyptic zombie tide first. Trembling and dazed, she merely stammered, All right. Truong Viet turned his back, walking forward with an incredibly heavy heart. Fleeting memories of Jiaini's bright smile flashed painfully across his mind. Much later, deep within the fortified defensive base, a brutal bloodbath raged between humanity and the horde. Deafening roars shook the very earth. Hidden away in a shadowed corner, the pair intensely analyzed the chaotic battlefield. Exhaustion lacing her heavy sigh, she whispered, This is already the third wave, and still, this hellish tide refuses to end. Truong Viet scanned the blood-soaked horizon. Stay calm, the system allows a maximum of 3 waves daily. We are at the final stretch. We just have to outlast their inevitable retreat. Right at that very moment, a mechanical system alert echoed in their minds. The World 2 zombie siege had commenced. The true apocalyptic nightmare was descending. Humanity suffocates in toxic fog and endless darkness. Survivors of Knotted City must hold the line. If the barricades fall, absolute extinction awaits. World Mission 1, conquer a hidden secret realm. Progress 0 out of 1. World Mission 2, repel the 3 catastrophic zombie waves. Progress 3 out of 3. Upon completion, the boss instance gate for World 2 will awaken. Slay the boss to ascend to World 3. Truong Viet quickly calculated his next move. That previous secret realm yielded a massive 400,000 experience points. To breach World 3, I need to hunt down another secret realm immediately. With burning determination, he strode toward the exit. The undead tide is receding. Stay hidden and recover your strength. Startled by his sudden departure, Tan and Han frantically asked, But what about you? Stepping directly into the glowing portal, Truong Viet simply replied, I have personal business to slaughter. Left entirely in the dark, she cried out. What business? Take me with you. The scene completely shifted to the level 17 Lost Hospital. Before the siege concludes, I will obliterate this secret realm, Truong Viet vowed silently. Gripping his magical staff, he plunged into the pitch-black corridor. The rotting abominations detected his footsteps, snapping their horrific gazes toward him. Unfazed, Truong Viet sneered and elegantly flourished his staff. His silver-armored scorpion materialized from the void. Feast. A mountain of experience waits in the shadows. A devastating shockwave of raw power instantly erupted. The blast tore through the haunted hospital. Moments later, every single abomination lay dead. Mountains of glittering gold coins erupted from their decaying corpses. The system interface went completely wild with loot. Congratulations on purging the level 17 Lost Hospital. Reward 200,000 experience points. 1 gold coin and 30,000 mutant energy. A miraculous 10,000 times multiplier triggered. Legendary item acquired the Demon Devour ring, plus a super lightning skill book and an elite zombie pet certificate. The mechanical voice chimed once again. World Mission 2, successfully conquered. The final boss of World 2 is now awake. Annihilate the boss to shatter the gateway to World 3. Boom level 19 achieved boom level 20. Next evolution requires 120,000 experience. Smiling Truong Viet casually tossed some coins to his loyal beast. The scorpion clicked its pincers in pure joy. With resources like this, your mythic evolution is inevitable. He eagerly swiped through the glowing interface. incredible haul. Brand new skills and legendary gear. His offensive power and vitality surge drastically. Once this zombie wave finally breaks, I will conquer this second world completely. With a swift tap, he absorbed the supreme rank Super Lightning Technique effect. Summons Heavenly Thunder for 300%. Magic damage carries a deadly 30% chance to paralyze targets for 1 agonizing second. Mana cost is 95 with a rapid 5-second cooldown. Simultaneously, he equipped his newest treasure, sending his combat power skyrocketing. The Infernal Envoy Ring, level 20. 3-star gold tier quality, perfectly forged for the mage and beast tamer pathways. Boosts magic attack by a massive 155. Plus 10 to intelligence and spirit. Passive effect. Demon Devour. For every 200 magic damage dealt, it ruthlessly drains equivalent life force if the target lacks mana. Legends claim this very ring once imprisoned an absolute demon of hell. Suddenly, the interface flashed with an urgent notification. A private chat popped up from Tan and Han. Truong Viet, the zombie tide has finally broken. Shall we slay the World 2 boss together? Meanwhile, a desperate ping arrived from Liu Yao. Boss, please save me. Level 20. A 3-star catastrophe. I can't solo this. Truong Viet's mind raced. With a forbidden mage backing my plays, our survival odds skyrocket. Plus, Liu Yao had proven useful before. Making his choice, he sent a quick message. 10 minutes. Zombie tide entrance. Tan and Han's confirmation came instantly. Understood. Liu Yao's eager response followed right after. Perfect. Beyond the walls of Nodding City, a massive squad marched forward. Tan and Han blinked, completely bewildered. Glancing at the crowd, she asked, "Why the entire army?" Liu Yao chuckled nervously. "That boss is an absolute nightmare. For a second world raid, we need all the cannon fodder we can get." Truong Viet just scoffed, walking ahead. "Do whatever you want." Ding, a glowing system prompt shattered the tense air. Second world boss dungeon unlocked. Massive presence detected. Initiate group raid protocol for all members. Accept or decline. Truong Viet didn't hesitate, channeling his explosive aura into a radiant sphere. He blasted the accept button instantly. A colossal dimensional rift tore open before them. Beyond that shimmering threshold lay a completely devastated wasteland. The second world instance was officially live. Truong Viet locked eyes with the abyss. "Move out." Tan and Han tightened her grip. Liu Yao roared, "Protect the boss." The massive guild chanted, "Yes, sir." One by one, they plunged into the swirling vortex. Stepping under a blood-red sky, harsh sunlight revealed a dead world. The portal snapped shut. A colossal titan was tearing the ruins apart. It slowly turned, locking its bloodthirsty gaze upon them. Level 20, Corpse Emperor. A 3-star physical powerhouse, Liu Yao gulped down his absolute terror. Its aura is suffocating. "This is the second world's ruler. It makes the first boss look like a joke." Someone whimpered, "Boss. A level 17 almost wiped us out. Are we marching straight to our graves?" Truong Viet stood tall, his voice cutting the panic. "Hold your ground." He shot a severe look at Tan and Han. "Fall back. One scratch from that beast means instant death for you." She cast a glowing mana shield and retreated. Truong Viet's shadow expanded as his silver-armored scorpion materialized. "Showtime, buddy." The beast sniffed the air, erupting with monstrous bloodlust. It glared down at Truong Viet with absolute disgust. "Pathetic mortal. Are you begging for the grave?" Vicious bone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. The armored scorpion desperately tanked the lethal barrage. Its health bar shattered instantly. Exploiting the opening, Truong Viet vaulted skyward, condensing a miniature sun in his palms. The infernal meteor crashed, forcing a deafening shriek from the titan. Truong Viet felt his magic surge. This legendary gear really skyrocketed my destruction stats. At this rate, even this tyrant is just another stepping stone. Thrashing in agony, the Emperor howled with unbridled fury. Worthless parasites burn. A devastating backhand sent the massive scorpion crashing through the debris. Locking onto Truong Viet, it bellowed, "Arrogant insect." Witness absolute despair. Its massive arms morphed into a terrifying forest of blades. Ultimate skill, Death Spike, burst. A catastrophic storm of javelins rained down, scattering the terrified guild like ants. Through the dust, the scorpion barely rose, launching a desperate counter. But another brutal smash slammed the tank violently into the cracked earth, kicking up a blinding dust storm. Liu Yao screamed in pure terror. "Our front line is falling. Cast all your healing magic." The cleric scrambled, bombarding the scorpion with glowing restorative spells. Ignoring them entirely, the towering emperor charged like a freight train toward Truong Viet. The fully healed scorpion lunged back into the meat grinder. Seeing her opening, Tan and Han unleashed her forbidden magic. Radiant light prison blood, dripping from her lip, she forced the celestial chains tight. Trapped in holy energy, the abomination snarled. Cowardly worms, you hide behind pathetic tricks. Tan and Han's voice cracked under the intense pressure. Truong Viet, strike now, my mana is breaking. Arcane energy howled violently around Truong Viet's staff. It isn't a trick, monster. You are simply too weak to survive my wrath. Twin dragons of elemental fury erupted, hellfire missile intertwined with glacial spike, blasting a devastating hole straight through the boss. Devastating damage. 754 burn frost. 1240 double criticals, target completely frozen. Liu Yao's jaw dropped as he screamed in sheer disbelief. A level 20 tyrant lost 25% health in one breath. His burst damage is absolutely god tier. Truong Viet hoisted his glowing staff to the heavens. Apocalyptic violet lightning violently spiraled around his entire body. The clouds tore open as a catastrophic lightning dragon descended instantly, annihilating the very earth. The divine strike engulfed the raging titan completely. Its massive frame thrashed violently in unimaginable agony. Absolute devastation. As the blinding electric storm finally began to dissipate, nothing remained but thick, suffocating smoke. The Emperor's completely scorched corpse swayed before crashing heavily at Truong Viet's feet. Liu Yao pumped his fists in absolute euphoria. Big brother, you are a literal god, Tan and Han sighed in relief. Seriously, Truong Viet, your destructive power just broke all logic again. Yet Truong Viet ignored the cheers, staring coldly into the settling dust. His instincts screamed danger. Without warning, the scorched titan's horrifying eyes snapped wide open, plunging everyone into freezing terror. System warning. Phase 2. The Corpse Emperor has activated its awakened skill, Heaven and Earth Annihilation. The heavens swallowed all light. Apocalyptic pillars of blazing fire erupted through the void, igniting pure terror below. What sorcery is this? The abyssal beast violently dragged itself upright, sending apocalyptic tremors crashing through the earth. A soul-shattering roar erupted. Filthy mortals, I will drag your souls to the abyss. The hunters stood, paralyzed minds shattered by the nightmare. Lu Duhuang wept desperately, clinging to Truong Viet like a lifeline. Big brother, are we doomed to perish here? My resurrection scrolls are entirely gone. One more death means true annihilation. Truong Viet locked his blazing gaze onto the distant sanctuary gate. His pulse hammered with dread. The spatial rift was too far. Escaping on foot would only guarantee their gruesome demise. Then his eyes caught his silver-armored demonic beast. A crazy survival plan sparked. There is one path left. Without hesitation, he snatched the weeping Lu Dihuang. He then firmly hooked his arm around Tan and Han, pulling a startled gasp from her. He retreated 2 steps, channeling explosive momentum. We have zero time for explanations. Truong Viet violently hurled his comrades straight toward his loyal familiar, the silver-armored demonic beast. A commanding roar tore from his throat. Expend all your aura, launch them to the sanctuary. The demonic beast obeyed, intercepting their bodies, sparking absolute hysteria. Lu Duhuang shrieked, face pale with terror. Boss, what insane stunt is this? The massive armored creature ignited its monstrous core, catapulting them toward salvation. Tears streamed as Lu Dihuang screamed to the heavens. Holy crap! Seconds later, they crashed safely before the divine portal. Lu Dihuang gasped, chest heaving with survival. Heavens, I truly believed the Reaper had me. Tan in hand frantically whipped her head around, but Truong Viet was completely missing, and the spatial rift was rapidly collapsing. Inside the hellscape, Truong Viet had just vaulted onto his loyal beast while the shattered domain crumbled into apocalyptic magma beneath their feet. The towering familiar grabbed him, priming for the final launch. He fiercely commanded his familiar. Silver armor, burn your life force and hurl me, I will instantly recall you. The familiar roared in absolute loyalty, launching his master toward salvation. Mid-air, Truong Viet twisted his body and triggered the soul recall. The silver guardian vanished into light. The crumbling altar they just abandoned disintegrated entirely, swallowed by the roaring crimson magma. Hurtling through the void, Truong Viet rode the kinetic wave toward the glowing rift, but suddenly, a devastating magma geyser erupted, instantly blocking his only escape path. His momentum shattered, gravity dragging him toward death. Damn it, my kinetic flow is completely dead. Truong Viet desperately channeled his remaining mana, manifesting his mystic staff. With a battle cry, he unleashed a blinding magical sphere directly into the raging inferno below. The explosive impact sent a catastrophic shockwave upward. Outside, Tan and Han watched in absolute terror as the portal collapsed. The rift is sealed. Truong Viet Lu Dihuang wailed, shattering the silence. Heavens above, big brother, did you trade your life just to spare mine? Yet, amidst their despairing tears, a bruised figure miraculously blasted through the fading rift. Tan and Han gasped in profound joy. Truong Viet Lu Dihuang roared with uncontainable ecstasy. Boss, as the smoke cleared, the legendary hunter stood unyielding before them. A confident smirk graced his battered face. Tan and Han rushed forward, heart pounding. Truong Viet, are you injured? He chuckled softly. I survived, just rode a rather extreme shockwave. Suddenly, the golden system interface chimed globally. Nodding City server divine congratulations. Player Lin has annihilated the second realm boss, achieving first clear. Congratulations Tan and Han for conquering the second realm titan. Congratulations Lu Dihuang for surviving the second realm dungeon. Lu Dihuang pumped his fists, trembling with pure adrenaline. We cleared it. Big brother, my life belongs to you. I will transfer 500,000 wait 1 million credits immediately as thanks. Truong Viet waved off the mortal wealth with a calm breath. The raid is complete. My body needs extreme rest now. Wait, Truong Viet. Tan and Han's urgent voice pierced the air, her brows furrowed with deep warning. Tran Quang abandoned Yanvu Guild. With his venomous pride, he will definitely seek revenge. Watch your back. Truong Viet nodded calmly. Yes, I understand. Lu Dihuang eagerly turned to the female mage. Little sister, your crowd control was utterly god tier. We are the vanguard of the second realm. Shall we form a fixed party for the third realm? Tan and Han coldly rejected. I walk my own path, go ahead. Lu Dihuang laughed off the rejection smoothly. Fair enough, may fate cross our paths again. Watching them leave, Tan and Han sighed deeply. Destiny's threads are truly absurd. We started as bitter enemies, yet emerged from the abyss as trusted comrades. Meanwhile, within the cursed mist-shrouded graveyard of the terrifying third realm, the death god's domain awaited. A weathered tombstone violently quaked. From the corrupted earth, a human hand suddenly blasted upward. Lu Dihuang and his party clawed their way out of the demonic soil. One hunter gasped with wild thrill. Boss, this third realm sanctuary is pure madness, spawning inside a literal graveyard. Lu Dihuang surveyed his troops with burning ambition. Brothers, we are the supreme vanguard. We will grind relentlessly and forge Jenny's absolute #1 guild. Suddenly, a heavy boot crushed his fingers. Lu Dihuang screamed. Bloody hell! Which blind rat dares trample my hand? Are you begging for the grave? The towering man sneered with absolute disgust. You must be Ludia from the Supreme Guild, correct? Summon that guy Truong Viet from your squad right now, the villain demanded. In response, Ludia jabbed a defiant finger back. Who the hell are you to give me orders? If I just obeyed, my young master's pride would shatter, a panicked subordinate urgently whispered. Boss, these intruders radiate pure killing intent. They feel like veteran awakeners from the vicious third world. We desperately need Brother Viet immediately. Ludia spat back with blazing defiance. So what? Betray. My own brother never steal, sang as his gleaming blade finally cleared its scabbard. If that is how it is, then prepare to face my wrath, Ludia roared. Suddenly, an elder assassin's ruthless blade pierced straight through Ludia's chest. Astonishingly, not a single drop of blood fell. The terrified mercenary gasped in sheer horror. The lethal strike completely phased through him. The enemy leader scoffed coldly. It is merely novice blessing. Did you think an under-level 20 weakling conquered the second realm? Ludia's squad stood utterly paralyzed. Gripping his divine chestplate, he exhaled heavily. Thank the heavens, this novice shield protects us up to level 10. Otherwise, my soul would already be gone. His comrades turned completely pale. Young master seized this chaotic opening and escape. The sinister mastermind glared with glacial malice. Fleeing, do not make me laugh. The moment his ruthless words dropped, 2 shadowy phantoms erupted at lightning velocity. Devastating shockwaves smashed into the squad. Their vital aura bars instantly plummeted into the red. -700. 12-700. 38. 2 bloodthirsty stalkers materialized from the deep shadows, prompting their boss to cackle. Just because I cannot harvest you, does not mean my hounds cannot. The second slaughterer, a level 25, Vanguard Elite. The third executioner, also level 25. First-class battle warrior. Total despair swallowed Ludia's vanguard. A terrified subordinate stammered out. Young master, their leader is an underworld butcher who solely hunts the living. The scarred executioner snarled with demonic bloodlust. I will grant your pathetic souls one last chance. Summon Truong Viet immediately. If that coward hides, prepare for a massacre. Meanwhile, inside a deathly silent hospital room, a robotic voice echoed. Lord Truong Viet, the healing sanctuary has successfully processed your massive gold transfer. Truong Viet remained perfectly still, bathed in the fading golden hospital sunlight. As he gripped the receiver, the soothing voice continued flowing. Please set your heavy heart at ease. We shall fiercely protect your little brother. Truong Viet exhaled deeply, understood my absolute gratitude. The transmission died, his sharp gaze locking onto a holographic distress ping. Immense thanks, brother, for carrying me through that hellish boss raid. Here is our contracted bounty, plus a hefty bonus for your godlike assistance. Staring at the astronomical figures, Truong Viet let out a heavy sigh. Truly, the overflowing pockets of a golden spoon noble. Over 1 million credits easily covers my brother's sanctuary. Suddenly, a violent buzz shattered the tranquility. His eyes narrowed as he answered the frantic incoming transmission. "Speak." A hyperventilating voice shrieked through the speaker. "Lord Truong, you must descend and save us quickly. Our guild leader is facing absolute death." Back in the cursed cemetery abyss, a severely chained Ludia knelt helplessly. Suddenly, the murderous syndicate snapped their vile gazes straight forward. The second stalker hissed, "Master, a solitary aura approaches." Out of the oppressive fog, a lone, terrifying silhouette slowly manifested. Truong Viet advanced his glacial aura, suffocating the air. "Unhand him," the scarred butcher smirked wickedly. "So you are Truong Viet. Someone bought your life. Only one soul leaves this graveyard alive." "Bound but unbroken," Ludia bellowed furiously. "Who bought you dogs? I will pay each of you 1,000,000. Just shatter these chains. I swear my father is the richest titan in Linhai City." The astronomical bribe made the minion flinch. "Master, it completely eclipses our contract." But the scarred tyrant barked furiously. "Are you blind fools trading your lives for phantom gold? Our mysterious client possesses monstrous, heaven-defying authority. We cannot provoke them." The scarred elite then turned his disgust-filled gaze back toward Truong Viet's solitary figure. Sneering, he spat, "Just a pathetic beast whisperer." Second, shadow obliterate him. Ignited by his master's ruthless command, the second stalker erupted forward like a rabid wolf roaring perish. Yet as his lethal blade carved through empty space, Truong Viet had completely evaporated. The assassin froze in absolute bewilderment. Where did he go? Materializing instantly, Truong Viet thrust his ancestral spear, unleashing a roaring torrent of azure ki. The absolute zero wave instantly crystallized the charging assassin. Agonizing shrieks echoed as the glacial piercing art fully blossomed. Entombed within a devastating, unbreakable solid glacier, the trapped hunter choked out in terror. What demonic sorcery is this? Witnessing this doom, the third slaughterer went completely berserk, lunging forward and howling. "Brother, I will butcher you." Truong Viet stood like an unyielding mountain, his legendary spear instantly devouring blinding golden aura. With godlike precision, Truong Viet thrust the brilliant weapon outward. A catastrophic inferno erupted from the tip, violently blasting the third attacker backward. Not a single flicker of mercy crossed Truong Viet's frozen statuesque features. Watching his elite vanguard get absolutely vaporized in mere heartbeats, cold terror finally gripped the scarred boss. Frigid sweat drenched his trembling face. He panicked internally. Utterly impossible. This absolute monster actually instantly slaughtered. A level 25. Vanguard. Fusing with shadows. The boss slithered behind Truong Viet for a lethal backstab. Sensing the foul danger, Truong Viet instantly vanished sideways, though the venomous blade still grazed his arm. The system chimed. "You suffered a devastating blow from the forbidden art phantom ambush of the ruthless executioner class. Vitality depleted by 1,425 points. Surviving the deadly surprise attack, Truong Viet instantly ignited his agility arts, leaping backward to carve out a massive tactical gap from the scarred terror. Realizing his opponent survived the ultimate strike, the twisted boss erupted into a manic grin. He scoffed sadistically. "You swallowed my supreme death strike and are not dead." Roaring with arrogance, the enemy launched a deadly assault. Facing the incoming strike, Truong Viet calculated silently. This level 30 assassin is impossibly fast. At such point-blank range, evading this lethal blow is completely impossible. Boom. A colossal centipede manifested from thin air, shielding his master with its body. The silver, armored demon beast. The majestic beast released an agonizing howl. Viscous fluid erupted from its shell before dissolving into ghostly white smoke, leaving a tragic echo behind. Glaring at the unstoppable blade, Truong Viet braced himself. The scarred killer bellowed violently, "Your life ends here." But suddenly, radiant purple mana coiled tightly around the ruthless assassin's weapon arm, freezing the lethal strike entirely. Flowing light spell Tan Enhan materialized behind our hero, her voice trembling. "Are you hurt?" Spotting the newcomer, the scarred killer's arrogant smirk instantly twisted into absolute dread. Truong Viet's gaze erupted with blazing battle intent. Channeling tyrannical golden aura into his divine spear, he declared fiercely, "My turn to hunt." Pure terror consumed the assassin's scarred face, his eyes bulging as the shadow of death approached. The golden spear pierced the heavens, blasting the enemy straight into an inferno of raging divine light. Searing agony devoured his flesh, leaving scorched craters. Only agonizing shrieks echoed from within the merciless blazing purgatory. A mere level 20 Beast Tamer possesses such devastating power. I am an elite level 30 assassin wielding supreme golden gear. Later, amidst the desolate demonic swamp, Tan in hand, you have repeatedly materialized just in time to alter my destiny. You have my deepest gratitude." The girl smiled radiantly, brushing it off. "It is nothing. Our fates are simply intertwined." Secretly, she breathed a massive sigh of relief. Thank heavens I tracked his status. Suddenly, Lydia's squad rushed over, bowing deeply. Senior, forgive us for dragging you into this nightmare. Our hero waved it off. Relax, I was their true prey. Tan Enhan's expression darkened. Tran Quan is definitely pulling the strings from the shadows. His recent movements reek of conspiracy. A terrifying scheme is unfolding. Truong Viet, how do we counterattack? She frowned deeply, probing further. Recognize those shadow stalkers. Lydia trembled uncontrollably. They belong to a notorious mercenary syndicate. Our hero's eyes narrowed dangerously. Paid killers, who forged their blades. A terrifyingly covert network of merciless butchers, Tan Enhan explained grimly. This shadow guild crawled from the abyss 10 years prior. Rumors claim 50 ruthless stalkers exist, yet absolutely none surpass level 30, Lydia gasped in sheer disbelief. Surviving a decade here yet permanently stuck at level 30, that defies all logic. Truong Viet nodded knowingly. Breaking the 30th threshold demands a second awakening. By rejecting the Ascension trial, they permanently freeze their growth. It is a deliberate, sinister tactic to manipulate the system. A companion chimed in dreadfully. Their monstrous boss stalks the third world, perpetually ruthlessly slaughtering defenseless novices for twisted amusement. Hoarding supreme golden tier equipment and refining absolute energy, their baseline power is overwhelmingly terrifying. Lydia bit her lip in frustration. Usually pure gold dictates their loyalty, yet they completely ignored my highest bounty today. Their bloodlust was unyielding. The spearman concluded sharply, if immense wealth cannot sway them, an absolute master must hold their leashes. Failing today only guarantees a much deadlier ambush tomorrow. Paralyzed by dread, Lydia stammered. How do we survive this insurmountable level gap? Miracles eventually run out. Unfazed Truong Viet asked calmly. Your clan possesses deep ties to the legendary Zhao, blacksmiths, correct commission, and artifact. Gripping her shoulder with unwavering conviction, he whispered mysteriously. Any level 20 gear works provided it resonates seamlessly with the demon heart. Forge it with absolute urgency. Leaving those cryptic instructions, the lone hero vanished into the shadows, leaving Lydia entirely dumbfounded. Consider it done. But why this specific item? Over his shoulder, the Beast Tamer declared ominously, our very survival here hinges entirely upon this blade. Meanwhile, atop a dazzling, opulent skyscraper penthouse, a furious vein bulging fist shattered the mahogany desk. Useless garbage. Elite level 30 shadows humiliated by a mere level 20 Beast Tamer. Witnessing his sinister patron erupting with pure fury, the trembling assassin guildmaster pleaded, we miscalculated his hidden depths. However, Boss Tran, rest assured, I shall personally sever his head. Tran Quan ordered coldly. Fail again, and you know exactly how brutal your execution will be. Bowing like a terrified dog, he submitted. Understood. Elsewhere, a divine spear pulsed with breathtaking heaven-piercing golden luminescence. Suspended in the void beside his legendary weapon, Truong Viet calculated his odds. Wielding my current realm of power, clashing directly against the entire Shadow Syndicate equals absolute suicide. Suddenly, a transparent azure system window materialized in his vision. Third world, death god descends. The glorious ancient human capital has morphed into a despair-inducing necropolis under divine wrath. Mortals must cower within cursed tombs to evade absolute annihilation. The sanctuary barrier must exceed 100 defense points, or face instant soul-shattering death. Mission 1. Escalate tomb fortifications from 300 to 2000. Mission 2. Conquer a 300 difficulty trial. Victory unlocks the hellish gateway to the ultimate third world monarch. Suddenly, the cavern violently quaked as jagged stalactites crashed downward. The system flashed ominously. The Reaper mocked. You inflicted 88 damage upon your own tomb. Slaughter beasts to mend the shattered defense. Grinding missions and secret realms. Truong Viet's mind drifted back to the chaotic demonic swamp. At midnight, Seja unleashes 10 minutes of pure hell. Step outside a grave or hit zero defense. Instant annihilation. Truong Viet's eyes snapped open with chilling resolve. Everyone must retreat to the graves then, even those shadowy assassins. This was his one flawless window of escape. Closing his eyes, he calculated his next move. Now he only needed to wait for Ludia. Ding. A system mail chimed. An image showed Ludia giving a thumbs up. Big brother, your requested divine gear is finally forged. A massive protective dome shielded the demonic swamp, blocking out the freezing blood-red mist of the void. Brother Viet. A cheerful voice shattered the silence. Ludia sprinted over, proudly wielding a magnificent long spear. Grasping the weapon, Truong Viet gasped. Such unbelievable speed. To forge this in a single day. Ludia grinned with pride. My father pulled strings with the Zhao family head. A master craftsman forged this emergency commission. A pinnacle-tier artifact born in record time, Truong Viet hoisted the spear heavenward, a triumphant smile blazing across his face. The system analysis flashed, Demon Eye level 20, 2-star relic. Gold attribute magic attack 100, intelligence +6. Passive skill, Demon Heart, at max health lethal critical hits are completely nullified. Lore forged from a true demonic eye, tempered in abyssal waters of dark magic. Creator Zhao Jia. Ludia's voice trembled slightly. Brother Viet, will we fight together again? Those assassins are camping the safe zone, slaughtering the Supreme Guild. Truong Viet's gaze remained ice-cold. No, I have a different strategy. Suddenly, a blood-red server warning blared. Holy Light Graveyard alert. Death God Seja strikes in 5 minutes. Seek Grave Sanctuary immediately. Panic struck Ludia as he roared to his squad. The Grim Reaper is here. Fall back to the graves. But emerging from the shadows, a menacing squad blocked their path. Ludia's face drained of all color. The assassins, Truong Viet, stood like an unmoving mountain. Stay calm. This is a safe zone. They will not dare strike here. The killer captain smirked wickedly. Keep cowering, brat. The second you step outside, your agonizing death is absolutely guaranteed. Ludia glanced back, only to find Truong Viet already walking away. His calm voice echoed, "Get into the graves now." "Wait, where are you going?" Ludia screamed in sheer terror. "The death god is descending. Stepping out there is pure suicide." Truong Viet cast a resolute glance back. "Do not leave this graveyard until I return. If things go south, retreat to the second world." The azure barrier parted, welcoming his lone figure into the abyss. Ludia watched in absolute disbelief. "Truong Viet, what insane plot are you weaving?" Beyond the safety dome, a catastrophic vortex of crimson and obsidian energy tore through the wasteland. A wicked razor-sharp horn pierced the earth, kicking up suffocating dust storms. Then, demonic golden-orange eyes snapped open like roaring hellfire. A colossal crimson leviathan erupted from the depths, shattering the bedrock into raining debris. The glowing blue sanctuary held its ground, shielding the demonic swamp from the apocalyptic red-black miasma raging outside. Yet Truong Viet marched alone into that very nightmare, his fingers clamped fiercely around his weapon. Navigating the shadows, his eyes locked onto his target, a confident smirk appeared. "Found you." The trembling gravekeeper spotted the shadow and shrieked in absolute terror. "That cursed death god Saija. He is back to obliterate our holy light graveyard." Stepping firmly into the light, Truong Viet broke the panic. "Greetings. It looks like you need a savior." The NPC's eyes widened, registering the player. "An adventurer," he gasped with desperate hope. "Thank the heavens, your timing is impeccable. Please, brave soul, head east to the City of Death and exterminate the dreaded Skeleton Legion." Ding. The system revealed the monstrous horde's data. These ancient horrors, once banished to the darkest corners of the realm, had mysteriously swarmed this domain. The Skeleton Legion was the vanguard force of death god Seja himself. Annihilating them would shatter the boss's power core. Hearing the hidden lore, Truong Viet's battle intent flared. "Exactly. We cannot let this calamity rule unopposed. Consider this legion already dead." The gravekeeper clasped his hands in overwhelming relief. "May the gods protect you, adventurer. I await your legendary triumph." System alert, epic quest accepted. Confront the death god. Mission difficulty rating: a staggering 441. Lore: the Holy Light Graveyard faces imminent destruction by Seja. Awakened professionals must storm the City of Death and eradicate the undead vanguard. Progress tracker: skeleton warriors, 0 out of 300. Skeleton archers, 0 out of 300. Skeleton mages, 0 out of 300. Skeleton guardians, 0 out of 800. Quest bounty: 250,000 EXP, 500 grave defense, 1 pure gold, 30,000 skill energy, a +3 2-star undead set, 1 mystic skill book, and an elite pet certificate. Countdown timer exactly 3 days. Analyzing the insane parameters, Truong Viet scoffed inwardly. A normal quest. The difficulty dwarfs even royal missions in the second world. Deep in his memories, he remembered the sheer terror of Seja's true invasion. To leave the Holy Light Graveyard is to walk the path of absolute death. Mid-thought, a demonic beast unleashed a sudden blazing inferno. Truong Viet instantly summoned his magical barrier as the system echoed. Grave assaulted by death, God Seja defense drops by 91, leaving 121. A howling gale erupted, bringing another system alert. Attacked by death, God Seja, Dark Demon Eye's demon heart awakened. You are completely immune to all fatal damage. Truong Viet smirked at the glowing weapon. Thank the heavens I had Ludia forge this divine staff. Its true power was absolute in this terrifying clash. The demon heart perfectly countered Death God Sage's devastating instant kill strike. One touch meant oblivion. This divine trait was the ultimate counter. The blueprint for this legendary artifact came from Truong Viet's past life conquering the brutal Fourth Realm. Here in the Third World, without a Grandmaster's touch, such gear is a myth. He silently praised Ludia's brilliant connections to a legendary smith. This timeline's weapon completely eclipsed his past life's arsenal. Armed with this masterpiece, Truong Viet fearlessly slaughtered the monstrous horde, already calculating his swift and triumphant return. Explosive combat shattered the air, radiating a massive azure shockwave. Ludia gasped in pure terror. My soul almost left my body. This reaper is overwhelmingly monstrous. A lackey urgently warned him, "Boss, this nightmare just started. If we hide here instead of hunting, once our barrier shatters, we are dead meat." Suddenly, Tran Quang stepped from the shadows, sneering viciously. Well, if it isn't young Master Lu. Are you too terrified to abandon your precious little safe zone? Or does the pathetic coward fear he will be slaughtered before ever seeing the Third Realm again? Ace interrupted. The arrogant taunts Boss Tran focus on grinding your levels outside. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Tran Quang roared, "How dare you lecture me? Remember, your solitary mission is capturing Truong Viet. Fail me and your precious daughter suffers the ultimate price." Ace's aura turned absolute zero. "I am your shield, but touch Kiki, and I will personally end your miserable life." Tran Quang smiled wickedly. "That is entirely your choice. Act like an obedient dog and she breathes another day." Before vanishing, he threw a deadly threat at Ludia. "Surrender Truong Viet immediately. Defy me, and I promise you, you will not live to see tomorrow's sunrise." Ludia clenched his jaw, furious rage boiling over. Curse this bastard. Just abusing his superior stats. Suddenly, Tan and Han sprinted into the chaotic scene, desperately shouting, "Where is Truong Viet? This is an absolute emergency." A guild member answered. He snatched the boss's top-tier gear and vanished into the wasteland. Her eyes widened in absolute horror. "That cannot be true." A crimson-haired warrior spat back. "We assumed he geared up to slaughter those assassins, but the coward just wanted to survive the Reaper and flee like a rat." Another guildmate angrily agreed. "He left us trapped in this cursed graveyard to die." Ludia barked fiercely. "Shut your mouths. True leaders never doubt their chosen comrades. Doubt breeds betrayal. Do not employ it. I know Truong Viet's unbreakable character." The subordinate stared at him in utter disbelief. "Boss, why blindly place your faith in him?" Right then, a system whisper arrived from Truong Viet. "I need a massive favor." Ludia flashed the glowing screen at Tan and Han triumphantly. "Look here," Brother Viet reached out. My absolute trust was perfectly justified. Annoyance flared deep within her heart. Why rely on that fool instead of me? She furiously typed a direct message to Truong. Viet Truong Quang invaded the Third Realm. He is surrounded by an elite vanguard of high-tier assassins. Ludia quickly updated him. That scumbag took the assassin captain's daughter hostage for total compliance. Truong Viet sent a chillingly brief reply, "I already know." Ludia frantically messaged back, "Where is your current location?" "The City of Death." Meanwhile, within that very nightmare zone, Tan and Han stepped alone into the shadows. System logs indicate beasts here, span levels 25 to 28. This is a terrifying suicide mission for our current stats. What insane plan brought him here? Crack! A rotting hand shattered the earth. She screamed in panic as a ghastly undead warrior materialized behind her blind spot, claws inching toward her flesh. In a flash of absolute peril, a devastating glacial spike impaled the monster. Recognizing that arrogant tone, Tan and Han spun around, her heart racing furiously. That voice, a strong arm suddenly yanked her into a tight protective embrace. Twin spells of apocalyptic lightning and blazing hellfire instantly eradicated the vile undead. Pressed against his chest, Tan Enhan's cheeks burned crimson. "He rescued me again." The system interface instantly projected the threat. Skeleton Warrior level 25. Brutal physical attack 565. Armor rating 390. Magical resistance 380. Vitality 4,420. Deadly skills, heavy slash and rampaging charge. These tragic husks were mortals stripped to bone by Death God Seha's curse. Elsewhere, a shadow assassin questioned, "Boss, our contract is ending. Truong Viet, so why babysit Tran Quang's power grind?" Han and Gim smirked ruthlessly. Gold is gold. Slaughtering targets or farming experience, the blood money pays the exact same. Gritting his teeth, he swore a blood oath. "If Truong Viet dares show his face, I will tear him limb from limb." Suddenly, a dark blur flickered past. Mistaking it for his prey, he roared. "The rat dares to launch a sneak attack. In your dreams?" The phantom retreated in an instant. Blinded by rage, he spat. "Utter trash. Rot in the graveyard. Your tombstone is already carved." The decoy swiftly vanished into the shadows toward Ludia's faction. She immediately pressed status report. Did they spot you? The disguised imposter smirked. Negative, they are just cursing Truong Viet to rot in the graveyard. A sly smile graced Ludia's lips. Perfect. Your payment is processing, just bury this secret. The mercenary beamed, deepest thanks, guild master. A crimson-haired subordinate scowled bitterly. Boss Truong Viet played us as pawns to fake his presence. Why shield him? If we leak his trick to the assassins, our guild escapes their wrath. Ludia replied coldly. We hold the line until his return. The man snapped, total madness. How can one man butcher elite assassins alone? Ludia's aura flared as she commanded. My intuition is absolute. Truong Viet will never betray our faith. Meanwhile, in Death City, Tan and Han bowed deeply. A lifesaver. Are you grinding levels in this cursed zone too? Truong Viet sighed, his eyes reflecting frustration. Yes, but achieving merely one level is agonizingly sluggish. She choked on her words. Sluggish. 2 days of absence. And you call that slow? He remained shrouded in a silent aura. His mind raced. The initial tomb barrier can only endure 3 strikes from the Grim Reaper. Only 2 nights remain. If the assassins fail, the Reaper claims my soul. Piercing her gaze, he demanded, Are you carrying any elixirs? Startled, she nodded. How much stock do you require? He declared. Drain your inventory. I am offering 20% above standard rates. Eyes widening, she summoned her spatial storage. That much. Unloading glittering vials, she murmured that her elder sister brewed these lifelines. She deduced sharply. Hoarding this much vitality. You plan an insane power surge to slaughter those hunters, right? Truong Viet's gaze hardened. Precisely. 3 dawns to transcend their combat prowess. The sheer audacity sent tremors through her soul. Mortality has boundaries. Can you truly shatter them so fast? His unwavering aura replied, It is destiny. Trembling, she vowed, Then I assist. He cautioned fiercely. The beasts ahead are nightmare class. Undeterred, she flashed a fearless, radiant smile. Her sister had recently forged divine tier armor, skyrocketing her combat stats. Observing her pride, Truong Viet chuckled darkly within his mind. 400,000 gold well spent. An absolute whale. Relenting to her golden backing, he formed the party. Listen closely, our tactical formation shifts now. Utilizing her monstrous spending power, our slaughter speed will reach terrifying heights. However, keeping her breathing is priority 1. Blissfully ignorant, she hummed completely blind to his ruthless strategic calculations. Scanning the glowing system interface, his brows knitted heavily. Given this pathetic grinding tempo, reaching the threshold in 3 days is pure delusion. Wait, the 3rd domain hides a level 25 forbidden zone, Bone Island. Merging that epic questline with a dimensional scroll, reward the probability of awakening a miracle skyrockets. It will mutate into a legendary hidden abyss. Strategy locked in, he commanded. Follow my shadow into the rift. She agreed without hesitation. Stepping through the swirling cosmic vortex, a shiver ran down her spine. Is this the 3rd dimensional nightmare? The infamous Bone Island? He strode forward with icy calm. The instant their boots struck the blighted soil of the hidden realm, a suffocating miasma revealed a colossal demonic skull. Through the fog, an ancient magic caster named Lori materialized like a phantom. The weary elder rasped chosen guardian. Will you assist this fading soul in sealing this cursed abyss? Truong Viet gave a curt nod. Correct. Passing a gleaming silver insignia, the sage offered a chilling grin. Claim it. Pray your arrogant bravery does not become your graveyard. Grasping the cold metal, a holographic blue screen shattered the darkness. Normal tier command token level 25. Bone Island Abyss Key. Details bathing this token in undead marrow allows 10 chances of divine refinement upon every skeletal execution. 20 mana points per strike unlocks the legendary golden tier. Warning. This artifact, soul binds immediately upon the first blood drawn. Trade and abandonment strictly forbidden. Biting her lip, she whispered. That elder felt ominous. Is this trial a death trap? His gaze remained deadpan. Forging the golden key merely requires tedious endurance, nothing more. Panic laced her voice. Butchering mobs is simple, but the brutal RNG and massive mana drain will completely bleed us dry. No mortal holds that much spiritual power. A cocky, devilish smirk crossed his face. Relax, my mana reserves are a bottomless ocean. Undead hordes soon erupted. System alerts flooded his vision. Level 25 skeletal vanguard destroyed, plus 220. Experience Valiant Guard absorbs 1 stamina. Skeletal tank obliterated. 220 experience, gained infinite barrier stacks, 1 point. Following a blood-soaked massacre, the howling frost finally shattered. Gasping for breath, she wiped her sweat. An endless slaughter, yet the seal remains dormant. Gripping the bloodied metal, his piercing eyes narrowed. Hold your ground, the breakthrough approaches. Instantly, blinding golden radiance exploded from the emblem. System notification, legendary success. System alert. The Golden Bone Island token is refined. You have 2 hours to upgrade the dungeon or it vanishes entirely. Truong Viet beamed with triumph. Holding the gleaming badge, he declared with fierce excitement, a 1 in 10,000 chance and we crushed the odds. Heaven favored us today. Tan and Han sighed softly, only because your mana outlasted the failures. Truong Viet's expression shifted, mapping out their next perilous move. The Reaper Seja descends soon. Our graveyard shields are stacked. We can tank at least one fatal strike. This golden artifact expires in 2 hours. We dive into the dungeon, now sidestepping Seja's direct wrath completely. Tan and Han nodded firmly. We follow your lead. Suddenly, the system flared. The legendary golden token awakened a hidden realm. Loot secured 5 gold, and a level 25 2-star undead gear chest plus 30. The abyssal gates roared open. Mission activated. Eradicate 4 bone warriors and slaughter the realm's ultimate guardian, the skeleton general Hera. Panic struck Tan and Han's eyes. What is this madness? Truong Viet barked, brace yourself, the vanguard arrives. Ghostly mist violently erupted. A skeletal dread knight materialized atop a spectral steed. The system window flashed. Skeleton General Hera, level 27 brutal physical attribute, a lord-class monster. Hera hoisted his rusted blade, roaring into the abyss. Legions of shadows heed me, annihilate these mortal pests. The bone militia surged forward like a tidal wave. Truong Viet instantly strategized. A combined assault will slaughter us. We must split them up. Drag those undead grunts away, then we execute them one by one. Got it, Tan and Han shouted. The duo pivoted, sprinting for their lives. Mid-stride, she breathlessly asked him, how much longer must we flee? He ignored her question, countering sharply. At maximum power, how many targets can you bind? I have never tested my max, she confessed. Truong Viet commanded, I will bait them. Conceal yourself and lock them down. Set the stage for my kill strike. She nodded, vanishing into shadows. Truong Viet spun around, hurling a blazing fireball at the undead horde. But the flames merely licked their indestructible bone armor. He twirled his mage staff, unleashing a fierce battle cry. Suddenly, Enhan materialized, invoking Star Collapse. Astral chains bound the horde. Strike now, Truong Viet, my mana is draining. Instantly, he charged into the fray. He unleashed a barrage of crimson flames and piercing lightning strikes. The undead legion crumbled. General Hera bellowed with demonic fury. You dare slaughter my elite vanguard. He swung his massive greatsword, vowing a blood-soaked vengeance. The boss stats flared. Absolute damage. 800 base defense. 450 monstrous health. 19,800. Possessing lethal charge and sweep skills. Truong Viet stepped back. His ultimate abilities were locked on cooldown. One hit meant certain death. Suddenly, Enhan screamed in panic. Truong Viet. Her mana pool was tapped from the binding spell. The skeletal giant thrust his massive blade forward, but Enhan activated Flowing Light, pulling him to safety. Adrenaline surged as Truong Viet sidestepped the fatal execution. Seizing the opening, he roared his counterattack. In close combat, your massive reach is useless. He instantly chained lightning, glacial spikes, and blistering fire missiles. The triple elemental barrage obliterated Hera's defenses. The behemoth collapsed, violently roaring. Cursed mortal pests. Truong Viet brushed off the dying threat, turning to Enhan. Forgive my recklessness, I had to feign weakness to bait his heavy strike. She offered a relieved smile. A flawless execution. His gaze hardened. I need your skills for one final move. What is it? She asked, confused. He stayed silent, his eyes locked on the fallen general's remains. Meanwhile, outside the swirling dungeon vortex, a lackey whispered, Boss, your revival scroll is still locked. Why wait in this wasteland? Tran Dan sneered with vicious intent. The gate is sealed, hijacked by another player's authority. I want to butcher whoever stole my legendary loot. Before his subordinate could protest, Tran Dan viciously cut him off. You useless parasites only scavenge for scraps. Just then, a shadowy silhouette breached the portal. Hold your positions, Tran Dan ordered. The second they step out, we slaughter them. Suddenly, the server echoed. Holy Light Graveyard server announcement. Player Cao Trang Dien has conquered the Hidden Bone Island, level 25. Mythical level 25 reward scroll acquired. Tran Dan stared at the emerging victors, his blood running cold. Why is it Enhan and Ah Chai? Masking his shock, he pasted on a slimy smile. Little Enhan, you claimed the hidden realm, she glared coldly. Yes, why lock the portal? We would have provided backup, he probed. She responded with icy disdain. The legendary loot was mine to claim. I require no charity from your guild. Step aside, I am done here. Tran Dan hastily nodded, stepping back. But instantly, a menacing voice cut through the tension. Halt, they commanded darkly. By the ruthless laws of Bone Island, clearing hidden dungeons never drops reward scrolls. You definitely did not raid this alone, did you? Swallowing her rising panic, Tan in hand kept her voice ice cold. A two-person party. I arrived first. Then where is your mysterious partner? He pressed. Her gaze never wavered. She already logged off. Pivoting sharply toward Trandan, she challenged, Is your dog interrogating me? He immediately panicked. No, wait, he is just a lowly bodyguard. As she turned, he desperately begged to buy her dinner. Back off, do not follow me, she snapped. Watching her fading silhouette, Trandan glared. That rat Truong Viet is still cowering in the safe zone, right? We blocked the main exit, they replied. He scurried right back inside. Trandan roared with laughter. Tonight was the fateful third night. If that coward stayed trapped, the Grim Reaper would descend at exactly midnight. When that hour strikes, his absolute tomb defenses would shatter to zero. Truong Viet and Lu are destined for pure slaughter. Deep within the hauntingly quiet forest, Tan in hand wandered solo. Scanning the shadows, she called Truong Viet's name. Instantly, Truong Viet materialized from behind a boulder. Right here, he whispered. Catching sight of him, a massive weight lifted off her chest. I feared Trandan's hounds caught you. She exhaled, asking, You ordered my retreat earlier. Did you foresee Trandan ambushing us there? Truong Viet swiftly revealed his master plan. He had unleashed elite assassins. Currently, they dominated the Third World's power rankings. Once the server announced the dungeon's first conqueror, Trandan's arrogant pride would force him out. He had to hunt the thief and violently reclaim his loot. Pausing, Truong Viet's eyes softened, with unexpected, genuine guilt. Remaining in the shadows was his only play to dodge catastrophic trouble. I owe you a favor, he promised. A soft crimson hue dusted Tan in hand's cheeks. It is nothing, she stammered. She swore to help if she was needed. A warm smile broke across his face. He signaled to secure the perimeter and evaluate their hard-earned spoils. Naturally, she fully trusted him, offering a gentle nod. Suddenly, a glowing system interface materialized. Super Magic Shield. Rank A. Level 10. Currently locked from upgrading. Effect channels immense mana to forge protective barriers for allies within 30 steps. Defense scales off 300%. Magic power enduring for 10 critical seconds. Active aura grants a 15% defensive boost, cost 155 mana. Scanning the stats, Truong Viet felt an inner thrill. This divine art was an ultimate survival card, plus a legendary undead equipment cache. He instructed Tan in hand to totally evade Trandan's death squads. Hand in the quest at Holy Light Cemetery. You will hit level 25 and shatter this deadly stalemate. Anxiety clouded her features. Those bastards are level 30. Is level 25 truly enough power? Should we beg my sister's guild for backup? Unfazed, his aura remained mountain calm. He tenderly patted her hair, promising that absolute victory was already grasped. That sudden, intimate touch sent her blushing violently. Desperate to shatter the tension, she whipped out a mysterious artifact. This golden scroll dropped after I obliterated the first trial, she blurted. Should we break the magical seal? As the ancient parchment unrolled, she read aloud. Within this parallel realm, quests fracture into 3 strict tiers: standard routines, hidden trials, and bounty contracts. Hidden trials boast an astronomically low spawn rate, carrying absolute mythical rarity. Bounties trigger randomly, yielding mostly cold hard cash. Their actual value pales compared to secret quests. Realization struck. Over the past 48 hours, they had burned through a catastrophic amount of elixirs. This contract was the perfect lifeline to rebuild their shattered treasury. But suddenly, the tranquil lake behind them erupted into pure chaos. They recoiled in shock. What is spawning? Someone gasped. Piercing through dense fog, a gargantuan shadow materialized. A suffocating, blood-curdling aura washed over them. A blinding system alert hijacked their vision. System warning. A lethal bounty freshly spawned here. Death City Overlord. The Golden Skeleton King. Level 28. Physical powerhouse, 3-star boss. A hidden fate awakened. Evolve your completed death trial into the mythic tier hidden quest. Hunt the Skeleton King. Accept or decline. Staring up at the towering monstrosity, Tan in hand nervously whispered, Truong Viet. What does an evolved quest even mean? Truong Viet revealed the brutal truth. Choosing this upgrade meant completely sacrificing their past rewards. One single failure and all their blood and sweat would vanish into nothingness. His brilliant mind raced. Usually, he would accept instantly. But Trandan was prowling nearby, likely drawn by their intense aura. If that bastard ambushed their boss fight, their flawless strategy would crumble into absolute dust. Tan Han urgently grabbed his attention. Hidden system quests were legendary. Why hesitate at such a crucial moment? They had to snatch the quest before Trandan's guild arrived. A sly smirk crossed his face. He whispered, Fine. His finger instantly struck the glowing confirmation rune on the floating blue system panel. A dazzling holographic screen erupted before their eyes. Congratulations, you have awakened a legendary hidden quest. Hunt down the Skeleton King loot. massively amplified. 500,000 experience points plus 500 tomb defense, 10 gold coins, 100,000 skill points, and a full 7-piece level 25 2-star undead armor set, plus 1 elite class awakening, 2 divine skill tomes, and 3 elite familiar contracts. Warning, this entire treasure hoard belongs solely to the Golden Skeleton King's executioner. Countdown started. 0 hours, 59 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Reading the divine system text, Tan Han gasped in pure awe. The bounty was astronomically high, boasting doubled experience, epic gear, and familiars. Yet Truong Viet narrowed his eyes, sensing a deadly trap. Slaying a supreme boss with just 2 hunters in 1 hour was nearly suicidal. As they furiously debated their next move, echoing footsteps and arrogant voices shattered the silence. Someone in the distance howled about striking a massive gold mine. A wild boss had just spawned right in their path. Hearing that grating tone, Tan Nan instantly identified the incoming threat. She gasped, preparing to utter his cursed name. But Truong Viet's hand clamped over her mouth like an iron vice. His piercing gaze commanded absolute silence. They swiftly melted into the shadows behind a colossal boulder. Moments later, Tran Dan swaggered into the clearing, flanked by a deadly assassin squad. The arrogant bastard smirked at the towering monster. Butchering this beast would surely guarantee a mountain of treasure, but unlike his blind arrogance, one assassin stared at the behemoth, trembling in sheer terror. A terrifying level 28 3-star overlord. A single misstep, and their souls would be sent screaming to the afterlife. Ignoring the danger, Tran Dan and his dark guild prepared to clash with the nightmare creature. Without any hesitation, the arrogant young master barked his commands. Bleed it dry until it is at death's door, then I will steal the execution. Rage flared in an assassin's eyes, realizing they were just sacrificial pawns. But Faye commanded silence swiftly, dictating their lethal formation. Vanguard locked down the monster's aggro. Support chain. Your healing spells. The main strike team and I will unleash pure hell. Annihilate it now. The squad instantly obeyed his lethal command. Faye lunged at the monstrous giant like a thunderbolt. His blade blurred, unleashing a devastating aura-infused shockwave. The undead sovereign roared, launching a merciless counterstrike. A catastrophic blow shattered the very earth beneath them. Barely escaping death, the squad leaped back. Faye roared at his vanguard. Support mage cast the ultimate armor-breaking hex now. The cleric chanted fiercely, summoning a dark magic circle. Instantly debilitating curses chained the hulking beast. Deep within the shadows, Tan Yan observed the bloody clash, whispering to Truong Viet. Were they really letting these fools bleed the boss dry? A devilish grin stretched across Truong Viet's face. The mantis stalks the cicada, completely blind to the sparrow lurking behind. The battlefield shook as they relentlessly bombarded their prey. The skeleton shrieked in pure agony. Its bone armor splintered under the heavy barrage. Tan Han gasped. They fight like true elite killers. Such a tiny squad, yet their damage output is completely monstrous. Truong Viet coldly pointed out the hidden support mage. That backline healer was holding their flawless assault together. Suddenly, Funkai's lethal instincts flared. He froze, sensing a sinister, unseen presence lurking nearby. Tran Quang furiously barked. Why the hell are you stopping? Slaughter that abomination now. If I miss this level up and legendary loot, I will personally end all of your lives. The curly-haired grunt cursed, realizing this raid was a complete nightmare. But without warning, Feng Kai unleashed a ferocious sword wave into the shadows, roaring, "Show yourself, coward!" Truong Viet's eyes instantly narrowed. Their cover was blown. A deafening explosion pulverized the massive boulder into dust. Truong Viet simply let out a dark chuckle. "Color me impressed. Your assassin senses are incredibly sharp." Feng Kai's pupils shrank in sheer disbelief. "Spying on our guild. You possess an absolute death wish." Tran Quang recognized the shadow, stepping forward, and gasped in pure shock. "Truong Viet, weren't you trapped in the safe zone like a rat? How did you bypass us, and why is Tan Nan here?" Her eyes flashed fiercely. "Who I stand beside is absolutely none of your concern." Tran Quan howled with savage fury. "Annihilate him." He viciously threatened to unleash hell upon his daughter if they failed. Feng Kai glanced back, his gaze freezing over. "Just ensure you honor our bloody contract." He barked commands at his grunts to retreat into the safe zone and summon backup. Curly Hair instantly saluted. Loud and clear. In a flash, Feng Kai lunged viciously straight at Truong Viet. His velocity is terrifying. Truong Viet thought shoving Tan and Han clear of the danger zone, right before evading the deadly strike. The spellcaster dashed back to create space. Feng Kai smirked wickedly. "Stepping past the safe zone means your pathetic life belongs to me." Tan and Han fiercely roared. "In your darkest nightmares, assassin." He scoffed at her naivety, but she stood firm, declaring she would never let His tyrannical power crushed the defenseless. Truong Viet instantly unleashed a devastating combo. Lightning, roaring flames, and piercing frost blasted toward the assassin in a lethal barrage. A thunderous detonation shook the ground. Feng Kai barely parried the blast, his eyes widening in absolute terror, completely baffled by the rookie's monstrous attack power. Simultaneously, agonizing screams echoed from his own struggling squad. "Captain, save us. Our defenses are crumbling." Suddenly, the skeletal boss activated a terrifying magical art, radiating a blinding golden aura. Feng Kai glared with pure killing intent, before frantically retreating to rescue his dying crew. Truong Viet instructed his partner to stall the assassins at all costs so they could slaughter the Monster King first. She resolutely nodded. Meanwhile, at the gloomy graveyard, Liu Dao's guild was panicking. One member frantically warned about the shrinking clock, fearing imminent doom if they stayed. A few selfishly wished they had traded Truong Viet to the Shadow Guild for survival, just to buy a ticket out of hell. Liu Dao suddenly rose, commanding the chaotic room, and pointed outward. "Open your eyes. The killers are pulling back." The guild members gasped as the deadly blockade vanished. Heavy sighs of relief echoed around. Yet Liu Dao furrowed his brows, highly suspicious of this abrupt retreat. Did they finally track down Truong Viet? A comrade noted that the bloodthirsty assassins rarely gave up, making this the perfect golden window to grind monsters and reinforce their shields. He begged the leader to abandon their savior or face total annihilation, but Liu Dao firmly shook his head. "He gave us his word that before sunset he would shatter our chains. If those butchers are cornering him now, our only hope turns to ashes. I will never betray the hero who shielded us." His absolute conviction stunned the entire party into deep silence. Without hesitation, Liu Dao rallied his warriors, commanding a full-scale march to Death City. He promised double bounty payouts for every fighter. The exhausted troops grumbled and sighed, marveling at their commander's unbreakable code of honor. Ignoring the overwhelming odds of impending death, they threw caution to the wind and marched into battle for the sweet gold. Dashing toward the skeletal menace, Feng Kai barked one last command to Curly Hair, demanding he keep his eyes peeled and sustain the crippling debuff on the beast. "Leave the slaughtering to me," he roared. His subordinate nodded, screaming, "Yes, sir." But disaster struck. The undead ruler's magic slammed into Neba, paralyzing his body in stone-cold fear. The monstrosity swung its massive bone blade to execute him. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Truong Viet and Tan Enhan tracked the chaotic bloodbath, watching the elite assassin clash violently against the skeletal sovereign. Tran Quan gritted his teeth, sweating over the 2 versus 1 disadvantage. Until the remaining shadow blades arrived, he had to play it incredibly safe. Suddenly, the boss smashed its giant fist downward, unleashing a devastating seismic wave. Tan Enhan leaped backward to dodge the shattering shockwave. Truong Viet screamed over the chaos, "The final strike is in your hands." She instantly channeled her mana, casting a heavy suppression hex onto the beast. Truong Viet's eyes locked onto the perfect opening. But out of nowhere, Feng Kai lunged from the peripheral shadows, roaring like a madman that he would never let this rookie steal his glory. The young mage snapped his gaze toward the killer, only to see a blinding magical beam streaking toward the assassin. A rapid-fire barrage of light completely overwhelmed Feng Kai, forcing him into a desperate, evasive dance. He cursed into the sky, furious at whoever dared sabotage his execution. Then, Liu Dao's army breached the front line, their battle cries echoing. "Focus on the boss, Truong Viet. We have your back." Their commander had mobilized the entire squad as his ultimate meat shield. Any man who lets him take a hit pays 30,000. Spurred by the massive penalty, the vanguard fearlessly charged the assassins. Feng Kai scoffed in sheer disgust. Pathetic little insects, actually daring to bite a predator. Like rabid dogs off their leashes, he roared, eyes blazing with fury. They dare bite the hand that feeds, slaughter every last one of them. However, Feng Kai's elite subordinates crumbled beneath Liu Dihao's relentless assault. Seizing this perfect opening, Truong Viet exploded upward, soaring into the heavens, crashing his blade against the bone demon. Feng Kai froze, utterly paralyzed. How could a mere level 20 brat unleash such devastating destructive force? He scrambled to close the distance. If this monster of a rookie kept landing blows, the boss kill would be snatched right from under them. "Do not even think about it," Enhan screamed, stepping into the fray. Instantly, she unleashed a fierce blizzard aura, locking Feng Kai in absolute frost. His eyes bulged with murderous intent. "I spared your pathetic life out of mere courtesy to Tran Quang," he snarled venomously. "But if you insist on courting death, then die," he spat with absolute zero hostility, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. His explosive aura shattered the ice completely. In a blinding flash, Feng Kai lunged mercilessly toward Enhan, plunging his ruthless blade deep into her chest. Enhan Truong Viet roared, his voice tearing through the battlefield. Coughing blood, she forced out her dying breath, begging him to press onward. As her avatar shattered into countless digital fragments, an apocalyptic wrath ignited within the soul of Truong Viet. Unleashing his ultimate fury, he bombarded the skeletal monarch with apocalyptic lightning strikes, piercing absolute zero spears and devastating inferno bursts. Feng Kai's eyes burned with bloodlust. "Perish," he bellowed. Simultaneously, the gigantic bone monstrosity crashed its mountain-like fist down on Truong Viet, but the devastating impact was instantly absorbed by his invincible supreme barrier. Eyes glowing with absolute resolve, Truong Viet raised his glowing weapon high, charging up an earth-shattering final execution. An apocalyptic hellfire barrage erupted. The monstrous tyrant was blasted into oblivion by the transcendent strike. Suddenly, a glowing golden system window materialized, declaring the level 28 lord utterly vanquished. A massive flood of experience, merit points, and the legendary killing blow bounty cascaded into his inventory. Amidst the settling dust, only shattered bones remained. The celestial interface chimed once more, flashing a glorious victory banner, praising the flawless subjugation of the undead monarch. Feeling the shockwave, Liu Dihao checked his status logs and hollered in absolute triumph. The raid boss is down. Big Brother Viet actually pulled off the impossible. The vanguard charged ahead. Meanwhile, Truong Viet exhaled deeply, secretly grateful that during the previous dungeon run, he unlocked an absolute guard art, perfectly nullifying that fatal boss strike. Now he just needed to cash in this epic quest to ascend his realm. But first, the legendary loot. A sudden holographic prompt flashed brightly, revealing that upon landing the killing blow, his hidden death mage passive had awakened. Contract the fallen sovereign as a familiar. Smiling wickedly, Truong Viet instantly slammed the accept button without hesitation. Meanwhile, a vein popped on Tran Quang's forehead. "You worthless piece of trash," he shrieked. "Reclaim those divine drops, this instant, or your precious daughter breathes her last." Driven by pure desperation, Feng Kai gripped his blood-stained blade and surged after Truong Viet. Shooting a freezing glare over his shoulder, Truong Viet sneered. "Patience, mongrels. I will return to sever your pathetic heads soon enough." Feng Kai arrived at the crater, but the shadow assassin had vanished. Spitting blood in rage, Tran Quang cursed, condemning them as absolute failures. "Are you intentionally sacrificing your own flesh and blood?" he taunted maliciously. Feng Kai roared like a wounded beast, ordering him to shut his mouth violently, slamming the arrogant noble into the dirt. Crushing Tran Quang beneath his boot, Feng Kai emanated terrifying killing intent. "Touch one hair on her head, and I will shred your soul into 100 agonizing pieces." Trembling violently, the cowardly Tran Quang stammered out pathetic apologies. Panicking, he reasoned that the demon rookie had just solo slain a 3-star level 28 overlord, monopolizing all the heavenly treasures. His combat power is skyrocketing as we speak. If we fail to crush him now, he will become an unstoppable god of death tomorrow. Disgusted, Feng Kai turned away. "When I mark a target for death, wiping them from existence is as effortless as flipping my palm," leaving Tran Quang utterly baffled. Returning to the battleground, Feng Kai realized his elusive prey had completely vanished. "The rat actually teleported away," he gasped in disbelief. They had fatally underestimated the boy's cunning. Glaring furiously at the captured Jizan guild members, he raised his blade to slaughter them all. "Hold your blade," Tran Quang interrupted desperately, a wicked, venomous smirk twisting his face. These pathetic hostages are the ultimate bait to drag that hero out of hiding. Meanwhile, safely hidden away, Truong Viet began processing his astronomical dungeon clear rewards, claiming endless experience, supreme guard arts, and rare familiar contracts. The interface blasted a golden fanfare, celebrating his ascension to level 25. Examining his status, he realized the demonic sovereign could be tamed as a loyal shadow beast. With proper cultivation, this apex predator would become utterly invincible. Suddenly, a red priority transmission flashed. Yao Wuji's arrogant sneer filled the screen, daring the rookie to enter the necropolis and save his guildmates. "Liu Dihao is currently groveling beneath my boots like a dog," he mocked, betting the coward lacked the spine to show his face. Twisting the knife, he sneered that Enhan's tragic sacrifice was entirely his fault. "Your entire guild bled for you, yet you fled like a rat. If you have any honor left, step out of the safe zone." Instantly, Enhan's ghost lingered in his mind, echoing a desperate warning that Tran Quang had laid a fatal ambush, waiting to completely devour his soul. She had begged him not to engage without her backup. Yet Truong Viet's eyes grew ice cold. "That won't be necessary." A chilling smirk crossed his face. Vengeance was finally at hand. Meanwhile, Liu Dao stood hopelessly trapped by Tran Quang's ruthless subordinates. Trembling in despair, he prayed for Truong Viet's arrival. Suddenly piercing through the dense smoke, Truong Viet's imposing figure slowly emerged. Tran Quang barked a sinister laugh. The idiot actually showed up, Tears of pure relief flooded Lu Dao's eyes. "Big brother, please save me," he wailed. Truong Viet stood unbothered. "I am here now. Wasn't my head the ultimate prize you sought? Let him go." In the shadows, Feng Kai silently plotted. Once the target stepped closer, his execution squad would strike as one. This execution had to be flawless. Yet, Tran Quang scoffed. He is just a pathetic novice tamer. A grand ambush is utterly pointless. Regardless, he signaled the executioners, swell, to ready their blades. Kicking Lu Dao viciously, he spat, "Scram." The battered captive sprinted toward Truong Viet. "I knew you would never abandon me," he sobbed. Meeting his gaze, Truong Viet commanded softly, "Fall back. Get out of here. I will bury them myself." Panic gripped Lu Dao. "We must flee. We cannot possibly defeat these elite mercenary assassins. If we reach the safe zone, we survive." Truong Viet cut him off instantly. "Running away is no longer an option. Leave immediately. You will only drag me down." Left with absolutely no alternative, Liu Dao reluctantly turned away, swearing that upon his return, he would rally the entire guild's forces. As long as a single member drew breath, they would march back to back him up. Alone on the battlefield, Truong Viet stared down the commanders. A deadly smirk surfaced. "Well, come and claim your pathetic bounty. Annihilate him," Feng Kai roared. The hidden assassins surged forward like a tidal wave. A vanguard warrior sneered arrogantly at the lone prey. "Just a trash-tier tamer. One strike is all I need to send you to hell." He hollered that the man who claimed this kill would seize the guildmaster's ultimate bounty, unfazed. Truong Viet tightened his grip. He smashed his mystic staff devastatingly into the trembling earth. In a blinding flash of dread, the Dark Frost King materialized. Upon the blood-stained battlefield, Tran Quang and Feng Kai stood paralyzed in sheer terror. Impossible. How did this mere novice summon the legendary Golden Frost King? What dark sorcery was this? Truong Viet smiled wickedly. "To be entirely honest, I must express my deepest gratitude to all of you. Despite ascending to level 25, confronting a legion of level 30 veterans is quite troublesome. My silver-armored scorpion lacked the necessary destructive power." Suddenly, a glowing system prompt had materialized before his eyes, asking, if the Golden Frost King, 1, should devour and inherit the entire combat legacy of the silver-armored scorpion. Truong Viet confirmed instantly. Divine inheritance notifications, TP, flooded his system interface continuously. Absorbing the scorpion's essence, the beast underwent a terrifying evolution, being reborn as the Dark Frost King simultaneously. It awakened the devastating Golden Sword Array technique alongside the legendary King physique. Truong Viet chuckled darkly, whispering, "Forgive me, little scorpion." Following that sacrifice, he activated the mythical undead equipment set's ultimate power. The divine set allowed summoning a skeleton warrior, mirroring his exact level. Furthermore, it inherited 130% attributes. Cooldown was 180 seconds, draining 300 mana points. A startling realization hit him. With this spectral warrior, he now commanded 2 monstrous combat familiars. Upgrading this phantom to golden quality would birth an entity of absolutely apocalyptic destruction. The divine refinement commenced. The mythical undead chest burst open, engulfing the battlefield in blinding celestial radiance. The undead staff, ring, and helm forged themselves from the ether, closely followed by the spectral undead cloak. The undead Greaves belt and necklace fully materialized. A surge of absolute triumph coursed through Truong Viet's veins. Equipping this unholy armor onto the Frost King, Klaus would forge a monstrous titan, far surpassing the Scorpion's ultimate defense. Merged with supreme warrior attributes, its devastating strike and unbreakable defense became utterly godlike. Today he swore that not a single dog from Tran Quang's guild would breathe tomorrow. Truong Viet roared his absolute command. Dark Frost King, eradicate them. The opposing mercenaries merely scoffed. He is nothing but a wet behind-the-ears tamer brat. Tear his pet apart. The Frost King's eyes flared. In a split second, the catastrophic Shadow Sword Array erupted instantly. Invisible blades shredded the vanguard, collapsing them in agonizing pools of blood. Feng Kai froze in absolute terror. Invincible defense and catastrophic damage. Was this truly the monstrous power of a novice? Tran Quang bellowed furiously. Why are you standing there like a coward? Attack him immediately. Have you forgotten your precious daughter's life? That single sinister threat struck a nerve. Feng Kai shot Tran Quang, a look of murderous hatred. Grinding his teeth, he snarled, I know my damn job. Consumed by helpless rage, He cursed this tyrant, who had massacred so many of his loyal brothers. Once his sweet daughter was safe, he swore to rip Truong Viet limb from limb. Unleashing his killing intent, he blitzed straight toward the young master. He launched a blindside strike. Clang, Truong Viet parried the blade effortlessly. A mocking smirk graced his lips. Did you truly believe my back was defenseless? At that exact moment, a spectral swordsman materialized behind Feng Kai. Deathly blade raised high. His blade raised for the kill. Shock shattered his focus. Blindsided by Truong Viet's hidden second familiar, the swordsman desperately pivoted his swing, slashing fiercely at Feng Kai's exposed back. Truong Viet seized this golden opening instantly, chanting a brilliant lightning arts incantation. Frost pierced the air with piercing ice chased by roaring hellfire magic blasting directly into his enemy. 3 devastating spells erupted in rapid succession. Facing this terrifying bombardment, a chilling dread washed over Feng Kai. Such overwhelming destructive force, impossible for a mere level 20 spellcaster. He instantly deduced that Truong Viet harbored legendary-grade artifacts. Meanwhile, 2 shadow operatives silently flanked Truong Viet's towering beast. They shouted in despair. This bone monarch was impenetrable. Even level 30 gold-tier weapons barely scratched its armor. Feng Kai roared his command. Ignore the beast. Eliminate Truong Viet. The 2 swiftest rogues must stall the bone monarch. The rest of you obliterate the summoner. His lethal squad roared their battle cry. Roger that. They charged like wolves. Yet Truong Viet danced through their lethal strikes, unleashing a chaotic frostfire barrage. However, a treacherous blade lurked in his blind spot, ready to strike. Sensing murderous intent, Truong Viet spun, blasting the ambusher with crackling thunder. Suddenly, Feng Kai vaulted heavenward, roaring furiously, perish. But before his blade fell, a booming shout echoed across the battlefield. Protect Truong Viet at all costs. Stunned by this sudden backup, the young mage questioned his savior. The warrior grinned brightly. I am the vice commander of the Jizan Guild. Our grandmaster, Lai Tu Jiao, dispatched us to reinforce your position. Nodding with gratitude, Truong Viet cautioned them to retreat if the bloodbath became too overwhelming. The commander solemnly accepted the warning. He instantly barked orders, forbidding any suicidal solo engagements. Formation defense only. Medics keep casting. Vanguards disrupt their rhythm. Fight as one single entity. The guild roared their fierce compliance. An impenetrable shield wall materialized instantly, violently shoving Feng Kai's assassins backward. Cursing violently, the assassin gritted his teeth at their sheer madness. Without warning, a lethal blade cleaved toward his left flank. Simultaneously, Truong Viet launched a barrage of deadly frost spears, barely evading. Feng Kai panted. Truong Viet smirked impressive reflexes for a shadow guildmaster. Seething with pure murderous intent, Feng Kai spat back. Without that annoying girl's binding magic, claiming your severed head is simply inevitable destiny. A dark grin formed on Truong Viet's face. Oh really? Come claim it. Suddenly, Feng Kai scanned the chaotic war zone. A system notification flared brilliantly. The second heiress of the Su clan had successfully rescued his precious daughter Kai Kai. His beloved child was secure. Overwhelming emotion broke his stoic facade as tears fell. He bellowed for an absolute ceasefire. Truong Viet watched this sudden shift in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Tran Quan shrieked furiously, demanding why the massacre halted. Keep butchering them. Do you want your brat to perish? In a flash, Feng Kai fiercely choked the screaming noble. Suffocating the arrogant rat, desperately pleaded for mercy. With absolute frozen hostility, Feng Kai whispered, your death was sealed the moment you touched my child. Releasing his crushing grip, the pathetic noble crumpled to the dirt. Trembling violently, Tran Quan groveled, swearing to instantly order the hostage's release. With a chilling calmness, Feng Kai declared it useless. His little girl was already secure. Then, merciless steel pierced straight through Tran Quan's heart. His miserable avatar instantly dissolved into digital dust. Witnessing this brutal execution, Truong Viet asked, that pathetic fool had massive faction backing. Slaying him so brazenly, do you not fear their endless wrath? Slamming his bloodied greatsword into the earth, the grim assassin stated that their shadowy path was already drenched in sin. If a father cannot shield his own bloodline, he forfeits the right to exist. I offer my deepest apologies for the sins of my mercenary syndicate. Truong Viet stood frozen, entirely bewildered by this honorable confession. He demanded an explanation. Feng Kai solemnly revealed, your ally rescued my absolute world. Such monumental grace transcends mere words of gratitude. We slaughtered countless of your brethren lately. Let my blood wash away this bitter feud. Lai Tu Jiao grimly calculated, confirming the shadow operatives had butchered exactly 235 Jizan Guild warriors. A loyal shadow stalker furiously intervened, demanding their intentions. If these guild rats crave a massacre, our blades will happily carve their gravestones. Stand down immediately. Feng Kai's absolute command silenced his ranks. Truong Viet readied his glowing staff, declaring, "Since you offer your life with such resolve, I accept. Let this devastating magic repay the 400,000 debt." Aura flaring wildly, he unleashed his judgment upon the guildmaster. Sensing the apocalyptic magical pressure, Feng Kai marveled at its monstrous ferocity. A truly peerless monster. And with a blinding flash, Feng Kai fell. Total panic instantly consumed his remaining followers. "The boss is dead," they roared. "Slaughter that brat and avenge him." But suddenly, a glowing system window illuminated the chaotic battlefield. A guild-wide alert chimed. Feng Kai's voice echoed through the text. Kiki was safely secured. Truong Viet brought her back safely. "I pledged my life for this mission, and a true warrior always honors his blood oath. Hear this, anyone daring to cross him will face instant exile from our guild ranks." Dead silence fell as the troops absorbed the decree. Slowly, every gaze shifted toward Truong Viet and Liu Jiaohao. Approaching the tense crowd, Liu Jiaohao worriedly warned Mr. Truong to keep his guard up and stay alert. Truong Viet merely scoffed at the panic. Suddenly, the entire soldier battalion dropped to their knees. They offered their own heads to atone for the fallen Jizan guild members. "Take our lives instead," they pleaded in absolute unison. "Just spare our master from this heavy burden." Liu Jiaohao stood paralyzed in pure astonishment at this shocking display of unquestioning loyalty. Truong Viet's aura turned freezing. "Children of the Long Nation," he declared, "our blades face outward, never our own blood. Slaughtering kin brings no honor. Shielding your family and defending our sacred Long Nation homeland. That is the true meaning of existence for an awakened professional." With those heavy words, he departed. He tossed a final command. "Tell your master the blood debt is cleared, but a new toll remains. Double the compensation for all material and economic losses the Jizan Guild suffered over these past 2 days. Furthermore, your ranks must safely escort every single Jizan member." Across the Third World realm, relief washed over the warriors as they eagerly accepted the mission. Watching the massive warp gate ignite, Liu Jiaohao felt a deep wave of pure, silent admiration. He finally grasped why their guildmaster treated Truong Viet like a legend. Meanwhile, the crowd gasped at the skeleton, looming behind Truong Viet. "Is that a summoned pet?" one whispered. Horror struck others. It was the dreaded Skeleton King. The nightmare boss of Death City awestruck players jokingly begged to join his unstoppable undead legion. Asterisk. Ding times. The system chimed Dark Skeleton King. Rare grade familiar, boasting dual special effects and deadly passives. Truong Viet smirked with immense satisfaction. A true boss monster, indeed, its terrifying growth rate. Completely crushed average professionals, yet its combat arsenal felt lacking. Then a sudden, brilliant realization hit him. The quest rewards yielded 2 perfect skill grimoires for his undead sovereign to consume. Those legendary skills were Fatal Taunt and Super Light Slash. With a swift command, ancient knowledge flowed into the Bone Monarch. Suddenly, Tan in Hand rushed into view. Surprised by her sudden arrival, Truong Viet raised an eyebrow. Panting heavily, she desperately asked if he had finally executed Tran Quang. "I intended to," he replied with chilling calm, "but the chance vanished because Feng Kai claimed that kill before me." A massive wave of relief washed over her. Confused by her reaction, he questioned her sudden, intense dread. "Tran Thien Quang fiercely protects his only son," she explained, gasping for air. "Whoever was foolish enough to spill Tran Quang's blood will face the infinite wrath of a madman." Truong Viet's eyes narrowed, remembering her sacrifice. She had practically thrown away her life for his sake before, and now she came bearing crucial warnings. Her absolute loyalty was truly undeniable. Pouting with adorable frustration, she crossed her arms. "Exactly. Thanks to you, I suffered a harsh death penalty and lost levels. How will you repay this massive debt?" A confident smirk grazed his lips. "I have a proposition. Rest up tonight. When tomorrow's shadows fall, I will personally carry you through the Third World realm." "Deal." A furious blush dusted her cheeks as she sealed the oath. Later, Truong Viet retreated to his sanctuary. Stepping into the quiet room, he exhaled a heavy, exhausted breath. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone shattered the peace. An unknown caller ID flickered on the screen, raising his guard. A trembling, grateful voice echoed from the speaker. "Brother, thank you." Shocked, Truong Viet demanded to know how this stranger bypassed his privacy. The man confessed instantly the second young miss of the powerful Su family had granted him access. "No hostile intent. I swear I just needed to thank you for granting us a chance at redemption. Kiki is my entire universe. To protect her, I was willing to sacrifice everything, which is exactly why I played the fool for venomous masters. Once we safely escort Jizan through the Third World, my men will forge a new, righteous path instead of living as dirty mercenary assassins." Truong Viet nodded approvingly at this highly honorable awakening. Dawn broke over the city with piercing, cloudless brilliance. Shaking off the remnants of a deep sleep, sharp knocks echoed through his apartment. "Express delivery," a voice announced. He cautiously swung the door open. "Your signature, sir." The courier smiled politely. Bewildered since he ordered absolutely nothing, Truong Viet narrowed his eyes to inspect the mysterious package carefully. He realized it was just a single sheet of paper, but his blood ran cold reading its contents. Someone had already uncovered his true identity. Could another reincarnator actually exist in this world? Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an urgent notification. The terrifying message urged Truong Viet to check the news immediately. What could have happened? He wondered in shock. The breaking broadcast announced the upcoming 100th Glory Convention for awakened professionals, but a brutal bloodbath had just struck the guild headquarters. 42 elite professionals alongside a 9-year-old girl were mercilessly slaughtered. Truong Viet froze in absolute horror upon recognizing Fong Kai and his precious daughter Kiki. The entire assassin guild had been completely annihilated. They did not even spare the innocent child. The massacre happened at 6 in the morning. Shortly after that, mysterious letter arrived. Were these two terrifying events dangerously connected? Whatever the truth was, staying here meant certain death. He needed a new safe house immediately. Truong Viet blended into the bustling city streets. He switched between 3 taxis, looped the city center 3 times, then vanished on foot into a maze of residential districts, perfectly erasing his tracks from any hidden stalkers. Soon, a brightly smiling agent asked if the young man needed a room. Truong Viet nodded silently, and she instantly pitched her offer. I have the perfect hidden sanctuary for you, just 1 street over. Let me personally show you the place right now. She proudly boasted that Dayat Nan Ha Din was a highly prestigious residential zone in the region, offering absolute convenience. Though the architecture showed its age, the rent was a steal. The master bedroom offered vast space and a breathtaking city view. Truong Viet gave a satisfied nod, finding it acceptable. The agent beamed with joy. I will draft the contract immediately. Suddenly, Truong Viet answered his ringing phone. The agent kept chattering about the dirt-cheap price, promising his new roommate was completely laid back. Tan Han's voice echoed through the receiver, confirming if today's operation was still a go. She was already on standby. Truong Viet scanned the rental contract firmly, secured the room, and transferred the funds without a single second of hesitation. The agent eagerly nodded. With his sanctuary secured, he steeled his absolute resolve. It was time to conquer the third world. Tan Han waited at the rendezvous point, but 2 sleazy scumbags were already approaching, creepily offering to carry the beauty through the skeleton hunting grounds. She immediately stepped back in disgust, coldly rejecting them because her party was already full. But the persistent trash kept pushing their luck, mocking her hidden companion and daring him to show up. Tan Han's aura turned freezing cold. Leave now or face the devastating consequences. Truong Viet suddenly stepped from the shadows, declaring himself as her official teammate. He calmly looked at Tan Han, checking if she had been waiting long. The 2 scumbags scoffed loudly. He was just a pathetic Beast Tamer, a trash class with damage lower than a priest, defense weaker than an assassin, and speed lagging far behind any basic mage. Beauty, your teammate is complete garbage. Join our elite squad instead. Suddenly, Liu Dairo aggressively stepped forward, grabbing one of the punks by the collar. He roared with blazing fury, "You dare harass my boss's woman." Liu Dairo quickly warned from behind, urging the guild leader to hold his temper. Reckless brawling would only drag Mr. Truong into unwanted trouble. Liu Dairo gritted his teeth, acknowledging the wise advice. He shot a lethal glare at the trembling cowards and commanded them to get lost. He awkwardly scratched his head and nervously laughed. Sorry, Viet Ka, I lost my cool. Truong Viet raised an eyebrow, questioning their identities. Liu Dairo proudly introduced his trusted squad. These were the elite backups he summoned. Liu Dairo handled frontline combat, while Divine Healer provided absolute support. Truong Viet gave a faint smile, noting that such heavy reinforcements were entirely unnecessary. He just needed Liu Dairo to stay alive and avoid the direct crossfire. Let us move out. Liu Dairo eagerly nodded in absolute obedience. Tan Han matched Truong Viet's pace, her voice laced with dread. Tran Thien Quang is an absolute monster. He slaughtered an innocent little girl. Everyone knows this is bloody vengeance for his son's death. But without hard evidence, the authorities are completely powerless to stop him. Truong Viet shook his head, his eyes darkening. This sinister conspiracy runs far deeper. The terrifying truth is always hidden beneath the surface. Tan Han trembled with anxiety. If Tran Thien Quang is truly pulling the strings, you might be his next designated target. Because that tyrant remembers your past clash with Tran Quang. Truong Viet smirked, assuring her his strength was more than enough. Divine Healer watched their intense dynamic, awkwardly whispering to Liu Dairo. It feels like we are completely third-wheeling here. Liu Dairo chuckled softly. As long as Viet Ka acknowledges my loyalty, that is plenty. The 3 backups awkwardly stood around like shining light bulbs. Truong Viet suddenly turned, his commanding aura flaring up. Is everyone prepared for battle? The trio roared their absolute readiness in perfect unison. Instantly, A glowing system prompt materialized in thin air. Do you wish to initiate the deadly trial of the third world boss? Truong Viet instantly smashed the confirm button. A swirling magic gate violently ripped open right before them. Beyond lay the treacherous scenery of the third world. Truong Viet fearlessly stepped inside and declared, failure was not an option. A glowing system panel materialized. Welcome to the third world boss domain. Descent of Death. The party crossed the glowing portal one by one. Liu Dao scanned the area. Is this really the boss territory? It looks completely ordinary. But instantly, a massive swarm of bloodbats shrieked past them. Everyone flinched in absolute terror. An overwhelming shadow blotted out the light. A colossal nightmare of a monster loomed right before their trembling eyes. A party member gasped in pure horror. It is the third world boss, the death god Zira. Its monstrous aura was completely suffocating. Truong Viet narrowed his freezing gaze. He instantly triggered his divine scouting skill. The system window glowed. Target confirmed. Death god Zira, level 30. 3-star magic class boss. Magic attack 1180. Physical defense 520. Magic defense 550. Health 60,000. Skills detected. Eye of Death, Roar of Death, and Breath of Death. Truong Viet smirked. A bit stronger than before, but with 2 legendary pets and his complete undead armor set. This was child's play. Suddenly the beast unleashed a deafening roar. Murderous intent flooded the area. Countless skeletal warriors clawed their way out of the dirt. Truong Viet commanded his dark skeleton king. Wipe out this trash. His loyal summons surged forward like a tidal wave. Shadow swords sliced fiercely through the enemy ranks. The skeletal clash shook the earth. Truong Viet joined the fray. His blazing flame missiles reduced the enemy to ashes. The rest of the party watched in absolute disbelief. Before 5 men needed a full minute just to kill one skeleton. Yet he obliterated an entire legion in seconds. Truong Viet's voice cut through the chaos. I will take the boss, clear the mobs. Liu Dao, you are still injured. Fall back. Today it is a battle of kings. Let us see who rules this domain. The party roared in unison. Yes, sir. Liu Dao glanced around in confusion. Wait a second. Where is our guild leader? That coward had already sprinted to the absolute edge of the map. He screamed from afar. Big brother Viet, do not worry. I am totally safe over here. Truong Viet ignored him and blitzed toward the boss. He ordered the Dark Skeleton King to cast Taunt. Draw the aggro of Death God Zera. Meanwhile, the Lesser Skeleton summons ruthlessly executed the remaining trash mobs. The Skeleton King vaulted into the sky. His massive blade crashed down directly onto the skull of the giant boss. A blood-curdling shriek echoed out. A teammate screamed. Unbelievable. Even a level 33-star boss cannot handle that insane damage. Truong Viet showed no mercy. Lightning spells and fireballs rained down like meteors. Flame missiles and ice spikes shattered the air. Every single spell found its mark. Death God Zera's health bar was melting away. Someone yelled in pure awe. A level 33-star beast. Against Big Brother Viet, it looks like a pathetic slime. Liu Dao shook his head. Just shut up and watch the show. Truong Viet, his Dark Skeleton King, and the undead army unleashed their ultimate combined assault. The boss was completely crushed. A golden system prompt flashed. Congratulations, you have slain the level 33-star boss. Death God Zera reward granted 49,000 experience points and divine abilities acquired. Truong Viet landed gracefully on his feet. The final blow was absolute perfection. A server-wide announcement boomed. Congratulations to the elite player, Lin Truong Viet. For obliterating the world boss Death God Zera, third world cleared. The entire party rushed toward their legendary carry. Liu Dao cheered wildly. You are a god, Big Brother Viet. That was insanely fast. We must be the very first team to clear. The third world boss Truong Viet sheathed his weapon. What is your next move? Are you pushing into the fourth world? Tan Enhan swallowed hard. The fourth world Truong Viet shook his head. Your current stats are too low. Keep farming in the third world. Build up your strength first. The group exchanged hesitant glances. Tan Enhan nodded firmly. You are right. I will grind here for a few days. We need higher levels before advancing. Liu Dao grinned. I will follow your advice to the letter, boss. Truong Viet stepped through the glowing return portal alone. He exhaled deeply. Time for a well-deserved break. Tomorrow, I will strategize my fourth world expedition. Back in his room, Truong Viet collapsed onto his bed. Wait. His hand brushed against something soft. He leaped back in absolute shock. A strange girl was passed out on his sheets. Who are you? The girl mumbled incoherently. Stop pulling me. I can walk home by myself. Truong Viet pinched his nose. The overwhelming stench of cheap alcohol filled the entire room. What on earth is going on here? He marched out to the hallway and dialed his phone. A cheerful voice answered the call. Truong Viet demanded an explanation. Is this rental property actually a shared house? The real estate agent casually confirmed it was. I explicitly told you the roommate was super chill. Truong Viet rubbed his temples. When did you ever mention a roommate? The agent snapped back defensively. Do not slander me. We run an honest agency. We never trick our valued clients. You never said you were against shared living spaces. Truong Viet let out an exhausted sigh. He realized his mistake. He had signed the contract too fast to read the fine print. Listen, I hate shared housing. Find me a new place immediately. The voice relented, chiding him to speak up sooner next time, claiming she only wanted to spare his wallet. Truong Viet awkwardly peeked inside. His gaze fell upon the sleeping girl, completely lost on his next move. His eyes scanned the National Professional Tournament announcement. The ultimate battle would erupt in just half a month. It promised legendary rewards across brutal stages, from the city tiers to the world finals. A nation's true dominance wasn't just measured by conquering foreign realms, but by their absolute power in these world finals. In his past life, death claimed him far too soon. This time he would shatter the ancient records. Glancing at the teleportation crest on his left hand, he knew the absolute requirement: he must reach level 30 to enter. He needed rapid growth. Suddenly, a sharp chime shattered his focus. Grabbing his phone, a frantic message from Ludia flashed on screen. Big brother, I hit a massive wall. Please save me at the 3rd wilderness zone in the World Tree domain. A blonde girl scoffed, questioning if this so-called savior was actually reliable. If not, they should just surrender. A short-haired girl crossed her arms, complaining that waiting around was entirely useless, especially when their mission timer was ticking down. Ludia blocked their path, begging for patience. A true man never makes empty promises. My guild might fail against this boss, but my big brother is an absolute monster. Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted forward. The newcomer calmly asked about the commotion. As his imposing figure stepped out, Ludia cheered wildly. Brother Viet is finally here. The girls glared with pure skepticism, mocking his weak Beast Tamer class. Were they seriously trusting this guy for their survival? Ludia dropped all pride and begged, Brother, please save my life, join the party, and help us clear this brutal stage. As long as we party up the boss, kill counts for everyone's quest. Truong Viet instantly grasped the pathetic situation and chuckled. Are you just trying to impress these girls? Ludia forced an awkward smile, terrified of losing face. He revealed a level 27 2-star skeleton boss ruled the area. Even with a massive raid of 90 awakened players, they were totally crushed. He desperately pleaded for his big brother's legendary carry to save their dignity. Viet silently stepped toward the dungeon gate. He ordered everyone to stay behind. Do not dare step inside. The girls immediately burst into arrogant mockery. He entered completely alone. Does that fool really think he can solo a raid boss? Men just love throwing away their lives, but the dungeon never shows mercy. Yet barely 3 minutes later, Truong Viet strolled out flawlessly. A girl gasped, asking why he retreated so fast. Another sneered. He probably sensed overwhelming death and crawled back for backup. He calmly informed Ludia that the boss was utterly eradicated. My time is precious, so I am leaving. Ludia screamed in pure ecstasy. That is my glorious big brother, absolutely invincible. The girls scoffed in disbelief, snapping, Do you take us for gullible idiots? Suddenly, a golden system prompt shattered the air. A girl shrieked. The quest cleared. Did that guy actually solo the raid boss? Ludia puffed out his chest, bragging about his brother's godlike strength. Then he smugly reminded them of their wager about who would act as his girlfriend for a week. Amidst the chaos, Viet caught Ding Ding slipping into the shadows. He coldly called out, Are you trying to escape my sight? She flinched, whispering, Sorry, I will repay this debt next time. Suddenly, Ding Ding screamed a forbidden name, Tula Truong. Viet froze, his aura chilling. Tula perished in combat 100 years ago. Are you ignorant of history? But her eyes burned with certainty. He survived the catastrophe, and that legend is standing right here. In a flash, Truong Viet seized her throat. Murderous intent leaked as he demanded if she sent that cryptic letter. Who exactly is pulling your strings? Gasping for breath, she struck a desperate bargain. If you grant me one favor, I will reveal everything. His eyes darkened like an abyss. Are you threatening me? Ding Ding panicked, swearing that if he aided her, she would take this explosive secret to her grave, never uttering a single word. Truong Viet calculated the risks. Snapping her neck meant losing his only vital clue. Slowly releasing his iron grip, he demanded, What exactly do you require? Coughing, she pleaded for him to mentor her through the brutal national profession tournament. His brows furrowed in pure shock. Is that your only demand? She nodded fiercely. You just need to drag me through the city-level selection bloodbath. Truong Viet eyed her suspiciously, asking if she was desperate for prize money. Stepping closer, she whispered, Not money, I need to prove my true worth. Turning his back to the girl, Truong Viet stated that regardless of her motives, she must first conquer level 30 and unlock her class advancement before daring to seek him out again. Realizing he silently accepted the pact, she excitedly asked to exchange contact info. His voice remained utterly detached. Whatever. Beaming with determination, she vowed to track him down once she hit level 30. Truong Viet threw back a single icy word. Whatever. His footsteps suddenly halted, making her crash hard against his back. He issued a chilling warning. Do not follow me. He had sternly ordered her to register before seeking him out. Din Din shrank back, nervously whispering her obedience. A holographic teleportation array materialized before his eyes. His fateful destination. The legendary Fourth Realm, Long Chi Kwok. A shimmering spatial rift slowly tore open before Truong Viet. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly into the void. System alerts flooded his vision, welcoming him to this new dimension. The epic Fourth Realm, Long Chi Kwok. The current safe zone was Quang Min Dai Dien. Scanning the ancient system runes, he realized the terrifying truth. This was the Dragon Domain. A massive lore interface materialized, detailing the blood-soaked history of Long Chi Kwok and its epic destiny questline. Truong Viet calculated his path. Hitting level 30 and awakening his second class would ultimately unlock another familiar pet slot. Taming a ferocious wyvern at that stage would be an absolutely legendary tactical choice. With his ultimate goal firmly set, he accepted a trial quest. Nearby, a fierce skeletal warrior clashed violently against a towering, menacing dragon. The system chimed. Flame energy increased. A quest to slaughter 12 dark colossi, restoring the Light Dragon clan's fading fiery essence. Truong Viet knew the golden rule. Conquering these world quests required earning absolute faction trust. Slaughtering beasts was the only path to glory. Back in the fray, the dragon unleashed a devastating inferno upon the skeleton. Yet the flames barely scratched it. The undead countered with a bone-shattering strike. Suddenly, another winged terror rapidly descended. It brutally crushed the first dragon in an instant. From a high cliff, he watched the massacre unfold. He smirked. The Skeleton King's impenetrable defense made the Black Dragon's ferocious assault look like an absolute laughable joke. Backed by his skeletal legion, the battle reached a bloody, grinding stalemate. The Dark Demon Dragon's terrifying status panel emerged. Its devastating stats and skills were laid bare. Truong Viet analyzed its weaknesses to maximize his own lethal combat efficiency. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the sky. He flinched, looking up as massive ominous shadows quickly blotted out the heavens. Murderous dragons, radiating pure killing intent, were diving straight for him. He froze in absolute shock, as this was his very first Hidden Destiny encounter. The system blared. The Cosmic Map storyline had awakened. Congratulations, player. A fateful random quest has been miraculously unlocked. Will you evolve this task into a legendary hidden mission? Without hesitating for a second, he roared, "Upgrade it right now." Golden text flashed across his vision. The evolution was successful. The promised bounties and rewards had multiplied to astronomical heights. The quest details materialized. Crushing Darkness. A hidden trial boasting a massive difficulty of 550. The time limit was 1 hour, carrying soul-crushing penalties for failure. Blood-pumping Truong Viet charged fearlessly forward. He commanded Zyro High and his undead legion to follow. Deafening echoes of war violently tore through the chaotic battlefield. Bestial roars shook the very fabric of space. Arriving at the vanguard, Truong Viet witnessed absolute unyielding bloody carnage. Their ambush was lightning fast. 3 monstrous dragons from the Abyssal faction were actively synchronizing their devastating demonic power. They incinerated their kin with hellish flames. Watching from the shadows, he fully grasped the grim reality of this war. It was completely one-sided. The Black Dragons seemed no match for the divine and proud Light Dragon lineage. This purification mission should have been a breeze. But suddenly, a chilling realization washed over Truong Viet's sharp mind. The tides were turning. Torrential blasts of corrupted purple energy violently erupted from the Black Dragon's gaping maws. The lethal beams pierced the light formation. Zyro High threw himself forward, desperately shielding against the apocalyptic barrage. The system identified these tyrants as Dark War Dragon Lords. Truong Viet's blood ran entirely cold at the terrifying sight. 3 level 35 Lord-tier aberrations had descended. Was this Hidden Destiny quest actually a pre-planned, unavoidable death trap? The Alpha Beast's voice shook the earth. Human, the so-called Light Clan, is absolutely destined for total ruin. To stand with them is to embrace oblivion, Truong Viet gasped. This ancient, terrifying beast was speaking the human tongue. It crashed the earth, offering a devil's bargain. Bow to the Dark Clan and your pathetic life will be spared. Defect to the abyss. Truong Viet swallowed hard. 3 level 35 overlords radiated an oppressive, truly suffocating draconic aura. Refusal meant instant annihilation. Plus, failing this fateful trial would ultimately trigger soul-crushing double penalties from the ruthless system. Surrender was his only path to survival. Crushed beneath their draconic pressure, a terrifying realization finally dawned on him. This was never a blessing. It was a dark snare, swallowing his immense pride. Truong Viet slowly nodded his head. Since fighting was suicide, temporary submission was his only logical play. The abyssal beast roared in sinister, echoing triumph. Excellent choice. Crackling purple lightning ripped through space, forging a dark teleportation portal. It fiercely commanded him to enter. Truong Viet stared into the swirling abyss. After a brief heartbeat of doubt, he made his fateful choice. He plunged directly into the vortex. The three demonic lords followed, and the shattered battlefield instantly fell into dead silence. The portal snapped shut. Truong Viet's boots struck the freezing obsidian earth. A glowing system screen instantly flashed before him. Location, the dark grand hall. Barely 2 steps in, the system chimed its eerie welcome. He stood within, the shadowed grand hall. No safe zone here. Only a dark nexus, for spawn and revival. Suddenly, a towering pitch-black armored warrior lumbered forward. It was Goya, commander of the Dark Knights. He rasped a grim welcome, swearing absolute annihilation upon the hypocritical Light Clan. Longtry Valley would soon be theirs. Immediately, Crimson System alerts cascaded down. Commander Goya offers you the Path of Shadows. Accept, and the Light faction will banish you forever. No more holy quests. The system ruthlessly detailed the catastrophic penalties of failing this dark pact. Truong Viet narrowed his eyes, calculating. Since the other world descended, no awakened player had ever dared betray the light in the fourth realm. A smirk formed. He would be the first. Goya demanded a blood oath. His first test, infiltrate holy territory and slaughter their colossal radiant dragons. Truong Viet's mind raced. The holy faction only offered scraps from pathetic low-tier villagers. But here, quests came straight from the Supreme Commander. Plus, the bounty was 50% greater. Holy dragons or abyssal worms, their combat power matched perfectly. The slaughter remained exactly the same, yet the loot was astronomically better. Bloodshed was bloodshed. Suddenly, Ding Ding's message pinged his interface. She begged for mission backup, desperately offering 560 gold coins for his absolute strength. Without missing a beat, he shot back coldly. Keep it. I only promised to carry you through selections. Your side quests are not my problem. Ding Ding immediately pleaded, just this once, please save me. I hold a massive secret regarding the legendary Asura. Meet me at the ruined king's capital. Amidst the desolate capital ruins, she paced anxiously. The moment Truong Viet materialized, relief washed over her face. You actually came, she gasped. I swear, I tried clearing this nightmare dungeon all by myself, but those elitists ditched me. The timer expires in merely 12 hours. Finding another squad now is impossible. Out of everyone I know, your power is absolute, Truong Viet scoffed, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Spare me your pathetic guild drama. Let us just butcher these targets. She nodded frantically, deeply grateful. Out of nowhere, Chin and Han spotted his familiar silhouette. Shock crossed her features. Was his epic quest not finished? Why linger in these ruins? Then her sharp eyes locked onto the shivering girl beside him. Who is this? She demanded. The girl panicked. Greetings, senior. I am Ning Ding Ding, his cousin. He is just carrying me through a tough quest. She leaned in, whispering to Truong Viet. Do not worry, your identity remains safe. Enhan's icy demeanor melted instantly. Oh, just family, then my blade is yours. Let us crush this together. He gave a curt nod. Fine. Combat initiated. Enhan continuously chanted, stacking massive power buffs upon him. The stage is yours. Truong Viet. Devastating spells erupted, unleashing relentless destruction upon the field. An apocalyptic fireball roared into the incoming monster tide. The searing blast reduced the entire horde to ashes. Ding Ding watched in pure awe. Such monstrous synergy. This senior sister possesses terrifying magical prowess. She clutched her chest, sighing bitterly. They radiate absolute dominance and unshakable confidence while I just leech experience. Like a pathetic extra, she whispered to herself. Their combined strength breaks all common sense. It is a total massacre. A purple-haired bystander crept closer, gasping. That Beast Tamer is an absolute monster. Partying up with those gods would guarantee a flawless clear. Another player blinked, realization striking him like lightning. Wait, is that not the Beastmaster who soloed our boss? Why is Milk Candy clinging to his shadow? She leeched him instantly. After the raid, a shady information broker Eavesdropped. A sinister plot forming in his mind. Bostitch needs to know. His woman is playing him. Meanwhile, Ding Ding's interface flashed with a triumphant clear. She bowed deeply. Immense gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, sister. Thank you, cousin. And Han waved her weapon in farewell. Time to grind my levels. See you around, Truong Viet. Once I hit level 25, I will storm the fourth realm to join you. He offered only a stoic, silent nod. The pleasantries over. His aura darkened. Speak. What Asura secret do you hold? She gulped. The legendary Asura resides in Linhai City. Hidden in the Diet Nha Dien apartments, the revelation hit him like a thunderbolt. Twin skeletal warriors erupted from the shadows, pinning Ding Ding. Speak. Who is pulling your strings? Bone fingers choked her throat. She gasped out, Wait, we struck a deal, remember? Escort me through the class tournament and I will spill everything. The skeletal grip crushed tighter, making her wince in pure agony. Truong Viet waved his hand, freeing her. Smart girl. Seek me out once you hit level 30. Double-cross me and I will dig your grave. Clutching her bruised throat, she hacked violently. Catching her breath, she promised, Do not worry. My lips are absolutely sealed about our pact. Internally, Truong Viet plotted his next move. Post-mission, abandoning his current safe house was absolutely crucial for survival. Meanwhile, inside the Fourth World Destruction City, gigantic undead wyverns blotted out the crimson sky. Slaughtered draconic beasts littered the wasteland. Glaring at his War God Guild interface, Nodich raged furiously. That trash dared to backstab me, a lackey panicked. Who possessed the guts to snatch our boss's girl? No clue, he spat venomously. Just some lowlife tamer marching around with a skeletal lord. Boom. An undead wyvern crashed heavily. A scout shouted, Boss. The dark dragon breached our strike zone. Focus on the quest objective, First Ngo Ditch barked. But peering through the mist, the squad spotted a lone shadow. Boss, we got company ahead, the lackey warned. Ngo Ditch just threw his head back and sneered. So what? Do you really think anyone dares steal our elite drops in this hellscape? Hey loser, fetch our drops, the arrogant shout echoed. Truong Viet paused, glancing back as gears turned in his mind. Did someone clear the third world this fast, or are they veteran awakeners from the prior cycle? Truong Viet ignored them entirely. Nodich scowled deeply. Are you deaf? Seeking death against the War God Guild? War God Guild. Never heard of such trash. Truong Viet mused internally. Are they local punks from Linhai City? Whatever. We have completely different objectives here. Engaging these fools is a massive waste of time. Shrugging it off, he walked away. The enraged vice leader exploded while his panicked grunts desperately held him back. A pathetic tamer dares mock me. A thug grabbed his arm, begging him to suppress his explosive killing intent. Boss, the quest timer is ticking, another urged. Ignore that trash. Victory is practically in our absolute grasp. Reaching the fourth world means that Tamer is secretly overpowered. Yet he was a total ghost in the previous realm. Someone theorized, remember that Cam Duong and Lin Hai both share overlapping gates into this fourth world. Probably a hidden master from next door, Nodich scoffed in pure disgust. Linhai City produces nothing but weaklings. I will ruthlessly slaughter him next time. Suddenly, a glowing blue system prompt materialized right before their widening eyes. System alert upgrade. Current objective into a supreme hidden quest. Target. Exterminate the legendary corpse dragon. Nodich howled in maniacal triumph. Boys, heaven favors us today. Slay that boss and claim absolute glory. Epic loot awaits everyone. The guild roared back like a tidal wave. Awaiting your command, boss. Instantly, the beast unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Taking flight, it vomited a catastrophic torrent of necrotic dragon breath. The entire undead flock launched skyward, shrieking mercilessly. Nodich charged forward, bellowing fiercely. Pin that monster down immediately. We butcher it today or die trying. Without warning, invisible chains locked his legs. He was completely paralyzed. Panic seized him. Why cannot I move overhead? The apex predator folded its rotted wings and dive-bombed. Trapped, he took a devastating direct hit. Blood sprayed as he shrieked, Who the hell just bound me? Through the swirling dust, Truong Viet emerged calmly beneath the towering beast. This boss is officially mine. Ngodich gaped in pure, unadulterated rage. You lingering rat, daring to poach my legendary kill. You lack the power. Truong Viet remained utterly unfazed. 10 seconds. Evacuate this raid zone. Or face oblivion. The arrogant leader cackled maniacally. One solitary fool dares challenge our raid supremacy. Annihilate him. Obeying the command, a sniper stepped up, unleashing a deadly enchanted arrow at Truong Viet. Shifting gracefully, he deflected it, using his spear immediately, retaliating with a devastating homing fire barrage. The fiery impact left the archer howling in absolute agony. Shockingly, Truong Viet's PK crime points remained absolute 0. Absolute terror gripped the guild. Their elite level 24 marksman was instantly pulverized into coughing blood. Trembling in sheer horror, the survivors gasped. How can a mere tamer dish out such apocalyptic damage? Boss, wait, why is the dragon ignoring him? Tamer and Supreme Beast stood aligned. The monster's eyes glowed cold purple. Truong Viet's eyes blazed with terrifying killing intent. The Bone King crushed the earth beneath its feet. Scatter, the Bone King descends. Panic infected the vanguard. Vice Guild Master, did he really tame that undead dragon? Nodich's face twisted in absolute fury. That bastard stole my woman. Truong Viet's lips curled into a chilling smirk. I lost this hidden quest once, but this time failure is not an option. Driven by blinding jealousy, Nodich screamed his command. Slaughter him right now. He stole our boss. He took my girl. Annihilate that arrogant Beast Tamer. But the massive corpse dragon loomed behind, unleashing a devastating roar that froze them in their tracks. A trembling vanguard whispered, Vice Guild Master, that undead beast is an absolute nightmare to face. And worse, there's a terrifying shadow lurking behind it. Sensing their crumbling morale, Truong Viet's voice dropped to a freezing whisper, fleeing so soon. I won't let you escape. Blazing hellfire erupted from his palm. Screams of absolute agony echoed through the battlefield as flames incinerated their ranks. Realizing the tides had turned, Nodich desperately signaled a full retreat. Call the guild master. We wait for the main vanguard. Then we'll tear him limb from limb. Shooting one last venomous glare, he fled into the shadows. Meanwhile, Truong Viet analyzed the battlefield alongside his monstrous dragon. This quest demanded 24 hours of absolute defense. The enemy vanguard would undoubtedly return. He had to prepare his defenses. But wait, what was that idiot screaming about? Sure, he hijacked the boss monster, but stealing his woman utter nonsense. Opening the global forum, Truong Viet sent a quick query. Anyone heard of the War God Guild? A swift reply arrived. Obviously, they're the second-ranked powerhouse in Zhejiang province. 7 eat. Why do you ask? Truong Viet casually typed back. Oh, nothing much. Just slaughtered their vanguard in the fourth world. Digesting this intel, his eyes narrowed. If they possessed such overwhelming influence, he needed top-tier reinforcements. Turning to his undead beast, he commanded, Hold the line. I'll be back in a flash. The perspective abruptly shifted to Qin and Han. Panic gripped her beautiful features. This is a catastrophic disaster. He challenged the War God Guild entirely alone. He's walking into a death trap. She spun around, issuing a frantic order. Annihilate this world boss instantly. We charge into the fourth world to back him up. Meanwhile, inside the shadowy Grand Hall, Goya bowed respectfully before Truong Viet. Lord Commander, the Light Faction forces are currently besieging our borders. Can we request your divine assistance? Truong Viet smiled warmly. Without hesitation, my faithful ally. Yet, internally, he was utterly stunned. The Light Faction was notorious for abandoning their own in quests, but defying all expectations. The Dark Faction displayed absolute unwavering loyalty. He quickly laid out his master plan. I'm guarding a corpse dragon for a trial. Enemy forces are mobilizing for a massive raid. I require the Dark Faction's elite support. Goya firmly gripped his shoulder. Fear not. The darkness never abandons its true disciples. Suddenly, a glaring red system warning shattered the atmosphere. The corpse dragon's health bar was plummeting. Truong Viet's eyes widened in shock. They struck already. He dashed toward the exit. I must hold the front line. Goya's gaze followed his retreating figure. May the shadows protect his path. Back at the chaotic battlefield, the corpse dragon unleashed a deafening, agonized roar. Its dark breath weapon slammed into the enemy's heavily reinforced magical barrier. Encircle the beast, Ngodich hollered. Glowing chains of magical binding erupted from the earth. The mighty undead dragon thrashed violently, but the enchanted restraints pinned it completely. Bloodlust infected the enemy ranks. Brothers, butcher this monstrosity. Blades bit deep into spectral scales as the dragon wailed. Boom. Truong Viet descended like a dark god, shattering the magical chains. Freed at last, the beast summoned an apocalyptic lightning storm. Ngodich paled. The Beast Tamer is back. Maintain the shield wall. Don't break rank. Truong Viet's aura turned absolute 0. Choose life or choose death. The Skeleton King materialized. Its massive bone blade cleaved the air. Crawl back to the abyss. Suddenly, the War God Guild's supreme leader, the legendary Heavenly Punishment, stepped through the chaos. Pin down the beast, I'll execute this arrogant tamer personally. He glared at Truong Viet. You dared slaughter my elite vanguard, and you have the sheer audacity to steal my prey without wasting another breath. Lin Xin unleashed a wave of destructive magic. Truong Viet merely shifted, letting his skeletal monarch take the vanguard. The explosive spell slammed into the bone armor and vanished. Lin Xin's jaw dropped. Impossible. That strike could obliterate any level 30 warrior. Yet it didn't even scratch a mere summoned pet. Refusing to yield, the Skeleton King triggered its ultimate skill, Vanguard's lethal charge. Terrified by the crushing pressure, Lin Xin scrambled backward. The bone blade slashed inches from his throat, forcing him to manifest an emergency mana barrier, Shatter. The shield fractured instantly, sending Lin Xin rocketing backward through the air. Cold sweat drenched his spine. A single player pushed me to the brink of death. What kind of absolute monster is he? Humiliation twisted Lin Xin's face into pure wrath. I am the war god's supreme leader. I will not be humiliated by one man. Truong Viet's gaze grew icy. Bring your entire guild, he scoffed. You will still fail this quest. The monstrous boss unleashed an earth-shattering roar. It plummeted like a meteor, leaving Lin Feng absolutely paralyzed. Lord-tier beasts swarmed the battlefield. Truong Viet smirked mockingly. Well, still eager to throw your lives away. Lin Feng hesitated, scanning the chaos. Fall back. Retreat. Nodich instantly protested the command. Guildmaster. This is a hidden quest. Retreating guarantees failure, he screamed. If we push forward with everything, we can obliterate that punk and the corpse dragon. Lin Feng barked fiercely. Do you want the War God Guild annihilated? Over a single quest. Look at those 3 black dragon lords. Why are they ignoring that Beast Tamer? He isn't poaching the boss. He's shielding it, Lin Feng commanded. Abandon the quest. The tides have shifted against us. Ngodich bowed bitterly. Understood. He glared daggers at Truong Viet's retreating figure. Track his movements, he ordered. I need an audience with this mysterious guy. Ngodich nodded stiffly. Consider it done. Yet his heart burned with malicious intent. That bastard stole my woman. You're dead meat. 24 hours passed. The Dragon Lords rested peacefully at last. A golden system prompt flashed. Congratulations, you have successfully guarded the Destruction Corpse Dragon for 24 hours. The massive beast stretched, unleashing a triumphant roar. Truong Viet descended gracefully, gently stroking the mighty creature's scaled head. Our contract is complete. Be free. The majestic beast soared into the horizon. Another golden prompt chimed. Congratulations. Rare hidden quest cleared. Level up achieved. Companion trust has broken through to rank 2. Truong Viet exhaled a long breath. Finally over. The spoils are generous. This destroyer armor set will perfectly empower the Skeleton King, reaching the 2nd class, awakening at level 36. This unlocks new cosmic skill slots and a secondary familiar contract. I'll hoard these for now. They might trigger supreme drops later. Suddenly, an anomaly flashed across his interface. Frantic alerts flooded in from Destruction City. Truong Viet location. Big bro, we need you right now. Return immediately. Emergency situation. Brother Viet, I've breached the 4th realm. Drop your coordinates as soon as possible. What could trigger such panic? Truong Viet instantly teleported back to Destruction City. Elsewhere, a subordinate questioned the Vice Master. Will that arrogant punk actually show up? Nodich sneered. The 4th realm's starter quests demand hunting beasts in this exact zone. He has no choice but to come. Alert the Guildmaster upon sighting him. I'll pin him down. Just then, a scout shrieked. Vice Master, the target has entered the perimeter. Ngodich viciously barked his orders. Summon the Guildmaster's vanguard instantly. He leaped forth heavily, barricading Truong Viet's path. Listen here, you little rat. Whatever cheap illusions you used before won't save you today. No black dragons are coming. Let's see that arrogant smirk now. Truong Viet tilted his head, utterly unbothered. Why did your level plummet? Did your girl leech your experience? Nodich erupted. Bastard. You dare ask. Your meddling shattered my quest progression. You robbed my legendary mission. And you stole my woman. Only one of us leaves this zone alive. Truong Viet let out an exhausted sigh. You constantly obsess over this woman. But I literally have zero clue who you mean. Nodich brandished his heavy blade with pure malice. Drop the innocent act. Instantly, a blinding surge of violet aura intercepted his lethal strike. Nodich howled in sheer, unadulterated fury. Who dares interfere with my execution? He then turned, shouting, Guildmaster, we've cornered the trash who sabotaged our grand quest. Give the absolute command, and we'll butcher him. Lin Feng stepped forward, aura suppressing the crowd. He is mine. Ngodich cackled. You are absolutely stepping into your grave today. Truong Viet stood dead silent, merely tightening his grip on his weapon. Lin Feng's heavy voice echoed across the field. Warrior, consider pledging loyalty to our war god guild. Ngo Dich recoiled violently. What? Lin Feng's imposing gaze narrowed. Submit to my banner, and your past transgressions against our mighty guild shall be instantly erased. Consider this your only path to salvation. A dark mocking smirk graced Truong Viet's lips. The members of your pathetic guild are nothing but arrogant mutts who blindly look down on true dragons. Lin Feng's pupils violently contracted as he growled. You dare declare war against us. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the tension. Who dares lay a finger on him? Ludia sprinted forward, roaring. Our big brother belongs to the Supreme Sovereign Guild. You suicidal fools. Jin Enhan materialized beside him. Yenvu Pavilion. Elites heed my absolute command. Protect Truong Viet at all costs. Ngo Dich froze in sheer disbelief. The Sovereign Guild and Yenvu Pavilion. Lin Feng's killing intent spiked. Are you seriously declaring war against the second-ranked juggernaut of this entire province? Ludia scoffed with absolute disdain. Second in the province. Who cares? Does your vault rival mine? Does your face even compare to my supreme visuals? Jin Enhan's eyes flashed with icy resolve. Apologies, but drawing your blade against him means declaring total war against Yenvu Pavilion. Ngo Dich spat venom from the backlines. Mere third- and fifth-rate provincial guilds. Yet you dare bark so boldly. Brothers charge, but Lin Xin's hand snapped up. Hold! In a flash, he commanded his entire vanguard to fall back and retreat immediately. Ngo Dich gritted his teeth. Guildmaster, let us crush them. With our war god guild's absolute might. How could we possibly lose, Lin? Xin countered. The global profession user tournament approaches. Should our war god guild waste its precious strength on meaningless bloodshed right now? Reality struck Ngo Dich hard. Forgive me, my foresight was lacking. Lin Xin's eyes narrowed. An overpowered Beast Tamer, guarded by 2 major guilds. His true background must be terrifyingly profound. Turning away, a calculating glint crossed Lin Xin's eyes. I will definitely make him join the War God Guild. With that vow, he led his forces into the shadows. Ludia rushed forward, panic in her voice. Big brother, are you hurt? Truong Viet smirked slightly, replying, Who could possibly scratch me? Qin and Han scoffed. Those cowards sought easy prey. Ludia's aura flared. If so, they must survive my greatsword first. Truong Viet raised an eyebrow. You two sought me out simultaneously. What is the grand occasion? Qin, An, Han, and Ludia shouted simultaneously. Truong Viet. Pledge to my Yenvu Pavilion. Brother Viet, choose my Jai Sun Guild. Sparks flew as their gazes violently clashed. Back off. I clearly spoke first. Who cares who spoke first? Your pathetic guild already caused Brother Viet endless grief. Why would he choose you? The recruitment battlefield escalated fiercely. Fear not, that trash Chenjun is finally gone. Name your price, anything you desire. Ludia countered fiercely. Choose the Jai Sun Guild. I will hand you the master key to our grand vault. Stunning beauties will wait upon you daily. Tempted, yet Qin and Han's face flushed with fiery indignation. Bribing him with women. Absolutely shameless. Where is your honor? Ludia smirked proudly. Shameless. Not at all. It is simply the way of men. At your Yenvu Pavilion, little girls like you could never satisfy his grand desires. Qin and Han erupted. Who says I cannot satisfy him? Silence fell. Both Ludia and Truong Viet stared absolutely stunned. What did you say? Qin and Han panicked, waving her hands frantically. Wait, no, that came out completely wrong. Truong Viet casually strolled past the blushing girls. Cease this bickering. I have zero interest in pledging to any guild. We have breached the fourth world. Focus solely on conquering quests and awakening your power. The two girls nodded obediently. Qin and Han tilted her head. Truong Viet, where are you heading? No quests today, he replied coolly, to accept a new destiny. Both girls gasped in utter confusion. But the Light Grand Hall is the other way. Where on earth is he going? A total mystery. Meanwhile, Ngo Dich typed frantically, plotting to lure awakened users into betraying the glorious light and embracing the shadowy dark clan. This legendary hidden quest was a terrifying myth. No mere mortal dared accept it. A mere urban legend, they said. But if true, I can obliterate him effortlessly. Back in the treacherous fourth world, fierce battles waged on. A monstrous roar shattered the sky, unleashing apocalyptic purple flames. The divine dragon's wrath has ignited again. Ludia nodded gravely. Indeed. Every single year, suicidal fools try stealing its precious eggs, triggering a continent-wide rampage. Suddenly, Qin and Han's eyes lit up. Brother Viet Ludia chuckled brightly. Here for quests too. Let us form a party. Qin and Han chimed in. Together, our hunting speed will absolutely skyrocket. Truong Viet's tone was ice cold. Impossible. Our paths diverge here. I am heading directly into the radiant light zone. I must hit level 30 instantly to awaken my second advancement. Qin and Han blinked, totally bewildered. But that is a sacred quest hub. Why hunt there? Suddenly, a terrifying crimson shadow blotted out the distant sky. Ludia froze. A 4-star level 35 boss, the light divine dragon. Why is its killing intent so overwhelming? Truong Viet stayed calm. Another egg thief, undoubtedly. Fear not, its vengeance targets only the culprit. Boom. Murderous draconic eyes locked onto them. It dive-bombed directly toward Truong Viet. He flinched. Wait, did they not claim? The divine dragon spares the innocent, evading by a hair, he yelled. Dragon brother, we are innocent of this theft. His mighty skeleton king materialized instantly, tanking the catastrophic impact. The divine dragon relentlessly unleashed devastating divine strikes. System alert sounded 2,700. 20 health points instantly vanished from his bar. Alarm bells rang in Truong Viet's mind. Vaulting into the sky, he scanned the chaotic battlefield. Onlookers gasped in horror. Why is the legendary beast hunting that tamer? It tracks by scent. He must be the egg thief. Ludia screamed over the absolute chaos. Big brother, did you steal an egg? That is incredible. Truong Viet roared back. I am innocent, but cold sweat formed. This is insane. Why lock onto my aura? Did my dark faction identity leak? With zero time left to ponder, Truong Viet tapped into his abyssal core. He unleashed his skeleton king and undead legion. The furious dragon roared, spewing catastrophic golden flames his way. Truong Viet's twin beasts charged fiercely into the fray. He smirked. This 4-star boss is truly a legendary nightmare. Even the Skeleton King's overwhelming vitality is draining rapidly. At this brutal pace, this battlefield might become my actual grave. Suddenly, Nodich emerged from the shadows, his arrogant laughter echoing. Let us see if you survive this absolute hell, he sneered. The Vice Guild leader's sinister trap was set. Through this vile framing, even the invincible Truong Viet would surely perish beneath the divine dragon's blazing wrath. Ludia and Qin and Han screamed, quickly defend Big Brother, Yenvu Pavilion, protect Truong Viet. The celestial beast soared higher, unleashing a devastating aura. Qin and Han trembled with absolute dread. This cannot be real. There must be some mistake. Truong Viet would never commit such a cowardly theft. The majestic dragon roared furiously. Then show me your absolute proof. Qin and Han froze in absolute terror. The divine beast growled mercilessly. Defend this thief, and you shall burn in hell alongside him. Without warning, the colossal beast expanded its massive wings, unleashing a catastrophic hurricane that violently blew every single soul away. Din Din stepped forward fearlessly. Hold on. I hold the undeniable truth that he is innocent of stealing the sacred egg. The towering monster glared downward, its suffocating presence making her violently shiver. Immediately, Ngo Ditch's panic-stricken underling lunged to silence her. Vice Guild leader. The situation is completely wrong, Ngo Ditch furiously interrupted. This treacherous wretch actually dares to defend another man. She instantly revealed a furiously glowing artifact. This memory crystal captured everything. Suddenly, the undeniable projection showed Nodich viciously barking cruel commands. Drag those dark giant dragon carcasses over here. I clearly remember. That arrogant brat controlling a truly bizarre skeletal monster. Gather more skeletal beast remains. I swear, I will obliterate that despised Beast Tamer, leaving absolutely no trace behind. Trembling yet resolute, Din Din pointed her finger. He is the true mastermind. Nodich exploded with pure venom. Nin Din Din, you absolute traitor. How dare you backstab your lover? She replied icily. We ended ages ago. Furthermore, your sinister tactics are utterly disgusting, framing the innocent with vile tricks. The celestial beast reared back furiously. Tell me, where is my sacred egg? A terrified lackey shivered violently, whispering, Vice Guild leader, what is our move? We already auctioned the sacred egg away. Hearing the devastating truth, the divine beast immediately unleashed apocalyptic hellfire, directly upon Nodich. 2 lackeys were instantly reduced to ashes. The majestic dragon vanished into the sky. Ludia sprinted forward, desperately checking on him. Big brother, are you injured? Truong Viet calmly replied. I am perfectly fine. Ludia fumed furiously. I cannot believe that War God Guild scum manipulated the celestial beast to slaughter you. Qin and Han shuddered. We were dangerously close to total annihilation. Thank heavens. Destiny intervened perfectly. Truong Viet smirked with absolute confidence. This round firmly belongs to my glorious victory. Din Din glanced at him, forcing a hesitant smile. Ludia questioned eagerly, "Big brother, what is our next grand move?" Truong Viet's eyes grew freezing cold. "If they seek to prove their miserable existence against me, I shall grant their fatal wish. While they tread within Destruction City, I swear upon my life, not a single War God Guild dog will escape alive." Deep inside the War God Guild's fortress in Camduong City, Zhejiang Province, an underling reported in absolute panic. Vice Guild leader No Daiche's squad is being relentlessly hunted by the furious dragon. They are forced into underground hiding. Meanwhile, Truong Viet is unleashing an absolute massacre upon our guild members. Guildmaster Lin Tian crushed the report, his aura freezing. No Ditch is a complete imbecile. I explicitly warned him never to provoke that monstrous Beast Tamer. Now I must fix his catastrophic mess, he commanded intensely. Every member is absolutely forbidden from entering Destruction City. Abandon all active quests there instantly. You are entirely ordered to survive and cultivate in different territories. Ngo Ditch and his thieving accomplices are instantly banished from our mighty guild. A trembling minion questioned. Guild leader, the legendary profession user tournament is rapidly approaching. Is this drastic purge truly wise? Lin Tian declared ruthlessly. We shall bribe top-tier profession users across Camduong with legendary wealth to replace those useless pawns. As for that arrogant Beast Tamer, I will personally crush him. Meanwhile, back at Truong Viet's domain, a nervous broker called, "Greetings, Mr. Truong. A luxurious sanctuary near Diet Nha Din residence has magically opened up for immediate occupation. How quickly can you inspect the premises?" Truong Viet answered smoothly. "I shall return today to cleanse my old grounds first." Right at that fateful second, a heavy knock shattered the silence. Din Din asked innocently, "Who goes there?" An unnerving, freezing voice replied, "Delivery service." She joyfully swung the door open, cheering, "Finally here," but the horrifying figure outside instantly turned her blood to solid ice. "You! How did you track me down?" Before she could slam the barrier, Nodich forcefully wedged his foot inside. He cackled viciously. "Wretched girl, did you think moving could hide you from me?" Din Din retreated backward with absolute trembling dread. "What do you maliciously desire?" No Ditch bared his fangs. "You and that cursed Beast Tamer plotted to utterly destroy my life and banish me. My glorious destiny was completely shattered because of you." She desperately masked her terror. "I have absolutely no clue what you mean. I simply refuse to let you frame the innocent." Nodich lunged like a predator, pinning her. "Drop the act. You clearly slept with that bastard ages ago. Why else would he carry you through dangerous quests?" Din Din screamed desperately into the empty hallway. "Release me," he bellowed with blazing fury. "You destroyed my life. I will drag you to hell with me. Ding ding." Terror choked her screams. "Please, someone save me." Without warning, a hand clamped onto his collar like iron. He was hurled backward. Ngo Ditch crashed down his eyes, widening as Truong Viet's imposing figure emerged. "Truong Viet," she cried out. The stalker sneered. "You again. Are you two shameless rats actually living together? Mark my words, she belongs to me." "Lies," she desperately countered. "I never accepted him. He is nothing but a deranged shadow haunting my every step." Blinded by rage, he charged Truong Viet, calmly sidestepped the lethal strike. "I will tear you apart," the madman roared. With lightning precision, Truong Viet drove a devastating knee into his gut. The stalker crumbled, choking on his own agony. A merciless right hook followed instantly, shattering his consciousness. "Is he dead?" she trembled. Truong Viet's voice remained absolute ice, just out cold. Panic laced her voice as she pleaded, "We are not together. We merely shared quests in the beginning." Then his obsession twisted into madness. "Save your breath," Truong Viet cut in. "Your romantic entanglements mean nothing to me." His piercing gaze locked onto hers. "So you are the neighbor. How do you know my face?" A nervous smile graced her lips. "I caught a glimpse through the cracked door once. When our paths crossed in the parallel realm, I recognized you." He pressed on. "Then why call me Tu Lao?" she hastily confessed. "While you were away, a mysterious parcel arrived at your doorstep. I accidentally glimpsed the name." The memory struck Truong Viet like lightning. The cryptic message echoed, "Greetings, Tu Lao. Pray you survive the city and provincial trials. Because when the national tournament begins, the real bloodbath awaits. I will be waiting." He studied her trembling form. She was definitely telling the truth. A hidden enemy stalked him from the shadows. Unmasking this phantom sender meant one thing. He had to conquer the Grand Profession tournament to uncover their true identity. Turning on his heel, he commanded, "Bury the memory of that letter." Desperation seized her. Wait, please, she cried out. Where are you heading? He glanced back, suspicion narrowing his eyes. Trembling, she begged, can I follow your path? That maniac knows where I sleep. I am a sitting duck here. His rejection was absolute zero. Solitude is my only companion. Survive somewhere else. Tears brimmed in her eyes. I have no sanctuary and 0 credits left. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. Hold on. You claimed you hold evidence of my innocence regarding the dragon egg. He thrust his hand forward with commanding authority. Hand over your device. Bewildered, she stammered. Are we exchanging contact info? Ding. Her screen illuminated with a staggering 100,000 credit transfer. He turned his back, an impenetrable fortress. I swore to mentor you during the city trials. Take this as your advance payment. Keep it. Moving forward, our karmic debts are officially severed. The words struck her like a physical blow. Clutching her aching heart, she whispered bitterly, a helpless stray like me forced to beg for scraps of mercy. I truly am just a pathetic burden to everyone. Back at the sanctuary, he approached Goya. Flash. The system interface glowed with golden runes. Level 30 achieved. 700,000 experience required for ascension. Goya affinity upgraded to rank 4. 400 affinity points needed for the next breakthrough. The shadowy entity nodded deeply. Champion, your devotion to the dark faction is legendary. Never let that shadowy flame die out. Soon I shall unveil a forbidden quest. Succeed and the ultimate dark legacy shall be yours to command. Analyzing the glowing prompts, his eyes gleamed. So, that is the catch. Maximize the affinity gauge to unlock the hidden storyline. Suddenly, a blood-red alert shattered the silence. Level 30 milestone unlocked. Second awakening trials are now accessible. Initiate class evolution sequence. A victorious smirk crossed his face. 30 grueling levels finally conquered. First things first, secure the awakening, then obliterate the remaining quests. Without hesitation, he smashed the confirm icon. Reality warped into an endless white wasteland. He and his towering skeleton king materialized before an ancient gateway. The system chimed ominously. Evolution trial commenced. The dimensional lock is engaged. Escape is impossible. Should your health drop to 0 inside this cursed domain, you will suffer a catastrophic 3-level penalty. He gripped his staff. So, this is the legendary Necromancer's Crucible. A translucent holographic map materialized before his eyes. Hear me, Skeleton King. Let us slaughter whatever lurks in these shadows. He crossed the abyssal threshold, every sense screaming with combat readiness. His piercing gaze swept the suffocating darkness. A graveyard of shattered bones carpeted the floor, chilling the air to freezing point. Then a cursed phantom breeze swept through. He whipped around, tracking the demonic gale. Crack macabre, decaying hands violently erupted from the cursed earth beneath them. Hordes of rotting undead, oozing with sinister energy, dragged themselves toward their prey. Skeleton King, annihilate them, he commanded. The cavern exploded into chaotic warfare as the bone sea crashed upon them. Surging forward with explosive speed, he roared, time for a massacre. A rusty blade grazed his aura, forcing a razor-thin dodge. His tactical mind instantly mapped the battlefield. Fighting the mental turbulence, he unleashed a single flame missile. The entire zone erupted in flames. Truong Viet swiftly retreated, his sharp eyes scanning the burning, chaotic battlefield. A sea of skeletal hands dragged the Skeleton King beneath the earth. He pondered this mystery. Were summons banned in this advancement trial? Suddenly, the glowing quest map materialized before him. First priority. Reach the core zone, uncover the truth, and then plan his next lethal move. He marched across the desolate wasteland. Approaching the center, that chaotic mental storm finally vanished. An eerie silence choked the air. He halted before a mysterious, pulsating crystalline relic. Was this the legendary Shadow Echo subjugation? What nightmarish beasts lurked in the darkness? Caution was survival. His piercing gaze locked onto the strange magical gem. Suddenly, an otherworldly aura erupted from the crystal. He struggled, but the binding force was absolute. The artifact devoured him whole. In a flash of blinding light, he crashed into an unknown dimension. He rose to his feet, senses on high alert. Was this trial sealing him in a void? Ethereal wisps drifted toward a single point. Forming a perfect chilling clone of himself, he froze. A perfect mirror image, his eyes widened with dangerous intent. Think I'm afraid to strike. The phantom flawlessly dodged, drawing its blade for a deadly counter. Truong Viet was completely stunned. He barely blocked the savage blow. The clone pushed him back, roaring with icy killing intent. Truong Viet dashed in summoning, crackling lightning. The doppelganger mirrored his ferocious charge instantly. Two overwhelming forces clashed in a cataclysmic shockwave. As the dust settled, Truong Viet gasped heavily. Its agility, raw power, casting rhythm, and mana density. It was an absolute carbon copy. Even their combat instincts matched, but his sharp eyes caught a flaw. It only mirrored movements. It possessed zero human intuition. Who knew the second awakening trial would test his very soul? If so, victory was already his. He unleashed a blazing missile, and the phantom matched his fire. Two devastating apocalyptic strikes met midair, igniting a sky-shattering explosion. But true warriors fight with pure instinct. Suddenly, the lifeless clone took a massive blinding hit. Unable to adapt, the fake was violently sent flying. A confident smirk danced on Truong Viet's lips. Speed defeats the mirror. It cannot predict what it cannot see. He unleashed a relentless barrage. The phantom crumpled in agony. Seizing the golden opening, Truong Viet vaulted high into the heavens. Channeling all his wrath for the ultimate finisher, he crashed down like a falling meteor. Raging thunder erupted from his palms, paralyzing the imposter within a cage of furious lightning. Plunging his blade deep into its chest, he scoffed coldly. A cheap imitation can never surpass the original. The shattered illusion dissolved into stardust. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt illuminated the darkness. Second awakening trial cleared. Base growth rate skyrocketed, and his magical destruction power exponentially multiplied. Skill limits shattered to level 5. Second combat beast slot unlocked. His blood boiled with excitement. With a second summon slot open, securing a beast stronger than the Skeleton King meant absolute supremacy. First, he eagerly focused on evolving his deadly combat skills. Heavenly Fire, Frost Lightning, Thunder Strikes, Flame Missiles, Arcane Shields, and Flash Steps all evolved to rank S. His next brutal target, hunting down a few more Radiant Light Dragons. Maxing out Goya's trust was key. Then that legendary hidden quest she promised would finally be his. Deep within the midnight woods, Ngo snarled. Foolish girl, did she really think abandoning the sanctuary would save her? Din Din shook like a leaf, sobbing. My party members were completely innocent. Why slaughter them all? He threw his head back in maniacal laughter. The entire guild will learn that allying with you means death. Where is your precious savior? Did he get bored and toss you aside? Your judgment in men is blind. Falling for such trash, Din Din screamed in desperate denial. He is nothing like that. Ngo sneered viciously. Then cry out for your hero. This time we will dig his grave right here. A henchman shrieked in sudden terror. Boss, look behind you, Truong Viet emerged, silencing their arrogant laughter. Speak of the devil. To think that fool would actually throw his life away for your sake, DM. Secretly, her heart fluttered. She truly believed they would never cross paths again. Truong Viet let out an exhausted sigh. Another pathetic scheme. Ngo suddenly barked at his underlings. A Beast Tamer's fatal flaw is their frail vitality. Forget his insane damage. If we rush him together, we can crush him. The mob roared, launching a synchronized assault. A smirk graced Truong Viet's face. Excellent. You are the perfect dummies for my S-rank skill. Without warning, a devastating strike crashed from the heavens, blasting No-Ditch squad. Radiating an overwhelming aura, Lamthine stepped forward. He growled, a stern reminder that this Beast Tamer was absolutely off-limits. Furious No-Ditch spat back that this bastard destroyed his mission, and dared to touch his woman. As War God's Guildmaster, why shield an outsider instead of your own subordinates? Why side with the enemy? Ice-laced Lamthine's voice as he snapped. I need no lectures on managing my own guild. A vanguard instantly dashed out, sending No-Ditch flying with a brutal strike. Softening his demeanor, Lamthine addressed him. Brother, for my guild's past transgressions, I offer my deepest apologies. As the reigning guildmaster, if you are willing, I formally invite you into our ranks. The vice guild master seat is yours. Truong Viet maintained his icy composure. We can discuss this another time. Moving forward, the War God Guild and I shall walk entirely separate paths. Tossing DM, a legendary healing potion, he received her breathless gratitude. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt materialized in thin air. Boss, save us. My wife and I are being slaughtered out here. At that exact moment, the system projected the terrifying stats of 2 corrupted light dragons. Was this a natural mutation or a sinister genetic experiment? Tan and Han commanded his snipers to lock onto the left beast. Its physical armor is paper-thin. Spellcasters barrage the right one. Its magical defenses are compromised. Vanguards hold the aggro. Healers sustain the front line. A terrified rookie shouted for a strategy. The guildmaster barked back, execute the Yenvu pavilion formation. Entering its awakened phase, the monstrous threat radiated an even deadlier bloodlust. Blinding beams erupted from its twin maws, diving straight for Tannen Han and Ludia as sheer terror gripped the vanguard. Boss, this is a legendary dual-bodied hermaphroditic variant. It is terrifyingly strong. From afar, Truong Viet coldly calculated, wondering what triggered this chaos. Spotting him, Ludia's eyes lit up with absolute salvation. Brother Viet, you arrived just in time. 1 second later and we would be dragon fodder. Tan and Han grimly warned, watch out, its magic immunity is off the charts. Truong Viet merely threw a casual glance. Relax, I have got this. Since they are originally holy beings twisted by darkness, logically speaking, their holy core remains. Purging them aligns with my path. What a flawless guinea pig for my S-rank technique. He instantly unleashed the ultimate frozen sky snowfall. The catastrophic chill struck the beast, tearing a miserable howl from its throats. Both guild leaders stood paralyzed in sheer disbelief. That damage output is absolutely monstrous. Brother Viet already cleared his second advancement, and that is an S-rank spell. How is his leveling speed this insane? The furious beast retaliated, but he gracefully sidestepped. Raising his hand, he ignited the apocalyptic heavenly fire conflagration, merging it with the devastating myriad thunder strikes. High-voltage lightning paralyzed the creature, forcing out a blood-curdling screech. Ludia roared for a massive all-out offensive. Tan and Han gave a decisive nod. Uniting their firepower, the raid team unleashed hell, vaporizing the battlefield's lingering shadows. With a final earth-shattering thud, the colossal beast was entirely eradicated. I expected the undead harvest to activate Truong Viet, murmured in disappointment. It seems my second summon must surpass the mighty Skeleton King. Awe-struck, Ludia exclaimed, with this godlike combat power, you will utterly dominate the city-level qualifiers. Brother Viet, you must join our supreme guild. Together we can trample War God and Infinity, conquering the absolute peak of Jiangnan province. Ludia shot Tan En Han a questioning look. Why so quiet today? You usually fight me tooth and nail for top recruits. Deep down, Tan En Han smiled bitterly. Facing such overwhelming power, his Yenvu pavilion simply lacked the qualifications to even extend an invitation. Suddenly, a scout sprinted over in sheer panic. Boss disaster. The War God Guild's elite main force was just annihilated, slaughtered in the fourth world by unknown classes. Even their almighty guild, Master War God, Heavenly Punishment, could not escape death. What? Ludia gasped in horror. Instantly, both guild leaders snapped their gaze toward Truong Viet. He blinked, baffled. Why stare at me? If I truly wanted them dead, I would have struck ages ago. Hearing this, both Ludia and Tan En Han let out a massive sigh of relief. A relief. I assumed the entire world was hunting you down again. Whoever crushed the War God Guild gave us a golden ticket. Our supreme guild can finally seize second place in Jiangnan province. Truong Viet frowned deeply. We just crossed paths. What kind of monster could massacre his whole elite squad so fast? Ding. The system chimed. The dark race leader trust in him had finally maxed out at level 5. Finally, the pinnacle, he smirked. Suddenly Goya materialized, her voice echoing. Brave warrior in thousands of years, only you have awakened our ultimate destiny. We desperately need you. His curiosity instantly piqued. Let me guess. Slay the light divine dragon. Goya shook her head solemnly. No. Infiltrate their sacred territory and massacre the elite dragon rider guard squad. Truong Viet raised an eyebrow. An entire army, yes, she confirmed. Their forbidden sanctuary repels our dark essence. Only human blood can pierce their wards. You are our last hope. Alert, a legendary hidden quest activated. His eyes widened in absolute shock. This mythical tier of mission was a centuries-old myth, quest Dark Race Glory. Nightmare difficulty. 10 days remaining. If failed, suffer a devastating 3-level drop, losing all trust instantly. Truong Viet gritted his teeth. This chance would vanish forever. A brutal penalty. But his finger smashed the confirm button anyway. The hidden loot would be absolutely god tier. Only a coward refuses destiny. Goya met his gaze. Our ancient glory rests in your hands. Truong Viet nodded sharply. Relax. I will ensure we stall the light divine dragon, blocking its path back to the Forbidden Palace. A system chime rang out. Access granted for the Dark Glory Executor. The holy barriers instantly shattered. Truong Viet strode fearlessly into the light. Ding, welcome to the sacred domain of the light race. Warning, during this ultimate trial, the Forbidden Palace is sealed tight. Death or escape equals instant failure. Reading the brutal conditions, he smirked. So, I am completely locked in. A holographic warning flashed right before his eyes, confirming that logging out was restricted to this very zone. He chuckled darkly. Restricted logouts. Do they think I will starve to death? Suddenly, a terrifying earth-shattering roar ripped through the silent air. A colossal winged beast plummeted toward him. The system rapidly scanned its stats. Level 35, Light Guard Battle Dragon. A physical brawler, normal monster class. Physical attack 1,120. Physical defense 880. Magic defense 920. Health 18,000. Skills detected Dragon Breath and Holy Light Shield. These were the Light Divine Dragon personal elites. The absolute strongest vanguard of the holy faction. Staring at the massive swarm of incoming dragons, Truong Viet let out a sigh. Slaughtering an entire army of these beasts, this might take an eternity. He tightened his lethal grip on his spear. Whatever, I have 10 days to play. Let the dragon hunt begin. His spear surged forward, sparking a violent explosion. The infuriated dragons unhinged their jaws, unleashing absolute hellfire. The blazing breath clashed heavily against his attack, detonating instantly. He blinked in sheer surprise. But then undead warriors clawed from the earth. The skeletons thrust their bone shields high, blocking the draconic fury. Truong Viet glanced up, eyes narrowing sharply. Is there a mastermind hiding here? Suddenly, an armored warlord riding a massive dragon pierced through the smoke. His voice boomed. Who dares defile the forbidden palace? Truong Viet just stared, his eyes ice cold. No wonder these beasts felt so unnaturally tough. There was a legendary dragon rider commanding them from the shadows. The rider internally shuddered, analyzing Truong Viet. That strike possessed devastating godlike power. Without my elite armor, that blow would have absolutely pulverized me. Breaking the tense silence, Truong Viet barked a chilling command. Skeleton King, draw all their aggro and hold the line. The moment those words left his lips, his undead monarch unleashed a terrifying fatal taunt. High above the dragon swarm roared, charging their deadly attacks. Hellfire rained from the skies. Torrents of blazing dragon breath slammed relentlessly into the towering Skeleton King, melting its health bar down rapidly. Standing safely behind, Truong Viet flashed a ruthless smirk. Offensive tanks pack a monstrous health pool. He can tank this apocalypse, while my dark warriors and I flank them. With flawless teamwork, this victory is already mine. Spinning his spear in a deadly arc, he roared with pure dominance. Hold the line. The absolute destruction is up to me. Instantly, he conjured an apocalyptic blast of hellfire. The catastrophic shockwave completely obliterated the vanguard of dragons. Without wasting a single breath, Truong Viet charged in. The divine fire heavenly calamity completely incinerated the vanguard of mighty battle dragons. Witnessing their brethren's devastating slaughter, the remaining dragons shattered their formation and desperately fled. Despite their cowardly retreat, Truong Viet showed zero mercy. He roared with absolute authority, hunt them down. The moment his command echoed, Suko unleashed the inescapable shadow sword formation, instantly sealing the battle dragon's escape route. Within that deadly array, a crimson ruby-forged blade pulsed with an ominous blood-chilling aura. Relentless as a god of war, Truong Viet unleashed frozen sky snowfall alongside apocalyptic myriad thunderstrikes. The system screen exploded with legendary notifications. Each slain beast granted 360 experience, plus 350,000 ability points. A cold smirk touched Truong Viet's lips. Once the dragon rider falls, these mindless beasts are nothing but mere stepping stones. Deafening shockwaves of apocalyptic destruction violently ripped across the ravaged battlefield. Truong Viet and his comrades executed a flawless symphony of battle. Yet the endless tide of dragons felt overwhelmingly massive. Against this infinite swarm, his S-rank divine arts drained terrifying resources. His mana reserves were bleeding completely dry. A tactical retreat was crucial for a massive resupply. Without hesitation, he vanished into the brilliant light of the teleportation array. High-tier mana elixirs in the fourth world cost 50 coins each. In the brutal real-world market, that astronomical price actually doubled. Truong Viet closed his eyes, inhaling sharply. Wealth meant nothing right now, but he required a genuinely monstrous, overwhelming supply. If hostile shadows detected and sabotaged this legendary raid, disaster would strike. He violently shook his head, crushing those dark thoughts. After all, his father was a master-tier alchemist, commanding the most prestigious empire-like pharmacy in the entire coastal metropolis. Under Midnight's Veil, Truong Viet sent an urgent request regarding the market value of instant divine recovery elixirs. The merchant displayed an arsenal of supreme vitality and mana elixirs. Scanning the inventory, he decisively ordered 2,000 mana potions. Moments later, he sank deeply into his bed. This phenomenal arsenal of elixirs would guarantee the ultimate victory of his mission. First, his devastating power needed full restoration. This fate-defining quest absolutely could not fail. Outside, the crimson moon ascended menacingly, yet the towering guild fortress still blazed with intense light. Inside, Ludia engaged in a heavily guarded conversation with a shadowy figure, eldest heir of the legendary Lu bloodline. Acting so dominantly yet harvesting zero supreme benefits is pathetically weak. The spectacled tactician chuckled darkly. If you genuinely wish to recruit Truong Viet into our glorious supreme guild, you must crush him with despair, forcing his ultimate submission. Ludia's eyes gleamed with twisted deep admiration for the plan. Such a brilliant strategist. Henceforth your salary drops by 10,000 coins to fuel your undying dedication. The tactician cried out dramatically. Guildmaster, please boost my pay. Suddenly, a terrified scout burst through the heavy doors, screaming, Guildmaster, our vanguards in the fourth world were ruthlessly ambushed by an unknown class of shadow assassins. The slaughter is devastating. The prestigious Yenvu Pavilion has also been brutally massacred. The tactician gasped in sheer horror. Who dares provoke our supreme guild? Ludia roared for an emergency mobilization of the entire elite guild. The majestic courtyard descended into a complete apocalyptic frenzy. 2 blood-soaked survivors desperately wailed. The enemy's power is godly. We held the defensive line for agonizing days. But our final breaking point approaches. Frenzied, bloodthirsty anomalies materialized from the void, launching catastrophic ambushes. Countless sworn brothers have already perished in battle. Tan in hand fiercely commanded, "Activate all divine shield buffs. Execute a flawless tactical retreat now." Once we breach the sacred safe zone, their deadly snipers are rendered utterly useless. Ludia charged forward with his elite army roaring triumphantly. "Sister-in-law, your reinforcements have arrived." Tan in hand smiled with profound relief. "Thank you so much." Ludia dashed over, his face intensely grim. Our glorious guild was also ambushed. We barely survived by a terrifying miracle. Suddenly, the arrogant Hao Thin lazily raised his hand, freezing the chaotic battlefield. His voice dripped with venomous mockery. "To think a legendary top 5 guild was this pathetically fragile. You cowards should permanently forfeit this year's Grand Awakening Profession Tournament. Otherwise, the moment you step into the Colosseum, our almighty Infinity Guild will brutally torture you into an eternal joke." Tannenhan's eyes widened in sheer horror, instantly recognizing the tyrant. The Infinity Guild, undisputed champions of Jinnin Province. Ludia glared furiously. "Doesn't the legendary Infinity Guild reign over Thinland City? In this deadly fourth world, only Lamhai and Kamduong share an alliance. Why are Thinland forces invading our territory?" Tannenhan unleashed her blazing fury. "You monsters slaughtered the innocent souls of Yenvu Pavilion. To secure the tournament crown, you cowardly assassinated rivals in the shadows. Pure scum." Hao Thin smirked completely unfazed and instead offered a deeply sickening smile, shamelessly praising the supreme guild master of Yenvu Pavilion as an unmatched, devastating beauty. Flaunting his title as the almighty vice guild master of Infinity, he sneered an arrogant proposal. "Gorgeous. Become my woman. Surrender to me, and your precious Yenvu Pavilion survives." Kim Than's face darkened with murderous fury. "Warning. Hao Thin, you dare defy the Supreme Master's decree." Hao Tian smirked, dismissing the threat. "Why panic? That pathetic Yenvu Pavilion poses zero threat to the grand design of our guildmaster." Ludia jabbed a confident finger forward. "You fools clearly underestimate the absolute supreme Beast Tamer of Lamhai City. Once he arrives, your precious Infinity Guild turns to dust." He pivoted, whispering frantically. "Sister-in-law, did Big Brother answer yet?" Tang Enhan shook her head in despair. Pure silence. Hao Tian threw back his head, roaring with arrogant laughter. "If your savior hides, then prepare to suffer. Spare the gorgeous girl, slaughter the rest." Suddenly, a worldwide system prompt echoed from the heavens. "Total glory to the professional Lin for conquering the unparalleled hidden quest, Dark Race Glory." Hao Tian snapped his head up, shock freezing his wicked grin. A unique quest. Even the legendary Sword Saint gasped, stunned that the fourth world concealed a secret mission untouched for a solid century. Ludia threw his fists up in pure joy. That is Big Brother. Tang and Han felt her hopeless eyes ignite with brilliant sudden relief. Hao Tian unleashed his steel blade, roaring for total capture. The battlefield vision shattered, shifting to a breathtaking, majestic mountain peak. Truong Viet materialized instantly. The eerie, withered bone garden loomed ahead. Right then, a desperate flashing distress signal from Ludia pierced his vision. "Big Brother, we need you. The ruthless Infinity Guild struck our lines. Your wife is seconds away from their filthy clutches." Truong Viet scanned the dead realm, exhaling heavily. At last, the brutal trial ends. Submitting this legendary quest means absolute freedom. Instantly, the divine system voice boomed. "A historic triumph, you crushed the absolute hidden quest, Dark Race Glory." Supreme loot flooded his screen. Level boosted by 3. Grabbed 100 gold power, energy surged by 500,000, triggering a 10,000-fold amplification. Claimed the Dark Glory gear and the mythical Dark Vortex scepter. Plus, a rare skill, Heavenly Sin. Triumphant ascension to level 65. Truong Viet immediately initiated soul refinement. The 153rd cycle burned 479,352 energy points, awakening the supreme golden trait, Dark King. Cycle 209 devoured 693,687, forging another golden trait, Dark Vortex Glory. Refinement 265. Obliterated 8 million energy points, forcing the pathetic D-rank ability, Heavenly Sin, to erupt straight into the catastrophic S-rank Infernal Judgment. This godly awakening brought him absolute satisfaction. S-rank Infernal Judgment. Drops 100 pillars of pure demonic light, utterly annihilating a massive 60-mile slaughter zone in just 3 seconds, inflicting absolute magic devastation and shattering enemy movements. Every doomed soul endures up to 5 catastrophic strikes, costs 318-second cooldown. With artifacts amplified and a priceless forbidden skill tome secured, this shadowy trial yielded god-tier profit. Suddenly an ancient voice commanded him to halt. "Magnificent champion, hold your steps." A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, lifting a sacred artifact. "Your battlefield dominance was profoundly legendary, achieving absolute salvation for the dark race. Accept this supreme, unique blessing." Truong Viet snapped his gaze over, utterly stunned. The shadow spoke with deep reverence. "This sphere forged itself from the dying lifeblood of the ancestral dragon, fallen mother of our dark bloodline. Only a true shadow monarch can master its terrible power. Let it be your eternal shadow." Truong Viet locked his eyes and realized he held a mythical dragon egg. Instantly, a jagged, glowing fracture spiderwebbed across the immortal shell. The vision slammed back to the slaughter in the present. Absolute chaos consumed the war zone. An ally took a devastating blow, screaming in sheer agony. Guildmaster falls. Ludia bulged, his terrified eyes cursing fate. Those 2 level 30-second awakened commanders possess impossible, overwhelming might. How are mere foot soldiers? This monstrous Tong Enhan instantly calculated the grim truth. Their artifact stats are absolutely broken. They must be completely decked in golden tier armor. Paralyzed by that terrifying thought, Ludia completely missed the lethal blade descending from behind. Their wealth surpasses absolute imagination. Tang Enhan deflected the fatal strike with a desperate clash, screaming fiercely, "Keep your eyes on the deathmatch." Her beautiful brow tightened as she revealed the nightmare. Infinity Guild feeds off the absolute peak predator, the Tianjin royal family clan. This is their elite vanguard. Their supreme founder, Infinity Ba, dominates entirely as the absolute apex predator of Jining province. Their godlike authority laughs at mere mortal wealth. The Sword Saint scowled deeply. "That cursed forbidden mage is a thorn in my side. Obliterate her immediately." However, Hao Tian locked his arms, eyes burning with possession. "Halt, she belongs to me. Whoever scratches her dies." The mighty Sword Saint scoffed, questioning his dark obsession. Truly captivated by that prey, he chuckled darkly, exploding forward with bloodthirsty intent. "Then watch me rip her apart before your eyes," Ludia screamed in utter terror. "Step back. My big brother will orchestrate your total annihilation." Sword Saint threw back his head, roaring. "Let that pathetic trash come. My divine blade will erase him in half a heartbeat." Instantly, a catastrophic pillar of heaven defying fire crashed down. The arrogant Sword Saint completely failed to evade. He slammed into the dirt, screaming. The smoke cleared, revealing Truong Viet, crushing the pathetic Sword Saint beneath his heavy boot. Murderous intent bled from his darkened, furious expression. "You insects dare touch my family." Witnessing her savior materialize, Tang Enhan screamed joyfully. "Truong Viet, you came." Coughing blood, the completely terrified Sword Saint stammered. "Who are you?" Truong Viet flashed a bone-chilling smile. "I am that useless trash you just dared to provoke." Hao Tian erupted into maniacal laughter, signaling his forces. How dare this trash defy the Infinity Guild? Crush him. But Truong Viet, his expression remained cold as ice. "A death wish," he scoffed. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of pure, suffocating aura exploded from his very core. "Step up if you dare." The mob froze in absolute terror. Level 35, that eclipsed even their mighty guildmaster. A necromancer. What kind of cursed class is that? Panic spread. "Hold on. His ID tag is completely visible." "It is. Number 0, Hao Tian screamed out, coughing up blood. Truong Viet's piercing gaze locked onto the shivering survivors. "Next." Hao Tian spat defiance. "Drop the act. One man cannot possibly slaughter our entire strike force alone." A predatory smirk danced across Truong Viet's lips. "Remember this. I gave you a chance to walk away." Hoisting his spear to the heavens, an army of undead clawed from the earth infernal judgment. He roared, and then apocalyptic lightning and freezing thunder violently rained down. The grunts shrieked in absolute terror, scrambling toward their vice guild master. "These skills are utterly impossible. His damage output is insane. Fall back or we are all dead meat." Hao Tian gritted his teeth, utterly stunned. To think Linhai City hid such a monstrous professional, a beast tamer of this caliber. I must uncover his true origins. Swallowing his pride, he barked. "Tactical retreat. Move." Watching them flee, Liu Yao rushed over, eyes shining. "Boss, you are godlike. You single-handedly shattered Jimin Province's elite guild." Tan and Han stepped forward, her gaze softening. "Truong Viet, thank you for saving us." With a rare apologetic rub of his neck, he replied, "My apologies for the delay. A quest held me up." "No sweat, we completely get it," they beamed. Then Lin Tian eagerly extended an olive branch. "You saved us from Infinity's clutches today. How about joining our ranks? Our guild doors are wide open for you. Name your price." But Liu Yao instantly cut in. Back off, boss belongs in my supreme guild. Tan and Han frowned, arms crossed. Hold on, he already knows us well. Yanyu Pavilion is his perfect match. I promise you, VIP treatment. Instantly, a fierce three-way bidding war erupted, all fighting to claim the legendary number 0. Truong Viet silenced them with a bold counteroffer. Loan me 1 million each. In exchange, I will boost your levels. I will repay every cent within a month. Lin Tian blinked, stunned. A loan. Liu Yao's eyes sparkled. Funding what, boss? My old man cut my allowance, but I can squeeze out more. However, Truong Viet calmly shook his head, declining. Keep your pocket money, he refused. Suddenly, Tan and Han's eyes lit up. I know I will front the entire 3 million. Shock flickered across Truong Viet's face. No questions asked, a cunning smile touched her lips. You are forging your own guild. A genuine smile surfaced on his face. As expected, of the brilliant and stunning second young lady. Hit the nail on the head. Liu Yao swallowed hard, warning. Boss, are you absolutely certain? Guild building is brutally tough. The pioneer stages are ruthless. Truong Viet's gaze hardened like steel. My mind is set. In his past life, he once aimed to unite Long Kingdom's ultimate masters, forging an invincible guild that would reign supreme over the entire globe. But the apocalyptic level 9 Beast Tide shattered that dream prematurely. Lin Tian then added his own serious warning. Founding a faction from scratch is a monumental grind. Unbothered Truong Viet flashed a confident, easygoing grin. Relax. I will carry you all through dungeons. 10,000 per run. Yanyu Pavilion gets a free pass for the loan. A brilliant business move, boss, Liu Yao cheered. Lin Tian could only chuckle bitterly. Damn. I should have thrown my money at you first. Excusing himself to handle private business, Truong Viet vanished from their sight. Deep in a secluded sanctuary, he watched intently. Crack! The mystic shell shattered, revealing the newborn dark battle dragon. A golden system prompt flashed. Ding, congratulations. Your elite pet dark battle dragon has phenomenally evolved into the rare tier catastrophe, world-destroying black dragon. Passive unlocked heaven, destroying earth shattering. Ancient black dragon bloodline has officially reached level 2. Crimson eyes snapped open. The majestic beast rapidly expanded in size, unleashing a soul-shaking draconian roar. The glowing hologram read, Dark Battle Dragon. Direct lineage of the abyssal dragon mother. Pure royal blood courses through its powerful veins. Destined to rule the shadows as an abyssal king, it exists solely to guard its master. Truong Viet smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Incredible potential. It is merely a fledgling hatchling, yet already radiates intimidating elite-tier power. Once it fully matures into the world-destroying black dragon, its might will be absolute. Stepping boldly forward, he commanded, Come forth. Show me your devastating strength. Meanwhile, Hao Tian and Tan and Han sprinted through the dense forest. She suddenly asked, Why rescue me? Are you not an Infinity Guild leader? Glancing back, he smirked. Simply because I despise those two Infinity scumbags. Besides a so-called sword saint cowardly ambushing a lady, pathetic trash. Hao Tian flashed a charming roguish grin as they ran. A classic hero rescuing a beauty so little. En Han, how about a romantic repayment? Blushing with fury, she snapped. In your dreams. He chuckled with a playful smirk. Do not reject me so fast, gorgeous. Boom, a shadow crashed down from above, blocking their path. The sword saint drew his blade, his voice freezing the air. Hao Tian. The Grand Master ordered the absolute annihilation of Lam Hai. She leads the Yanwu Pavilion. Are you betraying the Infinity Guild to play the hero? The pursuing assassins surged forward, trapping them completely. Hao Tian jabbed a thumb at his chest with fierce arrogance. We are both vice masters. Who are you to judge my loyalty? The sword saint leveled his gleaming steel straight at Hao Tian. The moment you chose to protect her, you became a dead man to our guild. Slaughter them both. An assassin instantly lunged forward, blade thirsty for blood, aiming for Tan and Han. Hao Tian intercepted the lethal strike, roaring who dares. But in that split second of distraction, a treacherous blade pierced his back. The sword saint struck, forcing a pained roar from Hao Tian. Desperate and Han chanted radiant light spell. Her staff flared, unleashing violet energy that chained the sword. Saint unfazed and completely uninjured, he threw back his head and laughed. Perfect control, little mage. But numbers dictate reality here. Obliterate them. The surrounding executioners raised their weapons and charged. Just as Death's shadow fell over them, the very atmosphere ignited into a blazing, terrifying crimson inferno. Multiple ambushers were instantly severed in half. Truong Viet descended on his dark battle dragon, shaking the heavens with a draconian roar. The sword saint's eyes widened in sheer terror. It was Truong Viet, the absolute apex predator of the Lam Hai Guild. Fear paralyzed him. Taming a mythical dragon was practically unheard of. Gritting his teeth to hide his trembling, he forced himself to look at the descending god of war. Truong Viet, my intelligence says you are nothing but a commoner. You only achieved this monumental power because the Yen Wu Pavilion and Supreme Wisdom Guild fed you resources. Bow your head now, and infinity might just spare your pathetic life. Truong Viet erupted into a chilling laugh, as if he had heard the world's most pathetic joke. He raised his spear, commanding a massive vortex of blinding golden aura. Locking his deadly gaze onto the trembling swordsman, he sneered. Utterly ridiculous. Do I look like I need your mercy? Before the sword saint could even gasp, the divine energy sphere completely obliterated his defenses, sending violent shockwaves through his core. You will burn for defying the Infinity Guild. Witnessing their leader's crushing defeat, the remaining lackeys instantly lost their minds in panic. Screaming in pure terror, they scattered like rats. Truong Viet leaped gracefully from his magnificent dark battle dragon, watching the pathetic cowards run for their lives. Tan and Han rushed to his side, asking with a breathless voice, "Are you hurt?" His dominating aura melted into a gentle smile. "I am perfectly fine. I was just passing through and noticed you two in trouble, so I dropped in." Turning his sharp gaze toward Hao Tian, he casually mentioned, "Rumor has it that Infinity threw you away." Hao Tian glared back with fierce, wounded pride. "What here to rub it in? That garbage guild was never worthy of my presence anyway." Unfazed, Truong Viet spoke with cool respect. "You still have your warrior's pride. So how about fighting under my banner?" The sheer audacity of the offer left them utterly speechless. Truong Viet casually raised 5 fingers and dropped the bombshell. 50,000 gold a month. Hao Tian's eyes practically sparkled as he instantly surrendered. "Deal, I am in." "What is this legendary guild called? How massive is our current army?" Truong Viet smoothly lowered 3 fingers, leaving 2. "The Heavenly Mandate Hall. Counting you, we are exactly 2 members strong." And Han giggled behind her hand while Hao Tian froze his jaw, hitting the floor. 2. And Han hurriedly smoothed things over. "The foundation was just laid today. An army will surely gather soon enough, right, Truong Viet?" The almighty warrior gave a confident nod. "Recruitment is already in full swing." Hao Tian threw an arm over his shoulder like a sworn brother, whispering slyly, "Be honest with me. Are you two secretly a couple?" Ignoring the tease, Truong Viet waved them off. "Time to grind levels. If any enemies appear, send a signal to the guild." "Wait for me," Enhan chimed, chasing after his imposing figure. Meanwhile, in a desolate valley, 2 massive stone dragons clashed violently. One titan soared into the sky, unleashing a devastating torrent of hellfire to completely incinerate its rival in a final strike. Truong Viet leaned casually against an ancient tree, summoning his holographic interface. His eyes scanned the floating system panel, deep in thought. The guild creation was flawless, and the recruitment broadcasts are live. However, the sheer influx of eager applicants are merely ordinary novices under level 30. He smiled knowingly. "Makes sense. True masters would never gamble on a newborn guild." Suddenly, a desperate, blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. "Please, somebody help." Lin Dandan sprinted wildly, ruthlessly hunted by 3 pursuers. Pure terror consumed her as she screamed into the void, begging, "You save me." Blinded by sheer panic, she missed a treacherous route and crashed violently into the dirt. Li Hao stalked forward, a sickening predatory smirk twisting his face. "Oh, Lin Dandan, did you honestly believe you could escape my grasp? A debt is a debt, little girl. And fate demands that you pay it in full." All color drained from her trembling face. "I owe you nothing. This is a complete setup. Gudishi sent us." Dai Ho sneered, lunging forward like a predator. "Shut up. No coin. Then pay with your flesh." Boom. Zhang Yue flashed forward, burying his heel into Dai Ho's gut. The thug howled. Planting his spear defensively before Tian Tian, he glared like a god of death. "How much?" Dai Ho seethed with utter humiliation. Driven mad by rage, he charged. "You damn brat, back off." But before he could strike, Zhang Yue's spear swept out. A wave of golden aura erupted, blasting the trash away. The remaining lackeys froze in absolute terror. "That is 0. The monster who fought the Infinity Guild. Run for your lives." As the cowards scattered, Zhang Yue turned around, scratching his neck awkwardly. "Hey, are you hurt?" She trembled, spilling the truth. "I never owed them. Gudishi hired those thugs for petty revenge." Hearing her out, he nodded simply. "Stay safe, I am heading out." But noticing her quietly tailing him, he paused. "Why are you tailing me?" She clutched her dress, whispering. "They might come back. Mindless killing would ruin his rising reputation. He needed good karma." He sighed. "Since I am grinding levels in this zone anyway, just stick close to me." They ventured deep into a cavern. Tian Tian glanced around nervously. "This dungeon feels entirely different." He nodded sharply. "You are right." Boom. A massive stone dragon manifested, roaring with earth-shattering fury. Zhang Yue instantly shielded her. "Fall back." His mythical spear materialized in his grasp, leaving Tian Tian mesmerized. I will crush this. He swept his blade in a deadly arc. Fireball, a thunderous blast ripped through the air. The shockwave aggroed the entire nest. Dozens of ancient dragons swarmed, summoning a barrage of lethal projectiles. Razor-sharp stalactites rained down. His eyes widened. Damn it, these beasts actually possess crowd control magic. I totally underestimated this zone, watching the menacing swarm overhead. He realized soloing this mob was mathematically insane. It was not fatal yet, but an absolute nightmare to deal with. Flash. An emerald aura enveloped him. Instantly, his bleeding wounds seamlessly knit together. He gasped in pure shock. Her divine skill cleansed crowd control and healed simultaneously. Smirking at the roaring beasts, he declared, "Time to exterminate you all." He glanced back. "What is your exact class?" "I am a holy light priest." His heart skipped a beat. "A legendary support class." His mind raced with possibilities. In top-tier battles, getting stun-locked means certain death. At low levels, it hardly matters. But against endgame monsters like the forbidden mage Su Jinyan, it spells absolute death. Staring at Tian Tian, a grand plan formed. With a holy light priest buffing him, he would become an invincible god. Without hesitation, he proposed, "Join my guild. I will pay you 50,000 a month." Stunned by the insane wealth, she nodded fiercely. "Yes." But she looked down ashamed. "I possess 0 attack power. Past parties called me useless dead weight." Zhang Yue firmly patted her shoulder. "Those fools are completely blind to your true worth. To me, your support is infinitely more valuable than a sword." Tears pricked her eyes. Pulling up the system interface, he pinged Wu Haotian instantly. "Get your ass over here right now." Sending the coordinates, he muttered, "Minimap ping is active." Soon after, a breathless Haotian sprinted into view. "What is the emergency?" "A boss raid." Zhang Yue stepped aside. "Meet our newest guild member." Haoshan blinked in disbelief. A simple text would work. "I burned all my stamina." But then he locked eyes with the gorgeous Tian Tian. His grumpy attitude vanished instantly. "Hello, beautiful. I am the guild's second-in-command Wu Haotian. Just call me Brother Tian." Flashing a charming grin, he leaned in. "Little sister Tian Tian, right? What class and level are you?" she nervously whispered. "Level 29. A level 29 priest is quite underleveled. But relax, I will carry you to the top." "Wait a second." His jaw dropped. "Holy light priest. That is insane." He dragged Zhang Yue aside, hissing, "Bro, you hit the jackpot. Does she realize her own market value? Top-tier priests easily pull 3 million annually," Zhang Yue whispered back. "She is totally clueless." Haochen smirked, nodding wisely. Watching them scheme, Tian Tian fidgeted anxiously. "Is something wrong?" Haoshan immediately turned, beaming brightly. "Not at all. We are thrilled to party up with you." Zhang Yue's gaze hardened. "Enough chatting. 3 days. Until the global profession tournament starts. Before then, we conquer the fourth world." Hao Tian and Tian Tian gasped, absolutely paralyzed by shock. "Just the 3 of us." Hao Tian's sputtered eyes bulging. "Hold up. Are you seriously dragging just us 3 to clear the fourth world and enter the worldwide grand tournament?" Truong Viet massaged his temples, sighing. "You and I could handle this, but she has not even hit level 30. How could she possibly survive?" Truong Viet nodded in agreement. "That is the harsh truth. You 2 absolutely must achieve your second awakening." Hao Tian gripped his weapon. "Then we grind until we ascend." Truong Viet analyzed the system interface, while Ding Ding shielded Hao Tian against the blazing stone dragon flames. Whispers spread rapidly nearby. A legendary dragon companion. Where did he find such power? Normal tamers only control mere hounds and felines. Glowing text materialized on his screen. Truong Viet calculated. The apocalyptic black dragon unleashes devastating range strikes just like a master marksman, so it requires top-tier artifact gear. Surviving this trial guarantees their second awakening will be effortless. In merely 2 days, elite awakened worldwide are arming for war. Tomorrow, they absolutely must conquer the fourth dimension. So today is dedicated to gathering supplies. He asked, "Are you fully prepared?" Hao Tian grinned. "The 6-beast subjugation is complete." Truong Viet rose firmly, declaring, "Today we obliterate all remaining quests. Tomorrow we face the ultimate realm boss." His allies shouted understood reality, warped transporting them into a terrifyingly desolate battleground. Hao Tian scanned the ominous horizon, muttering, "I have never attempted a 3-man raid against a global boss." A crimson system warning flashed. "Welcome to the ultimate world boss domain, the dreaded Dragon Valley of the Fourth Realm. Annihilate the dark divine dragon." From the heavens above, the monstrous beast suddenly unleashed a catastrophic roar that shattered the very clouds. Its demonic eyes blazed with infernal hellfire, glaring down menacingly at the three insignificant mortals below. Truong Viet gritted his teeth. Despite belonging to the dark faction himself, conquering this absolute nightmare meant staking his very life on the line. Hao Tian stepped up, his knuckles white around his blazing greatsword, declaring himself the sole vanguard knight, swearing to become their unbreakable shield while the duo provided rear artillery. The moment those heroic words left his mouth, he dashed forward with explosive velocity. But the Dark Divine Dragon simply exhaled an apocalyptic torrent of destruction, blasting Hao Tian violently backward. His eyes blew wide in utter terror. Hao Tian roared furiously, "Curse it! I warned you, just the three of us cannot possibly survive this overwhelming absolute power." Truong Viet commanded his battered comrades to retreat instantly, resolving to shoulder this catastrophic boss fight entirely by himself. Thrusting his hand toward the sky, he bellowed, "Apocalyptic Black Dragon, manifest and fight by my side." The legendary beast immediately unleashed its devastating counterstrike. Truong Viet frowned, his expression grim. Exactly as feared. A level 35 4-star behemoth possessed terrifying armor. Even his apocalyptic black dragon barely left a scratch. The beast uncoiled its colossal frame, roaring with enough force to shatter dimensions. Truong Viet instantly summoned his Dark Skeleton King to lock it down. Instantly, the undead sovereign charged into the brutal fray. The lethal shadow sword formation flared. His blade danced wildly, erupting with frozen heaven snow, lightning 10,000 heavenly strikes, and the almighty divine flame tribulation. Two cataclysmic energies clashed head-on, birthing an earth-shattering shockwave. The tyrant health gauge plummeted. However, the Skeleton King suffered brutal damage from the relentless recoil. It hastily conjured an impenetrable dark aura to withstand the devastating impact. Truong Viet whipped around, shouting urgently, "White Rabbit, heal the Skeleton King right now." Ding Ding trembled in sheer terror, yet forced down her panic to channel crucial holy buffs. Their synergy was completely seamless. One perfectly sustained the front line, while the other unleashed godlike destructive force to eradicate the Dark Divine Dragon. At long last, the massive titan crashed heavily down. A system notification echoed absolute victory for awakened champions, Lin White, Rabbit Milk Candy, and Heavenly Sovereign Infinity. The Dark Divine Dragon is slain, and the fourth realm conquered. Hao Tian stared in absolute disbelief, jaw practically hitting the floor. The terrifying sheer dominance required to solo a 4-star boss, unleashing damage metrics, utterly shattering the level 30 ceiling, was godlike. He stood frozen like a petrified statue until a crushing realization dawned upon him. Wait, am I the deadweight dragging this godly team down? Truong Viet sheathed his weapon casually, asking if his comrades were free tomorrow. He proposed a real-world meetup to strategize for the grand tournament. Ding Ding accepted enthusiastically, while Hao Tian numbly nodded. Smiling with quiet satisfaction, he promised to forward the coordinates. The founding summit of the Heavenly Mandate Hall would officially commence tomorrow. The scenery transitioned to a vibrant, energetic food street packed with lively crowds. Truong Viet confidently approached Hao Tian, who stood waiting near the entrance. Raising a hand in greeting, he spoke smoothly. "Greetings, I am Lin." The knight turned around, flashing a warm, brotherly smile. He introduced himself cheerfully, letting his guard down. "Just call me Hao Tian." Truong Viet returned the firm handshake, replying respectfully, "I am Truong Viet." Suddenly, Ding Ding sprinted over. She waved frantically, breathlessly, apologizing for her delay. Soon the trio settled down, sharing frosted barley smoothies. Glasses clashed high in the air as they roared, draining every drop. Hao Tian beamed wildly. "Guildmaster, just drop the pro-tournament strategy, and we will follow you to death." Truong Viet calmly explained that the system's classic rules would automatically throw rookies into the meat grinder against veteran experts. He added that the battleground offered two formats, solo duels and duo clashes. While the honor point rewards were absolutely identical, duo mode split the spoils down the middle. Therefore, dominating solo was the ultimate path to power. Everyone faced 10 grueling matches. Every triumph granted a single accumulation point, while defeat meant nothing. Once a fighter crossed the 5-point threshold, their rank promotion was guaranteed. Conquering those advanced trials would officially mark the end of the grueling selection phase. Truong Viet's gaze shifted to Ding Ding. Across the entire metropolis, only the top 100 absolute elites could break into the provincial wars, chasing a massive 100,000 yuan bounty. Hao Tian immediately questioned their team formation. Pondering for a second, he revealed the guild's hidden perks. Fresh blood would see their accumulation points instantly multiplied by 2, and if any member breached the top 3 from city rankings to the world stage, their solo points would explode by 5 times. Truong Viet commanded them to crush the solo duels first, maximizing their point harvest before anything else, and adapt their strategies later. Hao Tian slammed the wooden table, his blood boiling with pure excitement. He wildly signaled the tavern boss, demanding 2 more heavy crates of beer. Truong Viet gently supported Ding Ding, urging her to get some well-deserved rest, swearing to Hao Tian and Tranan that he would obliterate the city's top 3 multiplying heavenly mandates' epic glory. He leaned down softly, asking for her address to escort her home. Suddenly, heavy tears streamed down Ding Ding's flushed cheeks. She choked out that she was completely homeless. Truong Viet stiffened, shooting awkward glances at the whispering crowd around them before wrapping her in a comforting aura. Her roommate had ruthlessly kicked her out, leaving her completely penniless. Overwhelmed by the alcohol, she completely slumped against his broad chest. Left without options, he brought her back to his own sanctuary. Whispering for her to be careful, Truong Viet guided her fragile frame inside, laying her softly onto his own bed. He exhaled sharply, teasing that she was surprisingly heavy for someone so petite. Without warning, her arms locked around his neck. "Please do not leave," Truong Viet pried, her trembling hands away. "You are intoxicated." She stubbornly shook her head, desperately claiming absolute sobriety. Ding Ding wept, confessing that besides her own parents, he was the only soul showing her true warmth. Blushing furiously, she knelt on the mattress. She whispered she had nothing to offer, so if he accepted, she would surrender herself completely. Those heavy words paralyzed him instantly, but before he could even process it, she lunged desperately toward him, but her legs failed. She stumbled, crashing clumsily into the sheets and passing out right by his side. A warm smile crossed his face. Gazing at her peaceful expression, he silently vowed that next time he would never let liquor touch her lips again. Sunlight pierced the room. Ding Ding's eyes suddenly snapped wide open and yanked the thick blanket over her trembling body. Panic seized her heart as fragments of last night's disaster flooded back. Hiding her burning crimson face, a wave of profound respect hit her. Truong Viet was a gentleman of absolute honor. She desperately smacked her own forehead, terrified he thought she was a shameless mess. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the wood, with Truong Viet calmly announcing that a hot breakfast was waiting outside if she was finally awake, because the Radiant Temple gathering was set for 10 o'clock sharp. Shortly after, the entire squad marched toward the towering sanctuary. Pushing through the grand doors, Ding Ding and Hao Tian stared in awe at the massive sea of awakened warriors gathered inside. High above, divine light cascaded from the heavens, forming a breathtaking pillar of holy energy. Truong Viet glanced back at his loyal companions with a confident smirk. Hao Tian's eyes blazed with battle hunger. A mechanical system prompt echoed loudly. The Linhai City Arena qualifiers of Zhejiang Province were commencing. His first target, Tian Lai, a notorious rogue professional. The arrogant streamer cackled like a maniac, hyping up his livestream chat for the impending slaughter. Truong Viet blinked in mild amusement. He casually raised a single finger, demanding absolute silence. Tian Lai arrogantly twirled his magic staff, mocking his opponent aloud. What absolute luck to crush a trash-tier Beast Tamer. He shamelessly milked his audience, grinning as donation alerts spammed his screen, then smirked, demanding his foe summon a pet so he could go easy. Truong Viet spoke with absolute zero temperature. Crushing you requires no beasts at all. In that exact split second, he attacked instantly. A devastating surge exploded, ripping a pathetic scream from Tian Lai's throat. Scorching lightning struck, making his arrogant eyes bulge in absolute terror. Impossible. How could this happen? Truong Viet smirked coldly as the glorious victory screen materialized. Ding. The system chimed. Victory over Tian Li achieved honor points increased by 1. Rookie guilds under 3 years gain bonus points. The final score drops after the entire tournament ends. Next, challenger loading. An elite combatant from Linhai City's dreaded Imperial Guild, dubbed Imperial War General. The ultimate clash approaches. Brace yourself for absolute combat. Trembling, the enemy gasped. You crushed infinity alone. Truong Viet's eyes remained dead calm. Exactly. Draw your weapon instantly. The terrified foe hit the dirt, bowing his head in total submission. Supreme Master, spare my life. I yield. Truong Viet simply blinked at this pathetic display. System alert flashed. Imperial War General dominated honor increased by 1. Another golden notification popped up. Challenger Spicy Chicken crushed. The coward forfeited instantly, granting another free honor point. Daily matches depleted. 10 flawless victories secured. You have awakened into the brutal intermediate bracket. Bloodshed resumes tomorrow at 10. Truong Viet smirked inwardly. These novices were absolute trash. Returning to base, Hao Tian roared boss. Checking their progress, Hao Tian crossed his arms proudly. As Infinity's former vice-captain, 10 straight kills was child's play. Ding Ding shyly revealed 7 points. Hao Tian barked a laugh. Incredible, I figured healers were just dead weight. Truong Viet countered, priests lack pure destruction, but infinite self-healing makes them immortal in solo duels. Their survival utility is terrifying. Hao Tian sighed heavily. Our guild's manpower is pathetically low. Rumor says Infinity's entire army survived the brutal opening bloodbath. Zhejiang Province's crown is practically theirs, Truong Viet scoffed. Early score gaps mean absolutely nothing. Maintain lethal consistency later on and a single god-tier player can annihilate an entire guild. Hao Tian grimaced, nodding. But I lack the monstrous strength to solo an entire army. Truong Viet's lips curled upwards. Leave it to me. Hao Tian sighed. You are a monster but terribly arrogant. Truong Viet spun on his heel. Move out, we have work. Both gaped, demanding their destination. He flashed a cold smile. Tomorrow's intermediate battlefield swarms with apex predators. We cannot slack off. We dive into the brutal fifth dimension to temper our combat power. Hao Tian groaned in pure agony. War is tomorrow. Why grind today? The cosmic system chimed realm transition complete. Welcome to the fifth dimension's pitch-black subterranean hellscape. You have manifested inside the absolute safe zone, Dawn Shelter. This nexus links Linhai Cam Duong and Tianlan's elites. Hao Tian shivered in disgust. This suffocating darkness is completely unbearable. The system's eerie voice echoed on, painting a world swallowed by endless shadows. Humanity's great bastions drowned in absolute despair, scavenging for faint light just to breathe. Ding Ding nervously asked about their grinding spot. Hao Tian suggested slaughtering low-tier beasts in the wasteland to harvest precious energy cells. Truong Viet firmly rejected it. Wrong. We conquer the dreaded Night Fortress. Hao Tian froze, stammering about that impossibly rare mythic dungeon. Truong Viet revealed its legendary loot pool drops, lethal skill scrolls for priests. Hao Tian blinked in sheer disbelief. Are you boosting Ding Ding? Truong Viet stated cold facts. Total squad power guarantees future victory. Ding Ding flushed, deeply moved by such rare kindness. He replied with icy pragmatism. Team survival dictates my actions. The trio marched into the abyss. Hao Tian begged to just buy the manual outright and sleep. Truong Viet smirked. Got 1 million gold to burn. The warrior shut his mouth. Suddenly, an abomination lunged from the void. Truong Viet instantly detonated Divine Flame Heavenly Tribulations. The system registered a lethal kill. Hao Tian yelled, You claimed ordinary dungeon shards forge into legendary golden keys. We slaughtered dozens of monstrous ants, already yet found 0 drops. Ding Ding pleaded to retreat before their mana pools completely drained. Truong Viet stood fearless. Watch and learn. A blinding holy light erupted, making Hao Tian scream. An absolute miracle, Ding Ding gasped, staring at the mythical golden key for the hidden domain. A devastating shockwave shattered the earth. The Shadow Assassin reported. Vice Commander. Among Zhejiang Province's rookie awakeners, no one could conquer the fifth realm before us. The Sword Saint scoffed. Obviously, our Infinity Guild dominated the trials and evolved early. His eyes burned with rage. That trash Beast Tamer is still rotting in the lower realms. We will pillage the fifth realm's resources first. Once he ascends, he will suffer the wrath of infinity. Suddenly, a world announcement echoed. Player 0 has consumed the golden token. The Night Fortress dungeon has evolved into a hidden realm. Time limit. 1 hour. The Sword Saint cursed viciously. That bastard is already here. And triggered the hidden zone. A shadow operative whispered, That sanctuary holds a legendary toxin-cleansing grimoire, worth hundreds of thousands in gold. The commander sneered wickedly. Perfect. He just dug his own grave. We will hijack the dungeon and slaughter him. The assassin hesitated with dread. He massacred us last time. Shouldn't we alert the guildmaster? The Sword Saint barked. We only have 1 hour. Waiting means losing everything. Deploy the Shadow Squad immediately. Infiltrate and execute him. All that legendary loot will be mine. Meanwhile, Truong Viet's trio stepped through the portal. The system chimed. Welcome to the Hidden Sanctuary, Night Fortress. Objective: exterminate 50 ghoul fiends. Annihilate Night Lord Razad. Hao Tian scanned the shadows. Why leave the portal open? If the Infinity Dogs reached the fifth realm and heard the broadcast, they will definitely ambush us, Truong Viet smirked coldly. I am counting on them to walk into my trap. A majestic mantle materialized, displaying terrifying stats. Hao Tian's blood boiled with excitement. Brother Viet, this divine gear is insane. Let them try calling Beast Tamers, fragile glass cannons now. Truong Viet's eyes gleamed. Time to hunt. They plunged into the abyss. Ding Ding trembled. This demonic aura is suffocating. Anything could ambush us. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty monstrosity lunged from the void. Truong Viet unleashed a devastating inferno blast. The beast was instantly engulfed in hellfire, shrieking in agony. Level 37 ghoul. But its armor is paper thin. Stick to the original formation. Hao Tian and I will carve a path. Keep our health maxed. Truong Viet summoned a catastrophic meteor shower, incinerating the ambushers. He raised his scepter, ordering Wang Kai to crush them. Ding Ding channeled holy light. Casting Divine Aegis. A crimson alert flashed as the cavern shook. Target reached 50. Ghouls eradicated. Final phase execute Nightlord Razad. Hao Tian roared with battle lust. The final prey has arrived, Truong Viet commanded. Annihilate it. Both warriors surged forward like lightning. An apocalyptic shockwave ripped through the chamber. Suddenly, the demonic lord swallowed Truong Viet whole. His comrades screamed in despair. In the shadows, Sword Saint sneered. They engaged the boss alone. Slaughter them. The assassins activated Phantom Strike and descended. Hao Tian roared furiously. Scum, they are hijacking our raid. System override. Golden token holder has usurped dungeon authority. Safe resurrection protocol disabled. Teleportation magic nullified. Player killing penalty has been deactivated. Escape is impossible. The gates are permanently sealed. Sword Saint froze in terror. Impossible. He was devoured. How did he hack the domain? The boss suddenly turned its fury on the ambushers. Truong Viet's chilling voice echoed. Judgment of hell. Demonic spikes erupted, impaling the assassins instantly. Sword Saint screamed in dread. The bastard survived. He is baiting us. Truong Viet raised his staff, summoning apocalyptic purgatory flames. Sword Saint dropped to his knees, choking on despair, dying before securing the loot. It was a total disaster. Fall back, he shrieked. Hao Tian blocked the exit, smirking menacingly. Fleeing so soon, mutt. No escape for you, Sword Saint panicked. Show yourself, you coward. Truong Viet emerged from the flames, eyes like ice, seeking an audience. Or are you ready to grovel for your pathetic lives? Sword Saint spat blood. You manipulative rat, luring us into a slaughterhouse. Hao Tian laughed mockingly. The absolute audacity. You backstabbing vultures tried to steal our prey. Sword Saint gritted his teeth. Break through their lines. Hao Tian. We used to be comrades. Will you truly murder me here? Hao Tian's aura exploded, leveling his heavy blade at the traitor. You sent death squads after me. His grip shattered the stone beneath him. He planted his greatsword like a tombstone. The only exit is over my dead body. The Sword Saint leveled his gleaming blade. Cold killing intent leaked from his voice. Your death wish is granted. Hao Tian instantly shifted into combat stance. His eyes blazed. Come on. We end this blood feud today. DMDM suddenly intercepted him. She blocked his path with a freezing glare. Pay with your life. The Sword Saint plotted a desperate hostage play. Grab the healer to survive. The cold steel practically kissed her trembling skin. Shock quickly warped into raging fury as Hao Tian bellowed. The Infinity Sword Saint is absolute trash. Surrounded by roaring hellfire, the desperate coward swung his blade like a maniac at the terrified healer, drawing a piercing scream from her lungs. Just then, the dark war dragon plummeted from the heavens. Crimson hellfire erupted from its jaws and cratered the earth. The explosive shockwave violently separated the two, ignoring the men. DMDM desperately sprinted straight toward her massive draconic savior. She buried her face into the black dragon's scales, whispering her thanks. Meanwhile, Hao Tian seethed with deep disgust. To think a so-called warrior would violently target a defenseless girl. The man was nothing but a cornered, rabid animal. DMDM beamed at Truong Viet. Thank you, guild leader. Hao Tian then frowned. The dungeon boss is dead, so where is our completion notification? Truong Viet slowly turned his gaze toward the battlefield. His eyes narrowed ominously. Something is terribly wrong. Scorching crimson flames incinerated the surrounding corpses into absolute nothingness. Suddenly, a glaring red warning materialized. Emergency alert to all Night Fortress players. The Night Lord has triggered a berserk evolution. He is now level 38, a 4-star catastrophe. The Eternal Night Monarch Rizad has awakened. The colossal nightmare materialized, unleashing a heaven-shaking roar. Demonic purple aura erupted around its body like a raging hurricane. Its crimson eyes locked onto them. Hao Tian shouted. Its power level is totally insane. Truong Viet instantly summoned his black dragon and his legendary skeleton king. 2 titanic leviathans materialized. One dominated the roaring skies, while the other shattered the earth below. They launched a dual strike. Explosive crimson and violet energy annihilated the battlefield. Truong Viet charged forward fearlessly, his magical staff firmly in hand. Radiant violet energy violently parted the sea of fire. He threw a sharp glance over his shoulder. Support them now. Hao Tian. Deliver the finishing strike. The warrior blinked in utter shock. Me. But you unlocked this hellish raid, Truong Viet calmly explained. The player who initially triggers the dungeon gate actually forfeits the final boss kill reward. Realization struck Hao Tian like lightning. He tightened his grip and unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Piercing cloud, breaking wind strike. His blade locked onto the towering boss. A blinding golden-orange shockwave violently shredded the darkness, hurtling straight toward the target. The system chime rang out. Congratulations. You have utterly vanquished the Eternal Night Monarch Rezad, conquering the Night Fortress raid. Supreme reward granted, 300,000 experience points. Hao Tian stood by the loot pile, laughing wildly. You practically soloed this. Your raw power is absolutely monstrous. Truong Viet calmly surveyed the ocean of glittering gold coins. Just as I calculated merging a catastrophic berserk boss with a dungeon multiplies the epic drop rate exponentially, a legendary skillbook rested in his palm. Hao Tian trembled with pure hype. It actually dropped, our luck is god tier. Beside him, DM's eyes sparkled happily. Wait, did you orchestrate this from the very beginning? Hao Tian gasped as he quickly pieced the bloody puzzle together. You purposely left the gate wide open to bait the Infinity Guild rats inside. Then, you fed their corpses to the boss. You forced its berserk evolution just to farm this exact legendary drop rate, am I right? DM blushed warmly. Hao Tian shivered when Truong Viet smirked dangerously. You know too much. Hao Tian gulped hard. Thank the heavens I never opposed this monster. Truong Viet casually tossed the priceless tome. DM panicked, waving her hands. Guild leader. This ultimate artifact is way too valuable for me. Truong Viet gently forced it into her trembling palms. In this brutal world, absolute strength is law. Wealth is mere dust. The system chimed, revealing the rare priest tome. Poisonous milk. Passive effect. Healing magic triggers area of effect damage, blasting enemies with 10% of the restored health. Truong Viet instructed, pour all your supernatural energy into leveling this. It will be our ultimate trump card in the coming bloody wars. Her heart fluttered. I will never fail our guild. Elsewhere, the battered sword saint limped away, cursing his near-death disaster. Suddenly, a sinister figure materialized from the void, cloaked in suffocating purple miasma. The stranger mocked him. With your pathetic strength killing, number 0 is a foolish dream, but I offer a devilish solution. Meanwhile, the colossal arena roared with bloodthirsty spectators. Suffocating tension choked the stadium. DM nervously clutched her staff. Guild leader, I swear I will not drag us down. Hao Tian laughed boisterously. Relax, I have your back. Just fight your hardest. Truong Viet's piercing gaze locked onto his comrades. Exactly. Just unleash everything you have. Suddenly, an icy voice sliced through the stadium noise. This is your final warning. A guard shoved his weapon at the trembling man. Screw up again, and the heavenly palace will erase your existence. Then leave the guild, the youth declared with absolute calm. Zhang Yue watched the scene unfold in silence. Shooting a disdainful glare, the youth walked away. That genius was Lin Tian. He sneered coldly at Zhang Yue before vanishing into the crowd. Zhang Yue stood frozen in deep thought. Hao Tian tugged his sleeve, urging Guildmaster, what caught your eye? The battles have begun. Zhang Yue turned on his heel, his cloak billowing fiercely. The system flashed Heavenly Mandate Hall Lin, 10 consecutive victories. Another announcement echoed, Heavenly Mandate Hall, White Rabbit Milk Candy, 7 consecutive victories. A falling challenger screamed, Toxic Healer. Facing Qin and Han, Hao Tian smirked. I want you to hit 10 wins, but I will not hold back, she replied coldly. Spare me your pity. Hao Tian strategized evade her crowd control and victory was his. Suddenly, she chanted Radiant Stream. A suffocating purple aura erupted around her, blasting a devastating beam of energy straight toward Hao Tian, catching him completely off guard. Hao Tian narrowed his eyes, analyzing his formidable opponent. The system roared, Heavenly Mandate Hall, Infinity, Heavenly Sovereign, 10 consecutive victories. The arena erupted into chaotic whispers. Heavenly Mandate Hall. Who were they? Why was Infinity's vice leader fighting for them? 3 top 100 spots effortlessly claimed. Qin and Han stared at the glowing screen. A private message popped up. Lin, thank you for showing mercy. Awakened warriors from rookie guilds claiming top 3 ranks earned 5 times the normal accumulation points. Glasses clinked in a triumphant toast. Ding Ding smiled warmly. Thank you, Brother Tian and Guildmaster. I never dreamed of reaching the top 100. Hao Tian raised a brow, asking why her cup remained untouched. Blushing furiously, she glanced at Zhang Yue. He intervened smoothly. She cannot tolerate alcohol. Hao Tian scanned the empty table, wondering where the feast was. We are waiting for one more, Zhang Yue declared. Hao Tian gasped as Lin Tian materialized. Taking his seat, the youth smirked. Heavenly Mandate Hall's 4th member reporting for duty. I am Lin Tian. ID. Heavenly Punishment, War God. Rare lightning mage, level 34. Zhang Yue met his fierce gaze, then nodded. Welcome to Heavenly Mandate Hall. Hao Tian's jaw dropped. Unbelievable, you actually recruited the War God Guildmaster. Adjusting his glasses, Lin Tian countered. Were you not Infinity's vice leader? Hao Tian raised his hands in absolute defeat. Zhang Yue asked calmly, I heard the rumors. Why abandon your guild? Lin Tian's eyes darkened. The brass demanded War God throw the match against Heavenly Palace. I despise fixed battles. Zhang Yue smiled. Here in Heavenly Mandate Hall, there are no masks. Unleash your absolute full power in every clash. He then added, our starting salary cannot currently match your previous guildmaster wages, but once we conquer the tournament, our wealth will skyrocket. Ding Ding chimed in, provincials pay 1 million, nationals yield 3 million, worlds offer 10 million. If we sweep them all, we are set for life, Hao Tian roared. Lin Tian nodded firmly. Understood. Tomorrow, my tournament registration switches to Heavenly Mandate Hall. Zhang Yue's eyes glinted. The provincials are days away. Tonight we feast, tomorrow the leveling grind continues. The three warriors passionately agreed. Sinking into her sofa, Zhao Ling muttered at her screen. Lin Hai, city's new champion, belongs to neither Triton nor Yanwu Pavilion. Her eyes gleamed. Heavenly Mandate Hall's leader Lin. Now that is an imposing title. The system flared red. Message failed. Hello Lin, recruiting anytime soon. Got room for a level 30 assassin. They blocked whispers already, she gasped in disbelief. Elsewhere, Zhao Yue chuckled with pure arrogance, a trivial hurdle for a genius like myself. Meanwhile, Hao Tian pumped his fist, cheering. 4 elites in the guild. An elite holy light priest, 2 rare flame knights, and 1 devastating lightning mage. Lin Tian crossed his arms, adjusting his glasses with deadly seriousness. We are formidable, but the upcoming bloodbaths will only grow more brutal. We must forcefully elevate our combat power. Ding Ding blinked in sheer confusion, asking softly. But we just conquered the 5th world dungeon. Smacking the table, Hao Tian suggested. Then we grind normal quests for power. Zhang Yue, silent until now, slowly lowered his water glass. His gaze sharpened as he spoke. There remains one hidden domain, holding unimaginably greater value. Shock rippled across Lin Tian's face. Are you mad? The gate of hell? His voice dropped to a grim whisper, recounting the 5th world's darkest legend. A cursed gate hiding divine treasures. Yet for 110 grueling years, not a single soul had survived stepping inside. Ding Ding's eyes trembled with fear. Hao Tian whipped around to face them. If the loot is so legendary, why is it untouched? Zhang Yue's brow furrowed heavily. Because the gatekeeper is the Hell Envoy DGS. Victory is the only key inside. A lone armored warrior faced down a colossal towering beast. Truong Viet recalled his past life. Back then, Hell's Gate had completely rejected him. He couldn't scratch that invincible boss. Forced to surrender, he retreated to the 6th realm. Hao Tian's eyes burned fiercely. Tomorrow we conquer Hell's Gate. DM beamed brightly. Keep pushing hard. Meanwhile, a terrifying twin-horned nightmare loomed over a literal mountain of shattered skulls. Tran Nan barked icy commands. Vanguard pull its aggro. Second squad shatter that demonic relic chest. Strike team obliterate it. The massive horned beast deflected a devastating fiery barrage with its bare muscular arms. Hao Tian's crimson cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. Yanwu Pavilion's elite vanguard has finally entered the fray. With those numbers, victory is guaranteed, Lam Thien analyzed. This level 45-star boss is highly deceptive. The beast's main body is nothing. The true creeping horror is the dark artifact beneath it. Boom. A second twin-horned fiend violently erupted from the demonic chest, roaring with absolute wrath. You foolish Hell Gate intruders. Sinister eyes pierced the abyssal shadows, fists trembling with apocalyptic rage. The monstrous abomination charged straight toward Truong Viet's spectating squad. It unleashed an ear-splitting shockwave. Hao Tian wiped away a chilling sweat. No wonder that cursed relic is unbeatable. It literally mutates. Test its defenses, Truong Viet ordered. Fall back if we fail. Hao Tian and Lam Thien instantly launched their assault. Gripping his mystical staff, Truong Viet unleashed his summoned beasts. Crush them. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the chaotic battlefield, calling out his name. DM smiled sheepishly. I am backing up, brother. Tien Tran Nhan slowly approached Truong Viet's position. Glancing at the battlefield, she smirked. You never fail to amaze. Commanding the Infinity Vice Master and War God Leader, you reeled them right in. Truong Viet chuckled softly. Then join my ranks too. Tran Han sighed heavily. If I were just a nameless pawn of Yanwu Pavilion, I would gladly join. But unfortunately, boom. A devastating inferno scorched the heavens. The twin-horned terror frantically raised its massive shield, desperately parrying the onslaught. Cold sweat dripped down Tran Yan's face. That demonic chest is an impenetrable fortress. It is taking absolutely zero damage. This is a suicidal waste of mana. We are falling back to grind elsewhere. She turned, offering Truong Viet one last glance. I appreciate it, Truong Viet smiled calmly. But I will crush this myself. Nodding respectfully, Tran Han ordered a full tactical retreat. Silence reclaimed the bloody battlefield. Truong Viet gripped his staff, watching the pavilion elites vanish. Hauthian groaned in pure frustration. Guildmaster, your orders. That thing is an absolute unmovable mountain. Truong Viet's eyes grew razor-sharp. To slaughter Hell's envoy, we must obliterate that chest. Hauthian gasped in utter shock. Yen Vu Pavilion just fled, and you still want to fight, Truong Viet smirked. The loot inside is worth 100,000 gold. Hauthian chuckled. Want me to hire a master locksmith? Suddenly, a global notification echoed. Player Dao 2 has triggered a 2-hour 10 times experience multiplier in the cannibal rat domain. Hauthian's jaw dropped entirely. What absolute madman burns that much wealth? Truong Viet narrowed his eyes. That cursed zone drains mountains of gold. Commoners cannot afford it. Only a legendary noble house or a supreme guild could pull this off. Lamthian seriously reminded their fearless leader that our spiritual energy reserves are running dangerously low. Truong Viet exhaled slowly. Then let us go crash their little hunting party. Meanwhile, Sword Saint stood tall, his blade dripping fresh blood. His gaze was terrifyingly cold. Not a bad little scheme you had there, but what a pity you serve Yen Vu Pavilion. A scout quickly knelt down. Sir, 3 supreme guilds are hunting right here. A venomous grin spread across Sword Saint's face. Perfect. We will slaughter that bastard and cripple the 3 major guilds in one strike. Before a towering emerald vortex, desperate players screamed out for elite party invites. Level 38, Hell Run. No weaklings under level 32. Need a divine healer. The chaotic sea of players naturally parted for Truong Viet. A random player gasped in pure terror. Heavens, that is the Infinity Vice Master and the War God Guild leader. Wait. Is that absolute legend player 0 leading them? Suddenly, 3 mangled survivors violently staggered out of the portal. Stay back. Those mutated rats are level 38 bloodthirsty nightmares. A 10 times multiplier is not worth throwing away your pathetic lives. Truong Viet exchanged a knowing smirk with his elite squad. Without a single word of hesitation, they marched into the abyss. Lamthian pushed up his glowing glasses. Form a tactical formation. This cursed zone continuously drains attack power. Moving as one is our survival option. Hauthian casually rested his massive broadsword on his shoulder. I am absolutely ready. I will give you my absolute best healing, DMDM declared. Swish. A glacial spear violently impaled a rat. The system suddenly chimed. Hauthian absorbed 2,368 raw energy points. Lamthian harvested 1,580. Hauthian roared. This 10 times boost is intoxicating. Out of nowhere, an enraged roar echoed. Infinity Guild is pure scum. Supreme Wisdom Guild will slaughter every last one of you. Liu Yao cursed wildly as he sprinted. Cowards. Using a debuff zone for an ambush. If they had any guts, they would challenge the Heavenly Mandate Hall directly. A guildmate urged him to prioritize survival first. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yao roared. Without this cursed debuff, I would never be this pathetic. Suddenly, a dark assassin lunged with a dagger. Yet before the blade struck, blazing hellfire reduced him to ash. Standing firm, Truong Viet looked ahead and calmly asked, "What is the situation?" Desperate Liu Yao grabbed his shoulder. "Brother Viet, this entire map is a death trap. Infinity used our weakened state to strike." Sword Saint strolled over, sneering. "Well, enjoying the Infinity Guild's special gift." Truong Viet's gaze sharpened. Hauthian spat. A prestigious vice leader, stooping to such filthy, underhanded tricks. Crossing his arms, Sword Saint sneered mockingly. "A filthy traitor like Hauthian has no voice here. Your combat power is slashed by 60%. Unfazed," Truong Viet declared. "Crushing you requires only 10% power." Sword Saint commanded his vanguard to charge, roaring that they only had 40% strength left. In response, Truong Viet simply raised his staff. The terrifying aura swept furiously towards Sword Saint's ambushers. Breaking into a cold sweat, Sword Saint screamed in terror. "Impossible! Why is your power not suppressed?" A confident smirk graced Truong Viet's lips. "Dungeon buffs can stack." Hauthian chimed in. With a 10 times enhancement triggering continuously, the system hides the notification entirely. A mysterious figure beside Sword Saint began a slow, mocking clap. Truly impressive. Exploiting the hidden buff mechanics to completely nullify the zone's debuff. What a brilliant strategy. Yet his voice dripped with absolute venom. But it only worked because you fools lack even basic combat knowledge. "Annihilate them," Sword Saint bellowed in pure rage. "Sacrifice everything if you must." With ice in his veins, Truong Viet commanded, "Hold the line." A devastating wave of blade aura shattered the darkness. Spotting a blinding golden glow, Halthian's eyes lit up with greed. Legendary loot, right at our doorstep. Suddenly, a terrifying unseen force slammed into him. Halthian roared in panic. Guild leader, a rat is stealing our spoils. Truong Viet's piercing gaze locked onto a shadowy silhouette darting through the chaos. Moving like a phantom, he surged forward with explosive speed. He blocked the path completely, refusing to let the thief slip away. Emerging from the shadows, Vokuk casually slid his hands into his pockets, issuing an arrogant ultimatum. Surrender every piece of loot here, and I might just spare your pathetic life. The mysterious thief feigned a fleeting moment of fear, only to flash a cryptic mocking smile in absolute silence. Truong Viet cooled his aura, his eyes analyzing every detail. Friend, simply return what rightfully belongs to the Heavenly Mandate Hall. Without warning, the cloaked figure shattered into a legion of identical terrifying phantom clones. Like lightning striking the earth, the shadows swarmed Vokuk. Meanwhile, on the opposite front, Truong Viet faced a sudden blitz, yet his gaze remained absolute zero, instantly seeing through the fake phantom before him. Facing the swarm, Vokuk flashed a sinister, calculating grin. What an agonizingly foolish choice. But a starlit gaze materialized right in his face, smiling with deep, terrifying mystery. Stumbling backward in panic, he shrieked, "What sorcery is this?" Staring down at his empty hands, Vokuk's blood ran cold. My blood shadow weapon, where did it go? Halthian gasped in utter disbelief. Guild leader Vokuk's legendary blood shadow weapon. It was literally bound to his soul. How did that phantom snatch it right from his grip? Lamthian's eyes narrowed. A master-tier rogue and elite thief, class awakening. Like a tempest born from the abyss, a silhouette blitzed forward from Vokuk's blind spot. Lamthian gritted his teeth in awe. Is their leader actually a summoner? That blinding speed completely breaks the system rules. That is no mortal player, Halthian yelled. But Truong Viet's booming voice commanded, "Halt." The charging assassin instantly froze. Just as expected, you are the ultimate threat. Here. Her enchanting smile deepened as she challenged, "Are you truly going to strike me down, Lord Truong Viet? The legendary Heavenly Mandate Hall leader, or just a bloodthirsty monster?" Unmoved, Truong Viet offered a heavy deal. "Do me one favor. I let you live, and every piece of this legendary gear is yours. I will even guarantee your absolute safety." The rogue scoffed instantly. "I need no mage's protection." But as Truong Viet's imposing aura closed, in true panic flashed in her eyes. "Wait, what are you doing?" Clang Truong Viet's staff parried a lethal backstab meant for her heart, courtesy of Vokuk's shadow assassin. The killer smirked wickedly, a mage challenging an assassin in close combat. "You just signed your own death warrant." Yet Truong Viet calmly asked back, "Have you ever seen a mage fight in close combat?" The assassin's pupils shrank to needles in pure terror. What? Mana erupted. A devastating point-blank hellfire blast exploded from Truong Viet's palm at lightning speed. Vokuk let out a desperate shout. She vanished in an absolute blur. Truong Viet faced the Shadow Walker, offering a quiet smirk of approval. Such mastery of the lethal arts is breathtaking. Suddenly, Vokuk materialized behind them. He raised his blade, roaring fiercely. "Your life ends here." Truong Viet simply shot back a freezing glare. Vokuk stood paralyzed, completely shattered. Impossible. How is this happening? Truong Viet unleashed a devastating wave, blasting his enemy across the battlefield. The rogue watched this godlike display, her eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated awe. Vokuk burned his final drops of aura to dodge those merciless strikes. Refusing to swallow this bitter defeat, he spat. "My phantom art claims lives in under 3 seconds. I will admit, your martial prowess is somewhat impressive." Truong Viet's squad rallied into tight formation. He replied with freezing, absolute calm. "Is that right?" Vokuk ground his teeth in pure fury. "Curse it all, my debuff expired. Now Kai Tun and Tianmen Din are here. Yenvu Pavilion and War God elites will swarm us soon. This battlefield is completely spiraling out of control." He barked, "The mighty Thien family and Thien Kian back my guild. You fools are digging your own bloody graves." Truong Viet scoffed, "Losing a fair fight, so you cry for your masters." Vokuk spat out one final venomous curse before retreating into the shadows. "You will bleed for this arrogance. Fall back. Now." Truong Viet pivoted to the rogue. "Bring it out." Startled, she clutched her gear tightly. "What exactly is your endgame here? Are you betraying our deal?" He exhaled softly. "Just hand back their stolen loot. The remaining treasures hold absolutely no interest to me. Keep the extra spoils." Though highly reluctant, the rogue offered a stiff nod. She then asked, "So, what legendary task requires my skills?" Before Truong Viet could detail his plan, Lu Nu chimed in with deep suspicion. Is our guildmaster truly counting on this girl? She seems incredibly fragile. Truong Viet simply sighed at her doubt. Just follow my lead. Hao Thian raised a questioning brow. Are you planning to have her unlock the abyssal gates? The rogue gasped in sheer terror. I could never slay that infernal envoy. Truong Viet asked plainly. You possess the plunder art, correct? She nodded quickly. Obviously. He pointed toward the deadly abyss. You just need to snatch its cursed demonic relic. Leave the slaughter to me. The rogue eyed him with heavy caution, weighing the deadly risks involved. Without warning, she shrieked and bolted. But Truong Viet instantly snared her collar. She thrashed wildly in his iron grip, screaming. For centuries, that infernal envoy has remained absolutely undefeated. And you want me to rob it? That is pure suicide. Absolutely not. I would rather you strike me down right here. Truong Viet let out a chilling, dismissive snort. That is only because its demonic relic grants overwhelming evolutionary power. Strip that cursed box away, and victory becomes entirely possible. She froze, asking with sudden intrigue. Is it truly mortal? Mukthon stepped up to persuade her. Assist us, and name your ultimate price. Hao Thian grinned. Exactly. We can shower you with wealth, or provide divine cultivation. The rogue's gaze hardened into fierce resolve. Then I demand a place within your Thien Men Din. Truong Viet blinked in genuine shock. Join our ranks. After a brief calculation, he offered a firm nod. Deal. Your base pay is 50,000 monthly each, matching the vanguard. Combat commissions are calculated entirely separately. A radiant, greedy grin split the rogue's face. It is a pact. Listen closely, though. My plunder art has a 1-minute cooldown. The steel window is exactly 30 seconds. Your combat timing must be flawless. If I fail, you cannot break our sacred contract. The demonic warlord bellowed, a soul-crushing warning. All who breach the abyssal gates shall perish. Trembling with fear, the rogue spat back. I was forced into this. Her shadowy silhouette darted straight into the danger zone. The monstrous boss stood paralyzed, bewildered by her sheer audacity. With an earth-shattering roar, the beast bared razor-sharp fangs. Truong Viet narrowed his eyes. The demonic relic is secured. Battle formations now. The rogue gulped down her panic. Can 5 mortals slay this titan? Hao Thian laughed fiercely. Our guildmaster could solo this monster. Truong Viet unleashed a savage cry, swinging his blade to deliver absolute devastation. Heavenly flames scorched the earth beneath the titan. The rogue shrieked in absolute terror. That cursed relic reconnected to its master. My plunder art is totally useless now, Truong Viet commanded with urgent fury. Strike now. If that box reaches its grasp, its invincibility will instantly activate. Press the advantage. The vanguard locked into position instantly. Time to unleash our true power. Lead the way. Boss. Truong Viet barked a freezing command. Bone King, heaven-destroying black dragon, obliterate that monster. The titan bellowed in unyielding rage, forced into a defensive stance against their cataclysmic aura. Its abyssal eyes locked fiercely onto the rogue, howling, filthy rat. You stripped away my absolute dominance. I will tear your soul apart. The colossal beast launched forward, sending absolute panic through the rogue. Her eyes widened, freezing as she helplessly accepted her brutal incoming doom. Truong Viet exploded forward. He shielded her, his weapon clashing against the beast's devastating strike. Brother Viet Hao Thian screamed in terror. Truong Viet DM cried out. The monster's unstoppable march abruptly froze. Fury and disbelief warped its monstrous eyes. Impossible, it roared. How can a mere mortal withstand my absolute power? Truong Viet unleashed a thunderous battle cry, thunder of 10,000 forces. An apocalyptic wave of energy consumed the beast, making it shriek in agonizing torment. A glowing system notification suddenly materialized. Congratulations, you have eradicated the 5-star level 40 boss. Envoy BGS experience gained 300,000. Supernatural energy raised by 40 million. Truong Viet exhaled softly. The system's chimes continued to echo. Congratulations, you have acquired 11 gold coins. Congratulations, you received 22 level 5 magic crystals as materials. Congratulations, you received the legendary gear, Hell Demon Boots. Congratulations, you received the mythical artifact, Hell Key. The system elaborated, the Hell Key is a unique relic. Description, the absolute only artifact capable of unlocking the Hell treasure chest. Discover this legendary vault inside the Gate of Hell and claim boundless god-tier resources. Notice the bearer of this mythical key is granted 3 extra entries into the abyss. A confident smirk touched Truong Viet's lips. The harvest this time was undeniably magnificent, particularly that legendary key. The shadow assassin bowed her head. Thank you for saving my life. Truong Viet coolly replied, it was only natural. After all, I brought you into this battlefield. Suddenly, Halthien screamed in absolute shock. Look over there! The gate of hell is tearing open. The system flashed a dire warning. Every awakened has only one destined chance to cross the gate of hell. You have 3 hours to explore. If your life extinguishes here, your soul is lost forever. Lamthien trembled with pure excitement. This mythical gateway has remained sealed for a century in legends, and we just shattered its seal. Halthien grinned. A once-in-a-lifetime destiny. Truong Viet smirked. Move out. Do not squander this heaven-sent opportunity. With blazing determination in their eyes, the squad roared in unison. Agreed. The party stepped into the terrifying abyss. DMDM gasped, her eyes wide with absolute awe. So, this is the legendary underworld. Halthien scoffed, crossing his arms in sheer disappointment. What a letdown. I expected a hellscape overflowing with pure gold or erupting lava. Like a phantom, the assassin vaulted gracefully over a massive, jagged chasm ahead, landing silently. She closed her eyes, hoisted a weathered chest, and skipped back, humming a cheerful, sweet melody. Halthien warned frantically, "We can only claim a single chest. That pathetic box is just low-tier black iron, so choose your destiny wisely." Panicking, she dropped the useless loot. Her face fell in crushing disappointment as she murmured, "I already considered it." Truong Viet analyzed with a commander's calm. For Standard Awakened, the absolute highest tier chest here is king level. The higher the rarity, the deadlier the guardian. Halthien's eyes blazed with greed. Then let us hunt down a king-level treasure for everyone. But Truong Viet's gaze remained incredibly sharp and stoic, secretly calculating. His true objective was absolute, the one and only hell-level treasure chest in existence. Without wasting a breath, the squad scattered. All 5 tore through the ancient ruins, intensely scrutinizing every hidden vault. Amidst the chaos, the assassin's ears twitched at a sinister rustle. She spun around, pure killing, intent flaring, and warned hostiles approaching. Halthien scanned the horizon unfazed. Expected. Once the world learns the gate of hell has awakened, every elite powerhouse will swarm this place. The assassin blinked in pure shock. Are we not monopolizing it? Halthien facepalmed in utter disbelief, replying calmly. Are you delusional? We barely secured a one-step head start on them. Keep digging. Meanwhile, outside the treacherous gate, the ruthless Vo Kook was mercilessly stomping, a rival guild member kicking up storms of debris. He glared down at his broken victim with absolute venomous disgust, and roared. What garbage is your guild? The apex predators of Chet Min province. Pathetic. You are nothing but street-level vermin. His demonic eyes flashed as Vo Kook delivered another bone-shattering kick. Wiping the blood, he thrust his hands up, signaling his elite death squad. Brothers, show no mercy. Strip these weaklings of every last artifact, the Dark Army roared. Agreed. Suddenly, an earth-shattering shockwave erupted, sending the abyssal beasts into a frenzy. Out of nowhere, a mysterious vault materialized right at Truong Viet's boots. Both men locked onto the prize. Halthien groaned violently, scratching his head. 30 agonizing minutes, and we are swimming in pathetic bronze black iron trash and 1 silver drop. Our grind efficiency is absolutely atrocious. Just then, emergency pings lit up from Kien An and Ludia. Ludia's voice trembled with panic. Brother Viet, the Vo Kook Guild, is slaughtering everyone and plundering items outside the gate of hell. Tran Kien An sent a warning. Secure your loot and evacuate immediately after reading this. Truong Viet smirked faintly. Stealing treasures from the dead. What a beautifully ruthless strategy. Elsewhere, Vo Kook's underlings were ruthlessly pillaging. Their drawn blades trapped terrified players like cornered prey. Have mercy, a trembling man pleaded. The girl beside him sobbed, we haven't even found a single treasure chest yet. Sword Saint showed zero mercy. Slaughter them, he ordered with a chilling sneer. Agonizing screams instantly shattered the night. As the players fell, 2 glowing chests materialized. Grasping his loot, the ruthless killer flashed a demonic grin, then mocked, should have just surrendered it. Why die for absolutely nothing? Suddenly a terrifying phantom blur zipped past Sword Saint. The speed was completely blinding. In a single heartbeat, the treasure chest vanished from his very grip. My treasure, where is it? Sword Saint bellowed. His blood ran cold. The assassin had snatched his prize. Presenting the stolen loot, she beamed. Guild leader, it's yours. Sword Saint went ghastly pale, stammering backward in absolute pure terror. It is Lin. Gathering his courage, he pointed a shaking finger at Truong Viet. Lin, we didn't cross you. Don't push us. Truong Viet readied his glowing staff. Stepping into a fierce combat stance, his voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Then I'll stop playing nice. Instantly, he unleashed a devastating super fireball straight at Sword Saint. Stumbling backward in defense, he screamed Lin. Are you seriously declaring war on the Vo Kook Guild in this chaos? Vo Kook unsheathed his dagger, ready to strike. But suddenly, another shadowy figure blasted past him like lightning. In a flash, Vokuk's blade was gone. Staring at his empty palm, a beastly growl escaped his throat. "I am your guild leader," Vokuk roared at Lamthine. But without warning, Lamthine launched a deadly strike. "Sorry, Lin is my only boss," he replied coldly. Meanwhile, Truong Viet chanted, "Heavenly fire scorches the plains." Consumed by a blazing inferno, Vokuk shrieked in agony, "Lin, just wait. Powerful reinforcements will come to destroy you." Vokuk crumbled to ash. Mountains of loot cascaded everywhere. A king-level chest, Lamthine gasped in ecstasy. Truong Viet nodded with a confident smirk. Suddenly, a massive system alert echoed. "All class holders pay close attention. The mythical hell-level chest has finally spawned." Hearing the divine broadcast, Truong Viet smiled with pure satisfaction, thinking the fated treasure was his. Beyond the chest's seal lay a massive dimension guarded by an army of terrifying beasts. A crimson barrier of roaring hellfire surrounded the ultimate prize. The 5 warriors stared, totally paralyzed with tension. "So this is the hell-level prize," the assassin whispered. Din shuddered violently. "Just standing here burns my soul. These guardians are absolute apex predators of the 5th realm," Lamthine gulped. Everyone turned to Truong Viet, desperate for hope. Their gazes silently pleaded, "Boss, everything depends on you." Truong Viet sharply analyzed the 7 towering monstrosities, his eyes locked onto the venomous heart-devouring demon leading the pack. He quickly analyzed its devastating system stats. He studied the surrounding demonic lords with absolute focus. After a tense silence, he finally spoke with heavy gravity. "They're invincible." Panic gripped the team. They frantically asked the assassin, "Can we steal it?" She shook her head in despair. "The chest is magically sealed. We must annihilate every guardian first." Lamthine chimed in nervously. "Guild leader, wait. Let's crack open that king chest we just looted. It might hold the legendary gear we desperately need." "Smart plan," Truong Viet agreed with a nod. He unlocked the king chest and the heavy lid blasted open. A blinding divine light erupted, gripping his new weapon. Truong Viet eagerly scanned the glowing holographic system notification. He marveled at the sheer power of 5-star gear. Even better, it possessed a supremely rare independent evolution trait. Inspecting the divine loot, a calculating smirk touched his lips. He had just broken through to level 38 anyway. These artifacts were a flawless match, just one refinement away. A dominating wave of confidence instantly surged through him. 2 transcendent 5-star items boasting golden stats, paired with my buffs. That's more than enough firepower. Then he faced his stunned crew and ordered, "Tomorrow is the provincial championship. I need all of you to wait outside." Without another word, Truong Viet fearlessly plunged straight into the roaring wall of hellfire that guarded the ultimate dimension. Battle hunger blazed in his fierce eyes. Charging the monstrous horde head-on, he unleashed a roaring challenge. "Come get some." Meanwhile, in another location, shadowy figures emerged from the thick, haunting dust. Thien Vu narrowed his eyes with deep suspicion. Vokuk's elite summoner has completely vanished. "We've scoured this entire cursed dungeon, but he's nowhere to be found." Striding beside him, Din Hai calmly deduced he probably cowardly escaped already. A mere summoner could never survive claiming the hell chest anyway. Turning to his lethal squad, he barked a cold order. "There is only one hell-tier prize. Countless rival guilds will wage absolute war over it. Prepare yourselves. Hold off those lesser heart-devouring fiends. Hinni and I will crush the 3 vanguard lords. Once they fall, that treasure chest belongs to us." The party roared in unison. Thien Vu and Hinni pushed deeper into the abyss. But the moment their boots struck the ancient stone steps, a deadly storm of hellfire erupted. Loyal guards instantly threw their bodies forward, becoming living human shields, screaming wildly. "Enemy ambush! Defend the young master and the young lady." Dia, the ruthlessly signaled for another volley, but Thien Vu's fighting spirit ignited, launching a fierce counterstrike. "Is your Dia the guild really this desperate? Tracking us like wild dogs all the way from Thin Kin?" The assassin sneered coldly. "Our great elder decreed 1 million gold to whoever brings the heads of the Thin family heirs." Thien Vu's aura flared as he took a lethal fighting stance. He barked back, "Let us see if your fangs are sharp enough, Dia." The roared, "Slaughter them." His relentless death squad surged forward. Thien Vu's forces retaliated with devastating fury. He drew his great bow, unleashing an apocalyptic tempest of soaring arrows that blotted out the sky. Beside him, Hinni gripped her gleaming blades and plunged into the bloody fray. Yet, every single arrow shattered against Dia's impenetrable mana barrier. The villain laughed mercilessly, as expected of the golden child of the Thin family. The supreme lords of Thin Kin, truly magnificent. But let us see how long your fragile bodies can endure this slaughter. "Brother, their numbers are overwhelming," Hinni warned. Thien Vu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with intense frustration. "To deploy an entire army just to crush our small party. What absolute cowards! Hearing his desperate realization, Dia threw his head back in maniacal laughter. Give up, young master. That lunatic summoner already annihilated your pathetic Vo-Kook guild allies. No one is coming to your rescue. But before his arrogant words faded, an apocalyptic ocean of flames crashed down. The inferno swallowed the enemy ranks whole. Within that blazing destruction, Truong Viet Lin descended like a demon god. Cloaked in hellfire, his voice was chillingly calm. Who gave you permission to trespass in my domain? Dia's eyes bulged in pure terror. He roared out, You filthy brat! Striking my glorious guild means begging for a gruesome death. Truong Viet's gaze was as cold as the abyss. His deep voice promised absolute ruin. Scurry away now, if you value your miserable lives. Furious at this absolute disrespect, Dia shrieked. Obliterate him. But before a single blade could strike, a massive flame dragon materialized, incinerating the charging vanguards to ash. Suddenly, a blood-red player name materialized above Truong Viet's head. That crimson tag froze the entire army in their tracks. Absolute horror seized their widening eyes. The monstrous red name player. It was the insane summoner himself. His deadly identity was finally exposed. Thin Vu and Hin Ni whipped around, completely paralyzed by sheer disbelief. Hin Ni stammered, Is this the monster the Vo-Kook guild hired us to hunt? Thin Vu gasped. His combat power is completely off the charts. Murderous intent surged in Truong Viet's eyes. Scorching mana radiated from his very soul. He commanded coldly, One final warning. Begone from my domain. An enemy vanguard stepped up. You clearly ignore the absolute authority of our Dia the guild, a lackey agreed. Exactly. We are the supreme rulers of Thin Kin. Hand over those two noble brats, and perhaps we will spare your pathetic life. Truong Viet shot them a disdainful smirk. You believe you have the qualifications. Hin Ni boldly blocked their path, declaring loudly, Ignore their lies. The Thin family reigns supreme here. Truong Viet merely scoffed. Ghosts or gods? I could not care less. Scram. The instant that deadly ultimatum left his lips, the guild members lunged forward with explosive fury. Ignorant fool. Taste the unyielding wrath of the Dia the guild. Their leader unleashed a devastating fatal strike. Seeing Truong Viet standing motionless, Hai Tan sneered, All talk and no action. Too terrified to even dodge. You are just a fragile Beast Tamer. But when the smoke cleared, Truong Viet's health bar had barely flinched. Hai Tan trembled in absolute shock. Impossible. His physical defense rivals a mythic tier tank. Seizing that single moment of hesitation, Truong Viet triggered the apocalyptic thunder of 10,000 forces, simultaneously invoking the abyssal shadow skeleton king. An undead legion clawed from the earth, swarming the plain. Terrified enemy forces. Kim La's jaw dropped in absolute despair. Just what kind of horrifying anomaly is this player? His power scale is absurd. The coward instantly bolted, screaming for retreat. Later, Thin Vu bowed respectfully. I am Thin Vu, heir to the Thin bloodline. This is my sister, Thin Hin Ni. We owe you our very lives. Truong Viet remained completely aloof. Gratitude accepted. Now get lost. Pouting with clear irritation, Hin Ni whispered, Why is his aura so freezing? Thin Vu simply offered a gentle smile. Let it go. But suddenly a massive beast horde stampeded toward them. Truong Viet's eyes narrowed. He spun his mystic staff, activating a devastating chain of awakening skills. Frozen heaven, snow lightning, thunder of 10,000 forces, divine fire, heavenly tribulation, flash assault. Hin Ni dashed into the fray, triggering the blinding ultimate of her hidden class. The radiant assassin. Thin Vu dove into the fray. As a rare undead assassin, phantom spirits answered his call. Truong Viet watched, calculating his next move. To think these two were hidden masters. His voice turned icy cold. Anyone daring to claim this treasure chest will share their pathetic fate. Yen Ni scoffed. Who would even want that trash? Thin Vu pulled her back. That is enough. He faced Truong Viet. Do not worry, we are not ungrateful scum. With our power combined, clearing this will be a breeze. Truong Viet raised his gaze. Honestly, I had my doubts before. But you are right. With you two as backup, victory is practically guaranteed. Thin Vu unleashed a barrage of skills, while Yen Ni provided devastating backup strikes. Truong Viet's eyes narrowed with deadly focus. A deafening blast erupted, violently shattering the very fabric of space. From the roaring sea of flames, the ultimate prize materialized. Truong Viet claimed the chest. Thin Vu asked with burning curiosity, Which noble house do you serve? He answered coldly, Tien Men. Yen Ni gasped in absolute shock. Did I hear that right? That rookie guild from nowhere, Tien Vu pressed on. Brother, how about joining the legendary Tien family instead? Truong Viet did not even blink. Not interested. And I never will be. He turned his back to leave. Tien Vu desperately called out, Wait. Truong Viet merely threw a casual glance. Pointing at the glowing loot, Tien Vu warned. That is the world's only hell-tier chest. Now that you possess it, you are just walking away. Truong Viet smirked coldly. So what if I do? The trio stepped through the teleportation gate together, greeted by a massive crowd outside. Explosive whispers immediately broke out. He actually secured the hell-tier chest, impossible for a mere summoner. Their class is absolute trash. Suddenly, someone roared. That guy is insanely cool. Suddenly, an arrogant thug pushed through the crowd. Hand over the hell chest now. Truong Viet's eyes flashed with lethal annoyance. Seeking death are we? Matu sneered, pointing at his massive backup forces. Lin, what can a lone wolf do? I have the mighty Vo Kook Guild backing me, and the supreme Thien family. Truong Viet slammed his aura-drenched spear into the ground. Is that right? In that case, you and your precious Thien family can die together. Tension spiked. Yen Ni threw her hand up, screaming. Stop right there. Matu froze in terror. Young miss, young master. What are you doing here? He then shouted with arrogant glee. This is the monstrous Beast Tamer I warned you about. Help me destroy him. Yen He fiercely clung to Truong Viet's arm. This is my chosen man. Lay a finger on him, and you declare war on the Thien family. Matu choked out. What? Mind utterly blown, Matu stammered. Young Master Vu, is there a mistake? He is the Vo Kook Guild's sworn enemy. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. Tien Vu's dominant voice echoed. Yen Ni speaks the truth. Lin is under our absolute protection. Do not do anything suicidal. Shockwaves rippled through the stunned crowd. The almighty Thien family, the capital's supreme bloodline. To think a lone player like Lin secured the backing of such legendary titans. A minion whispered frantically. Guild leader, we cannot fight the Tien family. Trembling with fear, Ma Tu forced a pathetic poker face. Shut up, I know that, Yen Ni tilted her head playfully. Hey handsome, is your name really Lin? Are you taken? Truong Viet dusted off his coat. No. And I have zero interest. She flashed a brilliant smile. That is perfectly fine. Without missing a beat, Truong Viet turned. If we are done here, I am leaving. He vanished into the crowd. Yen He watched his retreating back, completely spellbound. Tall, ridiculously handsome, and incredibly strong. What a fascinatingly cold personality. Tien Vu nodded in deep respect. An absolute monster of a talent. Once we return to the capital, I will launch a full background check on him. Matu bravely interrupted. Young Master Vu, how do you know this guy? He is just a nobody with zero backing. How did he earn your favor? Yen Ni crossed her arms with fiery arrogance. Are you daring to question my judgment? The guild leader instantly shrank like a coward, hands raised in pure panic. Never. Tien Vu scoffed. Who cares about his background? True power speaks for itself. Speaking of absolute failures, looking right at you all, the Dia Nguts Guild infiltrated right under your noses and you saw nothing, Matu pelled. What? They entered the Hellgate too, knees slamming into the dirt. Matu begged for mercy. Our Vo Kook Guild failed completely. Please spare us, young master. Yen Ni snorted with pure disdain. Without Lin, we would be rotting corpses right now. Tien Vu roared with commanding fury. Silence. We are calling an emergency council immediately. It is time for all-out war against the Dia Ngut Guild. Meanwhile, Truong Viet analyzed his ultimate prize, the sole hell-tier treasure chest in existence. An ancient relic, slumbering within the gate of hell, for over a century. Gripping the key, a rare, dangerous smile crossed his face. Let us see what godly power you hold. Truong Viet thrust the key into the ancient lock. With an earth-shattering click, the ultimate legendary chest burst open. Blinding divine light engulfed the cavern. Glowing system cards hovered upward. A mechanical voice chimed. Legendary clear, you claimed 2 ultra-rare skills and 500 gleaming gold coins. Truong Viet eyed the legendary loot, smirking. Absolute jackpot, these treasures are worth millions. He reached out and commanded initiate refinement protocol. Golden system text materialized. Active skill intimidation domain. Upon activation, an oppressive aura engulfs a massive 30-meter radius, crushing enemy attack power by 15% for 10 crucial seconds. 30 seconds cooldown. Domain effects absolutely cannot overlap. Sword Shadow Storm unleashes 100 phantom blades, generating a deadly 30-meter vortex around the caster. Hostiles suffer maximum 3 brutal strikes, dealing 150% damage, 3-second duration, 20-second cooldown. Nether Spirit Storm conjures an identical abyss, unleashing 100 vengeful wraiths, inflicting 180% physical devastation. Lasts 3 seconds, 20-second cooldown cycle. Truong Viet calculated his gains. Millions of raw magical energy artifacts boasting golden stats plus mythical S-rank skills. This is god-tier gear for rookies. Raising the archaic tome, he declared, Nether Spirit Storm completely eclipses Hell Champion, and this sinister synergy is flawless. Gazing upward, he softly muttered, the rest means nothing inside my evolution space. Spectral warriors materialized. Truong Viet turned commanding. Claim this 4-star gear. System scan. Hellworld Destroyer. Level 35. Rare. Attack 2,695. Physical defense 1,780. Magic defense 1,160. Mana 5,360. Darkbone King. Level 35. Rare. Attack 1,780. Physical defense 1,300. Magic defense 1,260. Mana 4,250. Health 12,800. He smirked triumphantly. Magnificent, your raw power perfectly rivals a second awakening elite class hunter. Truong Viet locked eyes with the Bone King. Absorb this forbidden tome. The shadowy black dragon snorted jealously, turning away. He chuckled darkly. Hold your fiery temper, the next mythic scroll belongs to you. Truong Viet then pierced the chest with his gaze. Now for the grand prize. A sinister skull-shaped ring levitated from the abyss. His eyes blazed fiercely. It seems this abyssal ring is the ultimate core artifact of the Hell Chest. Suddenly, Hao Thien and his allies rushed in, shouting, Boss Guildmaster. He gasped curiously. Tell us, did the demonic chest drop god-tier loot? Truong Viet smirked. I secured 2 complete sets of 4-star gear and twin rare grimoires. Althea trembled with overwhelming excitement. That is absolute insanity. Normal players bleed just to find 2 4-star items, yet you pulled double sets. Staring deeply at the ominous ring, she murmured, What exactly is this artifact? That dull color implies its grade is basically trash tier. Truong Viet unsheathed his dagger, slicing his palm without hesitation. He grinned. It looks pathetic now, but appearances in the system are deceiving. Crimson blood soaked the metal, triggering an explosive wave of demonic energy before a system prompt flared. System alert flashing, blood pact sealed. Demon contract permanently bound. Cannot be traded or dropped. Awakening quest initiated. Upon triumphant completion, the host can forcefully evolve this artifact to a higher realm. Truong Viet clicked his tongue. Its true worth shatters your imagination. Demon contract is a legendary evolving relic. Base tier is common, but it violently mutates alongside its master. Passive 1, forging a demonic pact. It forcefully drains an extra 5% yield from all magical essence. Passive 2, upon reaching elite status. Evolution permanently unlocks. Evolution requirement slaughter 1,000 beasts, bearing a level equal to or exceeding the host.